Section 16 of the Natural History, Vol.4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Abe Neiman. The Natural History, Volume 4, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 16, Chapter 36. How Grapes are Protected from the Ravages of Insects. Stays too should be given to the vine, for it to take hold of, and climb upwards, if they are taller than it. Espaliers for vines of a high quality should be cut, it is said, at the Quincatria, and when it is intended to keep the grapes while the moon is on the wane. We are assured, moreover, that those which are cut at the change of the moon are exempt from the attacks of all insects. According to another system, it is said that vines should be pruned by night at full moon, and while it is in Leo, Scorpio, Sagittarius, or Taurus, and that, in general, they ought to be planted either when the moon is at full or on the increase. In Italy, 10 workmen will suffice for 100 jugera of vineyard. Chapter 37. The Diseases of Trees. Having now treated sufficiently at length of the planting and cultivation of trees, for we have already said enough of the palm and the cytisus, when speaking of the exotic trees, we shall proceed, in order that nothing may be omitted, to describe other details relative to their nature, which are of considerable importance when taken in connection with all that precedes. Trees, we find, are attacked by maladies, and indeed, what created thing is there that is exempt from these evils? Still, however, the affections of the forest trees, it is said, are not attended with danger to them, and the only damage they receive is from hailstorms while they are budding and blossoming, with the exception indeed of being nipped either by heat or cold blasts in unseasonable weather. For frost, when it comes at the proper times, as we have already stated, is serviceable to them. Well, but, it will be said, is not the vine sometimes killed with cold? No doubt it is, and this it is through which we detect inherent faults in the soils, for it is only in a cold soil that the vine will die. Just in the same way, too, in winter we approve of cold, so long as it is the cold of the weather and not of the ground. It is not the weakest trees, too, that are endangered in winter by frost, but the larger ones. When they are thus attacked, it is the summit that dries away the first, from the circumstance that the sap becomes frozen before it is able to arrive there. Some diseases of trees are common to them all, while others, again, are peculiar to individual kinds. Worms are common to them all, and so too is sideration, with pains in the limbs which are productive of debility in the various parts. Thus do we apply the names of the maladies that prevail among mankind to those with which the plants are afflicted. In the same way, too, we speak of their bodies being mutilated, the eyes of the buds being burnt up, with many other expressions of a similar nature. It is in accordance with the same phraseology that we say that trees are afflicted with hunger or indigestion, both of which result from the comparative amount of sap that they contain, while some, again, are troubled with obesity, as in the case of all the resinous trees, which, when suffering from excessive fatness, are changed into a torch tree. When the roots, too, begin to wax fat, trees, like animals, are apt to perish from excess of fatness. Sometimes, too, a pestilence will prevail in certain classes of trees, just as among men we see maladies attack at one time the slave class, and at another the common people, in cities or in the country, as the case may be. Trees are more or less attacked by worms, but still nearly all are subject to them in some degree, and this the birds are able to detect by the hollow sound produced on tapping at the bark. These worms even have now begun to be looked upon as delicacies by epicures, and the large ones found in the Robur are held in high esteem. They are known to us by the name of chosis, and are even fed with meal, in order to fatten them. But it is the pear, the apple, and the fig that are the most subject to their attacks, the trees that are bitter and odoriferous enjoying a comparative exemption from them. Of those which infest the fig, some breed in the tree itself, while others, again, are produced by the worm known as the cerastes. They all, however, equally assume the form of the cerastes, and emit a small, shrill noise. The service tree is infested, too, with a red hairy worm, which kills it, and the medlar, when old, is subject to a similar malady. The disease known as sideration entirely depends upon the heavens, and hence we may class under this head the ill effects produced by hailstorms, carbunculation, and the damage caused by hoarfrosts. When the approach of spring tempts the still tender roots to make their appearance, and they venture to burst forth, the malady attacks them, and scorches up the eyes of the buds, filled as they are with their milky juices. This is what upon flowers they call charcoal blight. The consequences of hoarfrost to plants are even more dangerous still, for when it has once settled it remains there in a frozen form, and there is never any wind to remove it, seeing that it never prevails except in weather that is perfectly calm and serene. Sideration, however, properly so called, is a certain heat and dryness that prevails at the rising of the dog-star, and owing to which grafts and young trees pine away and die, the fig and the vine more particularly. The olive also, besides the worm, to which it is equally subject with the fig, is attacked by the measles, or as some think fit to call it, the fungus or platter. It is a sort of blast produced by the heat of the sun. Cato says that the red moss is also deleterious to the olive. And excessive fertility, too, is often injurious to the vine and the olive. Scab is a malady common to all trees. Eruptions, too, and the attacks of a kind of snail that grows on the bark, are diseases peculiar to the fig, but not in all countries. For there are some maladies that are prevalent in certain localities only. In the same way that man is subject to diseases of the sinews, so are the trees as well, and like him in two different ways. Either the virulence of the disease manifests itself in the feet, or, what is the same thing, the roots of the tree, or else in the joints of the fingers, or, in other words, the extremities of the branches that are most distant from the trunk. The parts that are thus affected become dry and shrivel up. The Greeks have appropriate names by which to distinguish each of these affections. In either case, the first symptoms are that the tree is suffering from pain, and the parts affected become emaciated and brittle. Then follows rapid consumption and ultimately death, the juices being no longer able to enter the diseased parts, or at all events not circulating in them. The fig is more particularly liable to this disease, but the wild fig is exempt from all that we have hitherto mentioned. Scab is produced by viscous dews which fall after the rising of the Virgiliae. But if they happen to fall copiously, they drench the tree, without making the bark rough. When the fig is thus attacked, the fruit falls off while green, and so too if there is too much rain. The fig suffers also from a superfluity of moisture in the roots. In addition to worms and sideration, the vine is subject to a peculiar disease of its own, which attacks it in the joints, and is produced from one of the three following causes: either the destruction of the buds by stormy weather, or else the fact, as remarked by Theophrastus, that the tree, when pruned, has been cut with the incisions upwards, or has been injured from want of skill in the cultivator. All the injury that is afflicted in these various ways is felt by the tree in the joints more particularly. It must be considered also as a species of sideration, when the cold dews make the blossoms fall off, and when the grapes harden before they have attained their proper size. Vines also become sickly when they are perished with cold, and the eyes are frostbitten just after they have been pruned. Heat, too, out of season is productive of similar results, for everything is regulated according to a fixed order and certain determinate movements. Some maladies, too, originate in errors committed by the vine dresser, when they are tied too tight, for instance, as already mentioned, or when in trenching round them the digger has struck them an unlucky blow, or when in ploughing about them the roots have been strained through carelessness, or the bark has been stripped from off the trunk. Sometimes, too, contusions are produced by the use of too blunt a pruning knife. Through all the causes thus enumerated, the tree is rendered more sensitive to either cold or heat, as every injurious influence from without is apt to concentrate in the wounds thus made. The apple, however, is the most delicate of them all, and more particularly the one that bears the sweetest fruit. In some trees, weakness induced by disease is productive of barrenness, and does not kill the tree, as in the pine, for instance, or the palm, when the top of the tree has been removed, for in such case the tree becomes barren, but does not die. Sometimes, too, the fruit itself is sickly, independently of the tree. For example, when there is a deficiency of rain, or of warmth, or of wind, at the periods at which they usually prevail, or when, on the other hand, they have prevailed in excess, for in such cases the fruit will either drop off or else deteriorate. But the worst thing of all that can befall the vine or the olive is to be pelted with heavy showers just when the tree is shedding its blossom, for then the fruit is sure to fall off as well. Rain, too, is productive of the caterpillar, a noxious insect that eats away the leaves, and some of them the blossoms as well, and this in the olive even, as we find the case at Miletus, giving to the half-eaten tree a most loathsome appearance. This pest is produced by the prevalence of a damp, languid heat, and if the sun should happen to shine after this with a more intense heat and burn them up, this pest only gives place to another just as bad, the aspect only of the evil being changed. There's still one other affection that is peculiar to the olive and the vine, known as the cobweb, the fruit being enveloped in a web, as it were, and so stifled. There are certain winds, too, that are particularly blighting to the olive and the vine, and also to other fruits as well. And then besides, the fruits themselves, independently of the tree, are very worm-eaten in some years, the apple, pear, medlar, and pomegranate, for instance. In the olive, the presence of the worm may be productive of a twofold result. If it grows beneath the skin, it will destroy the fruit, but if it is in the stone, it will only gnaw it away, making the fruit all the larger. The prevalence of showers after the rising of Arcturus prevents them from breeding, but if the rains are accompanied with wind from the south, they will make their appearance in the ripe fruit even, which are then very apt to fall. This happens more particularly in moist, watery localities, and even if they do not fall, the olives that are so affected are good for nothing. There is a kind of fly also that is very troublesome to some fruit, acorns and figs for instance. It would appear that they breed from the juices secreted beneath the bark, which at this period are sweet. These trees too are generally in a diseased state when this happens. There are certain temporary and local influences which cause instantaneous death to trees, but which cannot properly be termed diseases. Such, for example, as consumption, blast, or the noxious effects of some winds that are peculiar to certain localities. Of this last nature are the Atabulus that prevails in Apulia, and the Olympius of Euboea. This wind, if it happens to blow about the winter solstice, nips the tree with cold and shrivels it up to such a degree that no warmth of the sun can ever revive it. Trees that are planted in valleys or situate near the banks of rivers are especially liable to these accidents, the vine more particularly, the olive, and the fig. When this has been the case, it may instantly be detected the moment the period for germination arrives, though in the olive somewhat later. With all of these trees, if the leaves fall off, it is a sign that they will recover. but if such is not the case, just when you would suppose that they have escaped uninjured, they die. Sometimes, however, the leaves will become green again after being dry and shriveled. Other trees, again, in the northern regions, Pontus and Phrygia, for example, suffer greatly from cold or frost, in case they should continue for 40 days after the winter solstice. In these countries, too, as well as in other parts, if a sharp frost or copious rain should happen to come on immediately after fructification, the fruit is killed in very few days even. Injuries inflicted by the hand of man are productive also of bad effects. Thus, for instance, pitch, oil, and grease, if applied to trees, and young ones more particularly, are highly detrimental. They may be killed also by removing a circular piece of the bark from around them, with the exception, indeed, of the cork tree, which is rather benefited than otherwise by the operation. For the bark, as it gradually thickens, tends to stifle and suffocate the tree. The andrachle, too, receives no injury from it, if care is taken not to cut the body of the tree. In addition to this, the cherry, the lime, and the vine shed their bark, not that portion of it, indeed, which is essential to life and grows next to the trunk, but the part that is thrown off, in proportion as the other grows beneath. In some trees the bark is naturally full of fissures, the plane, for instance. In the linden it will all but grow again when removed. Hence, in those trees the bark of which admits of cicatrization, a mixture of clay and dung is employed by way of remedy, and sometimes with success, in case excessive cold or heat does not immediately supervene. In some trees, again, by the adoption of these methods, death is only retarded, the reber and the quercus, for example. The season of the year has also its peculiar influences. Thus, if the bark is removed from the fir and the pine, while the sun is passing through Taurus or Gemini, the period of their germination, they will instantly die, while in winter they will be able to withstand the injurious effects of it much longer. The same is the case too with the holm oak, the robur, and the quercus. In the trees above mentioned it is only a narrow circular strip of bark that is removed. No injurious effects will be perceptible. But in the case of the weaker trees, as well as those which grow in a thin soil, the same operation, if performed even on one side only, will be sure to kill them. The removal of the top in the pitch tree, the cedar, and the cypress is productive of a similar result. For if it is either cut off or destroyed by fire, the tree will not survive. The same is the case, too, if they are bitten by the teeth of animals. Varro informs us, too, as we have already stated, that the olive, if only licked by a she-goat, will be barren. When thus injured, some trees will die, while in others the fruit becomes deteriorated, the almond, for instance, the fruit of which changes from sweet to bitter. In other cases again, the tree is improved even, such, for instance, as the pear known in Chios as the Phocian pear. We have already mentioned certain trees also that are all the better for having the tops removed. Most trees perish when the trunk is split, but we must except the vine, the apple, the fig, and the pomegranate. Others again will die if only a wound is inflicted. The fig, however, as well as all the resinous trees, is proof against such injury. It is far from surprising that when the roots of a tree are cut, death should be the result. Most of them perish, however, when not all the roots, but only the larger ones, and those which are more essential to life, have been severed. Trees, too, will kill one another by their shade, or the density of their foliage, as also by the withdrawal of nourishment. Ivy, by clinging to a tree, will strangle it. The mistletoe, too, is far from beneficial, and the cytisus is killed by the plant to which the Greeks have given the name of halomen. It is the nature of some plants not to kill, but to injure by the odor they emit, or by the admixture of their juices. Such is the influence exercised by the radish and the laurel upon the vine. For the vine may reasonably be looked upon as possessed of the sense of smell, and affected by odors in a singular degree. Hence, when it is near a noxious exhalation, it will turn away and withdraw from it. It was from his observation of this fact that Androcytes borrowed the radish as his antidote for drunkenness, recommending it to be eaten on such occasions. The vine, too, abhors all colloworts and garden herbs, and the hazel as well. Indeed, it will become weak and ailing if they are not removed to a distance from it. Niter, alum, warm seawater, and the shells of beans and fitches act as poisons on the vine. Chapter 38. Prodigies connected with trees. Among the maladies which affect the various trees, we may find room for portentous prodigies also. For we find some trees that have never had a leaf upon them, a vine and a pomegranate bearing fruit adhering to the trunk, and not upon the shoots or branches; a vine too that bore grapes but had no leaves; and olives that have lost their leaves while the fruit remained upon the tree. There are some marvels also connected with trees that are owing to accident. An olive that was completely burnt has been known to revive, and in Boeotia some fig trees that had been quite eaten away by locusts budded afresh. Trees, too, sometimes change their color, and turn from black to white. This, however, must not always be looked upon as portentous, and more particularly in the case of those which are grown from seed. The white poplar, too, often becomes black. Some persons are of opinion also that the service tree, if transplanted to a warmer locality, will become barren. But it is a prodigy, no doubt, when sweet fruits become sour, or sour fruits sweet, and when the wild fig becomes changed into the cultivated one, or vice versa. It is sadly portentous too when the tree becomes deteriorated by the change, and the cultivated olive changing into the wild, and the white grape or fig becoming black. Such was the case also when, upon the arrival of Xerxes there, a plane tree at Laodice was transformed into an olive tree. In such narratives as these, the book written in Greek by Aristander abounds, not to enter any further on so extended a subject. And we have in Latin the commentaries of C. Epidius, in which we find it stated that trees have even been known to speak. In the territory of Cumae, a tree, and a very ominous presage it was, sank into the earth shortly before the civil wars of Pompeius Magnus began, leaving only a few of the branches protruding from the ground. The Sibylline books were accordingly consulted, and it was found that a war of extermination was impending, which would be attended with greater carnage the nearer it should approach the city of Rome. Another kind of prodigy, too, is the springing up of a tree in some extraordinary and unusual place, the head of a statue, for instance, or an altar, or upon another tree even. A fig tree shot forth from a laurel at Cyzicus, just before the siege of that city, and so in like manner at Tralles. A palm issued from the pedestal of the statue of the dictator Caesar at the period of his civil wars. So too at Rome, in the Capitol there, in the time of the wars against Perseus, a palm tree grew from the head of the statue of Jupiter, a presage of impending victory and triumphs. This palm, however, having been destroyed by a tempest, a fig tree sprang up in the very same place, at the period of the lustration made by the censors M. Messala and C. Cassius, a time at which, according to Piso, an author of high authority, all sense of shame had been utterly banished. Above all the prodigies, however, that have ever been heard of, we ought to place the one that was seen in our own time, at the period of the fall of the Emperor Nero, in the territory of Maricunum, a plantation of olives, belonging to Vectius Marcellus, one of the principal members of the equestrian order, bodily crossed the public highway, while the fields that lay on the opposite side of the road passed over to supply the place which had been thus vacated by the olive yard. Chapter 30. Treatment of the diseases of trees. Having set forth the various maladies by which trees are attacked, it seems only proper to mention the most appropriate remedies as well. Some of these remedies may be applied to all kinds of trees in common, while others again are peculiar to some only. The methods that are common to them all are bearing the roots, or molding them up, thus admitting the air or keeping it away, as the case may be; Giving them water or depriving them of it, refreshing them with the nutritious juices of manure, and lightening them of their burdens by pruning. The operation too of bleeding, as it were, is performed upon them by withdrawing their juices, and the bark is scraped all round to improve them. In the vine the stock branches are sometimes lengthened out, and at other times repressed. The buds too are smoothed, and in a measure polished up, in case the cold weather has made them rough and scaly. These remedies are better suited to some kinds of trees, and less so to others. Thus the cypress, for instance, has a dislike to water, and manifests an aversion to manure. Spading round it, pruning, and indeed remedial operations of every kind. Nay, what is more, it is killed by irrigation, while on the other hand the vine and the pomegranate receive their principal nutriment from it. In the fig, again, the tree is nourished by watering, while the very same thing will make the fruit pine and die. The almond, too, if the ground is spaded about it, will lose its blossom. In the same way, too, there must be no digging about the roots of trees when newly grafted, or indeed until such time as they are sufficiently strong to bear. Many trees require that all superfluous burdens should be pruned away from them, just as we ourselves cut the nails and hair. Old trees are often cut down to the ground, and then shoot up again from one of the suckers. This, however, is not the case with all of them, but only those the nature of which, as we have already stated, will admit of it. End of Section 16. Recording by Abe Neiman.
Section 17 of The Natural History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary J. The Natural History, Volume 4 by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 17. Chapters 40 through 47. Chapter 40. Methods of Irrigation. Watering is good for trees during the heats of summer, but injurious in winter. The effects of it are of a varied nature in autumn, and depend upon the peculiar nature of the soil. Thus, in Spain, for instance, the vintager gathers the grapes while the ground beneath is under water. On the other hand, in most parts of the world it is absolutely necessary to carry off the autumn rains by draining. It is about the rising of the dog star that irrigation is so particularly beneficial. But, even then, it ought not to be in excess, as the roots are apt to become inebriated and to receive injury therefrom. Care should be taken, too, to proportion it to the age of the tree, young trees being not so thirsty as older ones. Those, too, which require the most water are the ones that have been the most used to it. On the other hand, plants which grow in a dry soil require no more moisture than is absolutely necessary to their existence. Chapter 41. Remarkable Facts Connected with Irrigation. In the Fabian district, which belongs to the territory of Sulmo in Italy, where they are in the habit also of irrigating the fields, the natural harshness of the winds makes it necessary to water the vineyards. It is a very singular thing, too, that the water there kills all the weeds, while at the same time it nourishes the corn, thus acting in place of the weeding hook. In the same district, too, at the winter solstice, and more particularly when the snow is on the ground or frosts prevail, they irrigate the land, a process which they call warming the soil. This peculiarity, however, exists in the water of one river only, the cold of which in summer is almost insupportable. Chapter 42. Incisions made in trees. The proper remedies for charcoal blight and mildew will be pointed out in the succeeding book. In the meantime, however, we may here observe that among the remedies may be placed that by scarification. When the bark becomes meager and impoverished by disease, it is apt to shrink, and so compress the vital parts of the tree to an excessive degree, upon which, by means of a sharp pruning knife, held with both hands, incisions are made perpendicularly down the tree, and a sort of looseness, as it were, imparted to the skin. It is a proof that the method has been adopted with success, when the fissures so remain open and become filled with wood of the trunk growing between the lips. Chapter 43. Other remedies for the diseases of trees. The medical treatment of trees in a great degree resembles that of man, seeing that in certain cases the bones of them both are perforated even. The bitter almond will become sweet if, after spading round the trunk and cleaning it, the lowermost part of it is pierced all round, so that the humours may have a passage for escape and ensure being removed. In the elm, too, the superfluous juices are drawn off, by piercing the tree above ground to the pith when it is old, or when it is found to suffer from an excess of nutriment. So, too, when the bark of the fig is turgid and swollen, the confined juices are discharged by means of light incisions made in a slanting direction, by the adoption of which method the fruit is prevented from falling off. When fruit trees bud but bear no fruit, a fissure is made in the root, and a stone inserted, the result of which is that they become productive. The same is done also with the almond, a wedge of robur being employed for the purpose. For the pear and the service tree a wedge of torchwood is used, and then covered over with ashes and earth. It is even found of use, too, to make circular incisions around the roots of the vine and fig, when the vegetation is too luxuriant, and then to throw ashes over the roots. A late crop of figs is ensured, if the first fruit is taken off when green and little larger than a bean, for it is immediately succeeded by fresh, which ripens at a later period than usual. If the tops of each branch are removed from the fig, just as it is beginning to put forth leaves, its strength and productiveness are greatly increased. As to caprification, the effect of that is to ripen the fruit. Chapter 44. Caprification, and particulars connected with the fig. It is beyond all doubt that in caprification the green fruit gives birth to a kind of gnat, for when they have taken flight there are no seeds to be found within the fruit. From this it would appear that the seeds have been transformed into these gnats. Indeed, these insects are so eager to take their flight that they mostly leave behind them either a leg or a part of a wing on their departure. There is another species of gnat, too, that grows in the fig, which in its indolence and malignity strongly resembles the drone of the beehive, and shows itself a deadly enemy to the one that is of real utility. It is called centrina, and in killing the others it meets its own death. Moths, too, attack the seeds of the fig. The best plan of getting rid of them is to bury a slip of mastic, turned upside down, in the same trench. The fig, too, is rendered extremely productive by soaking red earth in amuria, and laying it, with some manure, upon the roots of the tree, just as it is beginning to throw out leaves. Among the wild figs, the black ones, and those which grow in rocky places, are the most esteemed, from the fact of the fruit containing the most seed. Caprification takes place most advantageously just after rain. Chapter 45. Errors that may be committed in pruning. But, before everything, especial care should be taken that intended remedies are not productive of ill results, as these may arise from either remedial measures being applied in excess, or at unseasonable times. Clearing away the branches is of the greatest benefit to trees, but to slaughter them this way every year is productive of the very worst results. The vine is the only tree that requires lopping every year, the myrtle, the pomegranate, and olive every other. The reason being that these trees shoot with great rapidity. The other trees are lopped less frequently, and none of them in autumn. The trunk, even, is never scraped except in spring. In pruning a tree, all that is removed beyond what is absolutely necessary is so much withdrawn from its vitality. Chapter 46. The proper mode of manuring trees. The same precautions, too, are to be regarded in manuring. Though manure is grateful to the tree, still it is necessary to be careful not to apply it while the sun is hot, or while it is too new, or more stimulating than is absolutely necessary. The dung of swine will burn up the vine, if used at shorter intervals than those of 5 years, unless indeed it is mixed with water. The same is the case too with the refuse of the currier's workshop, unless it is well diluted with water. Manure will scorch also if laid on too plentifully. It is generally considered the proper proportion to use 3 modi to every 10 feet square. This, however, the nature of the soil must decide. Chapter 47. Medicaments for trees. Wounds and incisions of trees are treated also with pigeon dung and swine manure. If pomegranates are acid, the roots of the tree are cleared, and the swine's dung is applied to them. The result is that in the first year the fruit will have a vinous flavor, but in the succeeding one it will be sweet. Some persons are of opinion that the pomegranate should be watered 4 times a year with a mixture of human urine and water, at the rate of an amphora to each tree, or else that the extremities of the branches should be sprinkled with silphium steeped in wine. The stalk of the pomegranate should be twisted if it is found to split well on the tree. The fig, too, should be drenched with the amuria of olives, and other trees, when they are ailing, with lees of wine, or else lupins may be sown about the roots. The water, too, of a decoction of lupins is beneficial to the fruit, if poured upon the roots of the tree. When it thunders at the time of the Vulcanalia, the figs fall off, the only remedy for which is to have the area beneath ready covered with barley straw. Lime applied to the roots of the tree makes cherries come sooner to maturity, and ripen more rapidly. The best plan, too, with the cherry, as with all other kinds, is to thin the fruit, so that that which is left behind may grow all the larger. There are some trees, again, which thrive all the better for being maltreated, or else are stimulated by pungent substances. The palm and the mastic, for instance, which derive nutriment from salt water. Ashes have the same virtues as salt, only in a more modified degree, for which reason it is that fig trees are sprinkled with them, as also with rue, to keep away worms and to prevent the roots from rotting. What is still more even, it is recommended to throw salt water on the roots of vines, if they are too full of humours, and if the fruit falls off, to sprinkle them with ashes and vinegar, or with sandarac if the grapes are rotting. If, again, a vine is not productive, it should be sprinkled and rubbed with strong vinegar and ashes, and if the grapes, instead of ripening, dry and shrivel up, the vine should be lopped near the roots, and the wound and fibres drenched with strong vinegar and stale urine, after which the roots should be covered up with mud and annealed with these liquids, and the ground spaded repeatedly. As to the olive, if it gives promise of but little fruit, the roots should be bared, and left exposed to the winter cold, a mode of treatment for which it is all the better. All these operations depend each year upon the state of the weather, and require to be sometimes retarded, and at other times precipitated. The very element of fire even has its own utility, in the case of the reed, for instance, which, after the reed bed has been burnt, will spring up all the thicker and more pliable. Cato, too, gives receipts for certain medicaments, specifying the proportions as well. For the roots of the large trees he prescribes an amphora, and for those of the smaller ones an urna of amuria of olives, mixed with water in equal proportions, recommending the roots to be cleared and the mixture to be gradually poured upon them. In addition to this, in the case of the olive and the fig, he recommends that a layer of straw should be first placed around them. In the fig, too, more particularly, he says that in spring the roots should be well molded up, the result of which is that the fruit will not fall off while green, and the tree will be all the more productive, and not affected with the roughness of the bark. In the same way, too, to prevent the vine fretter from attacking the tree, he recommends that 2 kangi of amuria of olives should be boiled down to the consistency of honey, after which it must be boiled again with 1/3 part of the bitumen, and 1/4 of sulphur. And this should be done, he says, in the open air, for fear of its igniting if prepared indoors. With this mixture the vine is to be anointed at the ends of the branches and at the axils, after which no more fretters will be seen. Some persons are content to make a fumigation with this mixture while the wind is blowing toward the vine, for 3 days in succession. Many persons again attribute no less utility and nutritious virtue to urine than Cato does to amuria. Only they add to it an equal proportion of water, it being injurious if employed by itself. Some give the name of voluere to an insect which eats away the young grapes. To prevent this, they rub the pruning knife, every time it is sharpened, upon a beaver skin, and then prune the tree with it. It is recommended also that after the pruning the knife should be well rubbed with the blood of a bear. Ants, too, are a great pest to trees. They are kept away, however, by smearing the trunk with red earth and tar. If a fish, too, is hung up in the vicinity of the tree, these insects will collect in that one spot. Another method, again, is to pound lupins in oil, and anoint the roots with the mixture. Many people kill both ants as well as moles with amuria, and preserve apples from caterpillars as well as from rotting, by touching the top of the tree with the gall of a green lizard. Another method, too, of preventing caterpillars is to make a woman with her monthly courses on her go round each tree barefooted and ungirt. Again, for the purpose of preventing animals from doing mischief by browsing upon the leaves, they should be sprinkled with cow dung each time after rain, the showers having the effect of washing away the virtues of this application. The industry of man has really made some very wonderful discoveries, and, indeed, has gone so far as to lead many persons to believe that hailstorms may be averted by means of a certain charm, the words of which I really could not venture seriously to transcribe, although we find that Cato has given those which are employed as a charm for sprained limbs, employing splints of reed in conjunction with it. The same author, too, has allowed of consecrated trees and groves being cut down after a sacrifice has first been offered. The form of prayer and the rest of the proceedings, will be found fully set forth in the same work of his. Summary. Remarkable facts, narratives, and observations, 880. Roman authors quoted: Cornelius Nepos, Cato the Censor, M. Varro, Celsus, Virgil, Hyginus, Caserna, father and son, Scroffa, Calpurnius Bassus, Trogus, Aemilius Macer, Gracinus, Columella, Atticus Julius, Fabianus, Mamilius Sura, Ducenus Mundus, C. Apicius, L. Piso. Foreign authors quoted: Hesiod, Theophrastus, Aristotle, Democritus, Theopompus, King Hiero, King Attalus, Philometor, King Archelaus, Archytas, Xenophon, Amphilochus of Athens, Anaxagoras of Thasos, Apollodorus of Lemnos, Aristophanes of Miletus, Antigonus of Cyme, Agathocles of Chios, Apollonius of Pergamus, Bacchius of Miletus, Bion of Soli, Carius of Athens, Charistus of Athens, Diodorus of Priene, Dion of Colophon, Epigenes of Rhodes, Euagon of Thasos, Euphronius of Athens, Androtion, who wrote on agriculture, Escrion, who wrote on agriculture, Lysimachus, who wrote on agriculture, Dionysius, who translated Mago, Diophanes, who made an epitome of Dionysius, Aristander, who wrote on portents. End of section 17.
Section 18 of the Natural History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Natural History, Volume 4, by Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 18, Book 18, Chapter 1. Taste of the Ancients for Agriculture. We now pass on to the natural history of the various grains, of the garden plants and flowers, and indeed of all the other productions, with the exception of the trees and shrubs, which the earth, in her bounteousness, affords us. A boundless field for contemplation, if even we regard the herbs alone, when we take into consideration the varieties of them, their numbers, the flowers they produce, their odors, their colors, their juices, and the numerous properties they possess, all of which have been engendered by her with a view to either the preservation or the gratification of the human race. On entering, however, upon this branch of my subject, it is my wish, in the first place, to plead the cause of the earth, and to act as the advocate of her, who is the common parent of all, although in the earlier part of this work I have already had occasion to speak in her defence. For my subject matter, as I proceed in the fulfilment of my task, will now lead me to consider her in the light of being the producer of various noxious substances as well, in consequence of which it is that we are in the habit of charging her with our crimes, and imputing to her a guilt that is our own. She has produced poisons, it is true, but who is it but the man that has found them out? For the birds of the air and the beasts of the field, it is sufficient to be on their guard against them, and to keep at a distance from them. The elephant, we find, and the urus know how to sharpen and renovate their teeth against the trunks of trees, and the rhinoceros against rocks. Wild boars, again, point their tusks like so many poniards by the aid of both rocks and trees, and all animals, in fact, are aware how to prepare themselves for the infliction of injury upon others. But still, which is there among them all, with the exception of man, that dips his weapons in poison? As for ourselves, we envenom the point of the arrow, and we contrive to add to the destructive powers of iron itself. By the aid of poisons we taint the waters of the stream, and we infect the various elements of nature. Indeed, the very air even, which is the main support of life, we turn into a medium for the destruction of life. And it is not that we are to suppose that animals are ignorant of these means of defense, for we have already had occasion to point out the preparations which they make against the attacks of the serpent, and the methods they devise for effecting a cure when wounded by it. And yet among them all there is not one that fights by the aid of the poison that belongs to another, with the sole exception of man. Let us then candidly confess our guilt, we who are not contented even with the poisons as nature has produced them, for by far the greater portion of them, in fact, are artificially prepared by the human hand. And then, besides, is it not the fact that there are many men the very existence of whom is a baneful poison, as it were? Like that of the serpent, they dart their livid tongue, and the venom of their disposition corrodes every object upon which it concentrates itself. Ever vilifying and maligning, like the ill-omened birds of the night, they disturb the repose of that darkness which is so peculiarly their own, and break in upon the quiet of the night, even by their moans and wailings, the only sounds they are ever heard to emit. Like animals of inauspicious presage, they only cross her path to prevent us from employing our energies or becoming useful to our fellow men, and the only enjoyment that is sought by their abominable aspirations is centred in their universal hatred of mankind. Still, however, even in this respect, nature has asserted her majestic sway. For how much more numerous are the good and estimable characters which she has produced! Just in the same proportion that we find her giving birth to productions which are at once both salutary and nutritious to man. It is in our high esteem for men such as these, and the commendations they bestow, that we shall be content to leave the others, like so many brakes and brambles, to the devouring flames of their own bad passions, and to persist in promoting the welfare of the human race, and this with all the more energy and perseverance, from the circumstance that it has been our object throughout rather to produce a work of lasting utility than to ensure ourselves a widely spread renown. We have only to speak, it is true, of the fields and of rustic operations, but still it is upon these that the enjoyment of life so materially depends, and that the ancients conferred the very highest rank in their honours and commendations. Chapter 2. When the first wreaths of corn were used at Rome. Romulus was the first to establish the Arval priesthood at Rome. This order consisted of the 11 sons of Acca Laurentia, his nurse, together with Romulus himself, who assumed the appellation of the 12th of the brotherhood. Upon this priesthood he bestowed, as being the most august distinction that he could confer upon it, a wreath of ears of corn, tied together with a white fillet, and this, in fact, was the first chaplet that was ever used at Rome. This dignity is only ended with life itself, and whether in exile or in captivity, it always attends its owner. In those early days, 2 jugera of land were considered enough for a citizen of Rome, and to none was a larger portion than this allotted. And yet, at the present day, men who but lately were the slaves of the Emperor Nero have been hardly content with pleasure gardens that occupy the same space as this, while they must have fish-ponds, forsooth, of still greater extent, and in some instances, I might add, perhaps, kitchens even as well. Numa first established the custom of offering corn to the gods, and of propitiating them with the salted cake. He was the first, too, as we learn from Hemina, to parch spelt, from the fact that, when in this state, it is more wholesome as an aliment. This method, however, he could only establish one way, by making an enactment, to the effect that spelt is not in a pure state for offering, except when parched. He it was, too, who instituted the fornicalia, festivals appropriated for the parching of corn, and others observed with equal solemnity for the erection and preservation of the termini or boundaries of the field. For these termini, in those days, they particularly regarded as gods, while to other divinities they gave the names of Seia, from sero, to sow, and of Segesta, from the Segides, or crops of standing corn, the statues of which goddesses we still see erected in the circus. A third divinity it is forbidden by the rules of our religion to name even beneath a roof. In former days, too, they would not so much as taste the corn when newly cut, nor yet wine when just made, before the priests had made a libation of the first fruits. Chapter 3. The Eugerum of Land. That portion of land used to be known as a Eugerum, which was capable of being ploughed by a single jugum, or yoke of oxen, in one day; an actus being as much as the oxen could plough at a single spell, fairly estimated, without stopping. This last was 120 feet in length, and 2 in length made a Eugerum. The most considerable recompense that could be bestowed upon generals and valiant citizens was the utmost extent of land around which a person could trace a furrow with the plough in a single day. The whole population, too, used to contribute a quarter of a sextarius of spelt, or else half a one per head. From agriculture the earliest surnames were derived. Thus, for instance, the name of Pilumnus was given to him who invented the pilum, or pestle of the bakehouse, for pounding corn. That of Piso was derived from piso, to grind corn, and those of Fabius, Lentulus, and Cicero from the several varieties of leguminous plants, in the cultivation of which, respectively, these individuals excelled. One individual of the family of the Junii received the name of Bubulcus, from the skill he displayed in breeding oxen. Among the sacred ceremonials, too, there was nothing that was held more holy than the marriage by confariation, and the woman just married used to present a cake made of spelt. Careless cultivation of the land was, in those times, an offence that came under the cognizance of the censors, and, as we learn from Cato, when it was said that such and such a man was a good agriculturist or a good husbandman, it was looked upon as the very highest compliment that could be paid him. A man came to be called locuples, or rich, from being loci plenus, or full of earth. Money, too, received its name of pecunia from pecus, cattle. At the present day even, in the registers of the censors, we find set down under the head of pasqua, or pasture lands, everything from which the public revenues are derived, from the fact that, for a long period of time, pasture lands were the only sources of the public revenue. Fines, too, were only imposed in the shape of paying so many sheep or so many oxen, and the benevolent spirit of the ancient laws deserves remark, which most considerately enjoin that the magistrate, when he inflicted a penalty, should never impose a fine of an ox before having first condemned the same party to the payment of a sheep. Those who celebrated the public games in honor of the ox received the name of Bubetii. King Servius was the first who impressed upon our copper coin the figures of sheep and oxen. To depasture cattle secretly by night upon the unripe crops on plough lands, or to cut them in that state, was made, by the 12 tables, a capital offence in the case of an adult, and it was enacted that the person guilty of it should be hanged, in order to make due reparation to the goddess Ceres, a punishment more severe even than that inflicted for murder. If, on the other hand, the offender was not an adult, he was beaten at the discretion of the praetor. A penalty, double the amount of the damage, was also exacted. The various ranks, too, and distinctions in the state had no other origin than the pursuits of agriculture. The rural tribes held the foremost rank, and were composed of those who possessed lands, while those of the city, a place to which it was looked upon as ignominious to be transferred, had the discredit thrown upon them of being an indolent race. Hence it was that these last were only 4 in number, and received their names from the several parts of the city which they respectively inhabited, being the Suburban, the Palatine, Colline, and Esquiline tribes. Every 9th day the rural tribes used to visit the city for the purpose of marketing, and it was for this reason that it was made illegal to hold the comitia upon the Nundinae, the object being that the country people might not be called away thereby from the transaction of their business. In those days repose and sleep were enjoyed upon straw. Even to glory itself, in compliment to corn, the name was given of adoria. For my own part, I greatly admire the modes of expression employed in our ancient language. Thus, for instance, we read in the commentaries of the priesthood to the following effect: for deriving an augury from the sacrifice of a bitch, a day should be set apart before the ear of corn appears from out of the sheath, and then again before it enters the sheath. Chapter 4. How often and on what occasions corn has sold at a remarkably low price. The consequence was that, when the Roman manners were such as these, the corn that Italy produced was sufficient for its wants, and it had to be indebted to no province for its food. And not only this, but the price of provisions was incredibly cheap. Manius Marcius, the aedile of the people, was the first who gave corn to the people at the price of 1 as for the modius. Lucius Minutius Augerinus, the same who detected, when 11th tribune of the people, the projects of Spurius Melius, reduced the price of corn on 3 market days to 1 as per modius, for which reason a statue was erected in honor of him by public subscription without the Trigeminian gate. Titus Seius distributed corn to the people, in his aedileship, at 1 as per modius, in remembrance of which statues were erected in honor of him also in the Capitol and the Palatium. On the day of his funeral he was borne to the pile on the shoulders of the Roman people. In the year, too, in which the mother of the gods was brought to Rome, the harvest of that summer, it is said, was more abundant than it had been for 10 years before. Marcus Varro informs us that in the year in which Lucius Metellus exhibited so many elephants in his triumphal procession, a modius of spelt was sold for 1 as, which was the standard price also of a congius of wine, 30 pounds weight of dried figs, 10 pounds of olive oil, and 12 pounds of flesh meat. Nor did this cheapness originate in the wide-spread domains of individuals encroaching continually upon their neighbours, for by a law proposed by Licinius Stolo, the landed property of each individual was limited to 500 jugra, and he himself was convicted under his own law of being the owner of more than that amount, having as a disguise prevailed upon his son to lend him his name. Such were the prices of commodities at a time when the fortunes of the Republic were rapidly on the increase. The words, too, that were uttered by Manius Curius after his triumphs and the addition of an immense extent of territory to the Roman sway are well known. The man must be looked upon, said he, as a dangerous citizen, for whom 7 jugra of land are not enough. Such being the amount of land that had been allotted to the people after the expulsion of the kings. What then was the cause of a fertility so remarkable as this? The fact, we have every reason to believe, that in those days the lands were tilled by the hands of generals even, the soil exulting beneath a ploughshare crowned with wreaths of laurel, and guided by a husbandman graced with triumphs. Whether it is that they tended the seed with the same care that they had displayed in the conduct of wars, and manifested the same diligent attention in the management of their fields that they had done in the arrangement of the camp, or whether it is that under the hands of honest men everything prospers all the better from being attended to with a scrupulous exactness. The honours awarded to Serranus found him engaged in sowing his fields, a circumstance to which he owes his surname. Cincinnatus was ploughing his 4 jugra of land upon the Vaticanian hill, the same that are still known as the Quintian meadows, when the messenger brought him the dictatorship, finding him, the tradition says, stripped to the work, and his very face begrimed with dust. "Put on your clothes," said he, "that I may deliver to you the mandates of the Senate and people of Rome." In those days these messengers bore the name of viator, or wayfarer, from the circumstance that their usual employment was to fetch the senators and generals from their fields. But at the present day these same lands are tilled by slaves, whose legs are in chains, by the hands of malefactors and men with a branded face. And yet the earth is not deaf to our adjurations when we address her by the name of parent, and say that she receives our homage in being tilled by hands such as these. As though, forsooth, we ought not to believe that she is reluctant and indignant at being tended in such a manner as this. Indeed, ought we to feel any surprise were the recompense she gives us when worked by chastised slaves not the same that she used to bestow upon the labours of warriors? Chapter 5. Illustrious Men who have written upon Agriculture. Hence it was that to give precepts upon agriculture became one of the principal occupations among men of the highest rank, and that in foreign nations even. For among those who have written on this subject we find the names of kings even, Hero, for instance, Attalus Philometor, and Archelaus, as well as of generals, Xenophon, for example, and Mago the Carthaginian. Indeed, to this last writer did the Roman Senate award such high honours, that, after the capture of Carthage, when it bestowed the libraries of that city upon the petty kings of Africa, it gave orders, in his case only, that his 32 books should be translated into the Latin language, and this although Marcus Cato had already compiled his book of precepts. It took every care also to entrust the execution of this task to men who were well versed in the Carthaginian tongue, among whom was preeminent Decimus Silanus, a member of one of the most illustrious families of Rome. I have already indicated, at the commencement of this work, the numerous learned authors and writers in verse, together with other illustrious men whose authority it is my intention to follow. But among the number I may here more particularly distinguish Marcus Varro, who, at the advanced age of 88 years, thought it his duty to publish a treatise upon this subject. Among the Romans the cultivation of the vine was introduced at a comparatively recent period, and at first, as indeed they were obliged to do, they paid their sole attention to the culture of the fields. The various methods of cultivating the land will now be our subject, and they shall be treated of by us in no ordinary or superficial manner, but in the same spirit in which we have hitherto written. Enquiry shall be made with every care, first into the usages of ancient days, and then into the discoveries of more recent times, our attention being devoted alike to the primary causes of these operations and the reasons upon which they are respectively based. We shall make mention, too, of the various constellations, and of the several indications which, beyond all doubt, they afford to the earth, and the more so from the fact that those writers who have hitherto treated of them with any degree of exactness seem to have written their works for the use of any class of men but the agriculturist. Chapter 6. Points to be observed in buying land. First of all, then, I shall proceed in a great measure according to the dicta of the oracles of agriculture, for there is no branch of practical life in which we find them more numerous or more unerring. And why should we not view in the light of oracles those precepts which have been tested by the infallibility of time and the truthfulness of experience? To make a beginning then with Cato. The agricultural population, says he, produces the bravest men, the most valiant soldiers, and a class of citizens the least given of all to evil designs. Do not be too eager in buying a farm. In rural operations never be sparing of your trouble, and above all when you are purchasing land. A bad bargain is always a ground for repentance. Those who are about to purchase land should always have an eye more particularly to the water there, the roads, and the neighbourhood. Each of these points is susceptible of a very extended explanation, and replete with undoubted truths. Cato recommends, too, that an eye should be given to the people in the neighborhood, to see how they look, for where the land is good, says he, the people will look well-conditioned and healthy. Attilius Regulus, the same who was twice consul in the Punic War, used to say that a person should neither buy an unhealthy piece of land in the most fertile locality, nor yet the very healthiest spot in a barren country. The salubrity of land, however, is not always to be judged of from the looks of the inhabitants, for those who are well seasoned are able to withstand the effects of living in pestilent localities even. And then, besides, there are some localities that are healthy during certain periods of the year only, though in reality there is no soil that can be looked upon as really valuable that is not healthy all the year through. That is sure to be bad land against which its owner has a continual struggle. Cato recommends us before everything to see that the land which we are about to purchase not only excels in the advantages of locality, as already stated, but is really good of itself. We should see, too, he says, that there is an abundance of manual labor in the neighborhood, as well as a thriving town, that there are either rivers or roads to facilitate the carriage of the produce, that the buildings upon the land are substantially erected, and that the land itself bears every mark of having been carefully tilled, a point upon which I find that many persons are greatly mistaken, as they are apt to imagine that the negligence of the previous owner is greatly to the purchaser's advantage, while the fact is that there is nothing more expensive than the cultivation of a neglected soil. For this reason it is that Cato says that it is best to buy land of a careful proprietor, and that the methods adopted by others ought not to be hastily rejected, that it is the same with land as with mankind. However great the proceeds, if at the same time it is lavish and extravagant, there will be no great profits left. Cato looks upon a vineyard as the most profitable investment, and he is far from wrong in that opinion, seeing that he takes such particular care to retrench all superfluous expenses. In the second rank he places gardens that have a good supply of water, and with good reason too, supposing always that they are near a town. The ancients gave to meadowlands the name of parata, or lands always ready. Cato being asked on one occasion what was the most certain source of profit, good pasture land was his answer, upon which enquiry was made what was the next best. Pretty good pasture lands, said he, the amount of all which is, that he looked upon that as the most certain source of income which stands in need of the smallest outlay. This, however, will naturally vary in degree, according to the nature of the respective localities, and the same is the case with the maxim to which he gives utterance, that a good agriculturist must be fond of selling. The same, too, with his remark, that in his youth a landowner should begin to plant without delay, but that he ought not to build until the land is fully brought into cultivation, and then only a little at a time, and that the best plan is, as the common proverb has it, to profit by the folly of others, taking due care, however, that the keeping up of a farmhouse does not entail too much expense. Still, however, those persons are guilty of no falsehood who are in the habit of saying that a proprietor who is well housed comes all the oftener to his fields, and that the master's forehead is of more use than his back. Chapter 7. The proper arrangements for a farmhouse. The proper plan to be pursued is this. The farmhouse must not be unsuitable for the farm, nor the farm for the house, and we must be on our guard against following the examples of Lucius Lucullus and Quintus Scaevola, who, though living in the same age, fell into the two opposite extremes. For whereas the farmhouse of Scaevola was not large enough for the produce of his farm, the farm of Lucullus was not sufficiently large for the house he built upon it, an error which gave occasion to the reproof of the censors, that on his farm there was less of ground for ploughing than of floor for sweeping. The proper arrangements for a farmhouse are not to be made without a certain degree of skill. Gaius Marius, who was 7 times consul, was the last person who had one built at Misenum, but he erected it with such a degree of that artistic skill which he had displayed in Castrameterium, that Sylla Felix even made the remark that in comparison with Marius all the others had been no better than blind. It is generally agreed that a farmhouse ought neither to be built near a marsh nor with a river in front of it, for, as Homer has remarked, with the greatest correctness, unwholesome vapours are always exhaled from rivers before the rising of the sun. In hot localities a farmhouse should have a northern aspect, but where it is cold it should look towards the south. Where, on the other hand, the site is temperate, the house should look due east. Although, when speaking of the best kinds of soil, I may seem to have sufficiently discussed the characteristics by which it may be known, I shall take the present opportunity of adding a few more indications, employing the words of Cato more particularly for the purpose. The dwarf elder, says he, the wild plum, the bramble, the small bulb, trefoil, meadowgrass, the quercus, and the wild pear and wild apple are all of them indicative of a corn land. The same is the case, too, where the land is black or of an ashy color. All chalky soils are scorching, unless they are very thin. The same, too, with sand, unless it is remarkably fine. These remarks, however, are more applicable to champaign localities than declivities. The ancients were of opinion that before everything moderation should be observed in the extent of a farm, for it was a favourite maxim of theirs, that we ought to sow the less and plough the more. Such, too, I find, was the opinion entertained by Virgil, and indeed, if we must confess the truth, it is the widespread domains that have been the ruin of Italy, and soon will be that of the provinces as well. 6 proprietors were in possession of 1/2 of Africa, at the period when the Emperor Nero had them put to death. With that greatness of mind which was so peculiarly his own, and of which he ought not to lose the credit, Gnaeus Pompeius would never purchase the lands that belonged to a neighbour. Mago has stated it as his opinion that a person, on buying a farm, ought at once to sell his town-house, an opinion, however, which savours of too great rigidity, and is by no means conformable to the public good. It is with these words, indeed, that he begins his precepts, a good proof, at all events, that he looks upon the personal inspection of the owner as of primary importance. The next point which requires our care is to employ a farm steward of experience, and upon this, too, Cato has given many useful precepts. Still, however, it must suffice for me to say that the steward ought to be a man nearly as clever as his master, though without appearing to know it. It is the very worst plan of all to have land tilled by slaves let loose from the houses of correction, as indeed is the case with all work entrusted to men who live without hope. I may possibly appear guilty of some degree of rashness in making mention of a maxim of the ancients, which will very probably be looked upon as quite incredible, that nothing is so disadvantageous as to cultivate land in the highest style of perfection. Lucius Tarius Rufus, a man who, born in the very lowest ranks of life, by his military talents finally attained the consulship, and who, in other respects, adhered to the old-fashioned notions of thriftness, made away with about 100 millions of sesterces, which, by the liberality of the late Emperor Augustus, he had contrived to amass, in buying up lands in Picenum, and cultivating them in the highest style, his object being to gain a name thereby, the consequence of which was that his heir renounced the inheritance. Are you of opinion, then, that ruin and starvation must be the necessary consequence of such a course as this? Yes, by Hercules, and the very best plan of all is to let moderation guide our judgment in all things. To cultivate land well is absolutely necessary, but to cultivate it in the very highest style is mere extravagance, unless, indeed, the work is done by the hands of a man's own family, his tenants, or those whom he is obliged to keep at any rate. But besides this, even when the owner tills the land itself, there are some crops which it is really not worth the while to gather, if we only take into account the manual labor expended upon them. The olive, too, should never be too highly cultivated, nor must certain soils, it is said, be too carefully tilled, those of Sicily, for instance. Hence it is that newcomers there so often find themselves deceived. End of section 18. Section 19 of the Natural History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Natural History, Volume 4, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 19. Book 18. Chapter 8. Maxims of the Ancients on Agriculture. In what way, then, can land be most profitably cultivated? Why, in the words of our agricultural oracles, by making good out of bad. But here it is only right that we should say a word in justification of our forefathers, who, in their precepts on this subject, had nothing else in view but the benefit of mankind. For when they use the term bad here, they only mean to say that which costs the smallest amount of money. The principal object with them was, in all cases, to cut down expenses to the lowest possible sum, and it was in this spirit that they made the enactments which pronounced it criminal for a person who had enjoyed a triumph to be in possession, among his other furniture, of 10 pounds weight of silver plate, which permitted a man, upon the death of his farm steward, to abandon all his victories, and return to the cultivation of his lands, such being the men the culture of whose farms the state used to take upon itself. And thus, while they led our armies, did the Senate act as their steward. It was in the same spirit, too, that those oracles of ours have given utterance to these other precepts, to the effect that he is a bad agriculturist who has to buy what his farm might have supplied him with, that the man is a bad manager who does in the daytime what he might have done in the night, except, indeed, when the state of the weather does not allow it, that he is a worse manager still who does on a work-day what he might have done on a feast-day, but that he is the very worst of all who works under cover in fine weather instead of laboring in the fields. I cannot refrain from taking the present opportunity of quoting one illustration afforded us by ancient times, from which it will be found that it was the usage in those days to bring before the people even questions connected with the various methods employed in agriculture, and will be seen in what way men were accustomed to speak out in their own defense. Gaius Furius Cressimus, a freedman, having found himself able, from a very small piece of land, to raise far more abundant harvests than his neighbors could from the largest farms, became the object of very considerable jealousy among them, and was accordingly accused of enticing away the crops of others by the practice of sorcery. Upon this, a day was named by Spurius Calvinus, the curule aedile, for his appearance. Apprehensive of being condemned, when the question came to be put to the vote among the tribes, he had all his implements of husbandry brought into the forum, together with his farm servants, robust, well-conditioned, and well-clad people, Piso says. The iron tools were of first-rate quality, the mattocks were stout and strong, the ploughshares ponderous and substantial, and the oxen sleek and in prime condition. When all this had been done, "Here, Roman citizens," said he, "are my implements of magic, but it is impossible for me to exhibit to your view, or to bring into this forum, those midnight toils of mine, those early watchings, those sweats, and those fatigues." Upon this, by the unanimous voice of the people, he was immediately acquitted. Agriculture, in fact, depends upon the expenditure of labor and exertion, and hence it is that the ancients were in the habit of saying that it is the eye of the master that does more toward fertilizing a field than anything else. We shall give the rest of these precepts in their appropriate places, according as we find them adapted to each variety of cultivation. But in the meantime we must not omit some of a general nature, which here recur to our recollection, and more particularly that maxim of Cato, as profitable as it is humane: always act in such a way as to secure the love of your neighbours. He then proceeds to state his reasons for giving this advice, but it appears to me that no one surely can entertain the slightest doubt upon the subject. One of the very first recommendations that he gives is to take every care that the farm servants are kept in good condition. It is a maxim universally agreed upon in agriculture, that nothing must be done too late, and again, that everything must be done at its proper season. While there is a third precept, which reminds us that opportunities lost can never be regained. The malediction uttered by Cato against rotten ground has been treated of at some length already, but there is another precept which he is never tired of repeating: whatever can be done by the help of the ass will cost the least money. Fern will be sure to die at the end of a couple of years if you prevent it from putting forth leaves. The most efficient method of ensuring this is to beat the branches with a stick while they are in bud, for then the juices that drop from it will kill the roots. It is said, too, that fern will not spring up again if it is pulled up by the roots about the turn of the summer solstice, or if the stalks are cut with the edge of a reed, or if it is turned up with a ploughshare with a reed placed upon it. In the same way, too, we are told that reeds may be effectually ploughed up if care is taken to place a stalk of fern upon the share. A field infested with rushes should be turned up with the spade, or, if the locality is stony, with a two-pronged mattock. Overgrown shrubs are best removed by fire. Where ground is too moist, it is an advantageous plan to cut trenches in it and so drain it. Where the soil is cretaceous, these trenches should be left open, and where it is loose, they should be strengthened with a hedge to prevent them from falling in. When these drains are made on a declivity, they should have a layer of gutter tiles at the bottom, or else house tiles with the face upwards. In some cases, too, they should be covered with earth, and made to run into others of a larger size and wider. The bottom also should, if possible, have a coating of stones or of gravel. The openings, too, should be strengthened with 2 stones placed on either side, and another laid upon the top. Democritus has described a method of rooting up a forest by first macerating the flower of the lupin for 1 day in the juice of hemlock, and then watering the roots of the trees with it. Chapter 9. The different kinds of grain. As the field is now prepared, we shall proceed to speak of the nature of the various kinds of grain. We must premise, however, that there are 2 principal classes of grain: the cereals, comprising wheat and barley, and the legumina, such as the bean and the chickpea, for instance. The difference between these 2 classes is too well known to require any further description. Chapter 10. The history of the various kinds of grain. The cereals are divided again into the same number of varieties, according to the time of the year at which they are sown. The winter grains are those which are put in the ground about the setting of the Vergiliae, and they receive their nutriment throughout the winter, for instance, wheat, spelt, and barley. The summer grains are those which are sown in summer before the rising of the Vergiliae, such as millet, panic, sesame, horminum, and aereo, in accordance, however, with the usage of Italy only, for in Greece and Asia all the grains are sown just after the setting of the Vergiliae. There are some, again, that are sown at either season in Italy, and others at a third period, or, in other words, in the spring. Some authors give the name of spring grain to millet, panic, lentils, chickpea, and alica, while they call wheat, barley, beans, turnips, and rape sementive, or early sowing seeds. Certain species of wheat are only sown to make fodder for cattle, and are known by the name of farrago, or mixed grain. The same, too, with the leguminous plants, the vetch, for instance. The lupin, however, is grown in common as food for both cattle and man. All the leguminous plants, with the exception of the bean, have a single root, hard and tough, like wood, and destitute of numerous ramifications. The chickpea has the deepest root of all. Corn has numerous fibrous roots, but no ramifications. Barley makes its appearance above ground the 7th day after sowing. The leguminous plants on the 4th, or at the very latest the 7th. The bean from the 15th day to the 20th. Though in Egypt the leguminous plants appear as early as the 3rd day after they are sown. In barley, one extremity of the grain throws out the root, and the other the blade. This last flowers too before the other grain. In the cereals, in general, it is the thicker end of the seed that throws out the root, the thinner end the blossom, while in the other seeds both root and blossom issue from the same part. During the winter, corn is in the blade, but in the spring, winter corn throws out a tall stem. As for millet and panic, they grow with a jointed and grooved stalk, while sesame has a stem resembling that of fennel giant. The fruit of all these seeds is either contained in an ear, as in wheat and barley, for instance, and protected from the attacks of birds and small animals by a prickly beard bristling like so many palisads, or else it is enclosed in pods, as in the leguminous plants, or in capsules, as in sesame and the poppy. Millet and panic can only be said to belong to the grower and the small birds in common, as they have nothing but a thin membrane to cover them, without the slightest protection. Panic receives that name from the panicule or down that is to be seen upon it. The head of it droops languidly, and the stalk tapers gradually in thickness, being of almost the toughness and consistency of wood. The head is loaded with grain closely packed, there being a tuft upon the top, nearly a foot in length. In millet, the husks which embrace the grain bend downward with a wavy tuft upon the edge. There are several varieties of panic, the memos, for instance, the ears of which are in clusters with small edgings of down, the head of the plant being double. It is distinguished also according to the color, the white, for instance, the black, the red, and the purple even. Several kinds of bread are made from millet, but very little from panic. There is no grain known that weighs heavier than millet, and which swells more in baking. A modius of millet will yield 60 pounds weight of bread, and 3 sextarii steeped in water will make 1 modius of fermenty. A kind of millet has been introduced from India into Italy within the last 10 years, of a swarthy color, large grain, and a stalk like that of the reed. This stalk springs up to the height of 7 feet, and has tufts of a remarkable size, known by the name of phoebe. This is the most prolific of all the cereals, for from a single grain no less than 3 sextarii are produced. It requires, however, to be sown in a humid soil. Some kinds of corn begin to form the ear at the 3rd joint, and others at the 4th, though at its first formation the ear remains still concealed. Wheat, however, has 4 articulations, spelt 6, and barley 8. In the case of these last, the ear does not begin to form before the number of joints, as above mentioned, is complete. Within 4 or 5 days, at the very latest, after the ear has given signs of forming, the plant begins to flower, and in the course of as many days, or a little more, sheds its blossom. Barley blossoms at the end of 7 days at the very latest. Varro says that the grains are perfectly formed at the end of 4 times 9 days from their flowering, and are ready for cutting at the 9th month. The bean, again, first appears in leaf, and then throws out a stalk, which has no articulations upon it. The other leguminous plants have a tough, ligneous stalk, and some of them throw out branches, the chickpea, the fitch, and the lentil, for instance. In some of the leguminous plants, the pea, for example, the stem creeps along the ground, if care is not taken to support it by sticks. If this precaution is omitted, the quality is deteriorated. The bean and the lupin are the only ones among the leguminous plants that have a single stem. In all the others, the stem throws out branches, being of a ligneous nature, very thin, and in all cases hollow. Some of these plants throw out the leaves from the root, others at the top. Wheat, barley, and the vetch, all the plants, in fact, which produce straw, have a single leaf only at the summit. In barley, however, this leaf is rough, while in the others it is smooth. In the bean, again, the chickpea and the pea, the leaves are numerous and divided. In corn, the leaf is similar to that of the reed, while in the bean it is round, as also in a great proportion of the leguminous plants. In the ervilia and the pea, the leaf is long, in the kidney bean veined, and in sesame and ireo the color of blood. The lupin and the poppy are the only ones among these plants that lose their leaves. The leguminous plants remain a longer time in flower, the fitch and the chickpea more particularly, but the bean is in blossom the longest of them all, for the flower remains on it 40 days. Not, indeed, that each stalk retains its blossom for all that length of time, but, as the flower goes off in one, it comes on in another. In the bean, too, the crop is not ripe all at once, as is the case with corn, for the pods make their appearance at different times, at the lowest parts first, the blossom mounting upwards by degrees. When the blossom is off in corn, the stalk gradually thickens, and it ripens within 40 days at the most. The same is the case, too, with the bean, but the chickpea takes a much shorter time to ripen. Indeed, it is fit for gathering within 40 days from the time that it is sown. Millet, panic, sesame, and all the summer grains are ripe within 40 days after blossoming, with considerable variations, of course, in reference to soil and weather. Thus, in Egypt, we find barley cut at the end of 6 months, and wheat at the end of 7 from the time of sowing. In Hellas, again, barley is cut in the 7th month, and in Peloponnesus in the 8th, the wheat being got in at a still later period. Those grains which grow on a stalk of straw are enclosed in an envelope protected by a prickly beard, while in the bean and the leguminous plants in general they are enclosed in pods upon branches which shoot alternately from either side. The cereals are the best able to withstand the winter, but the leguminous plants afford the most substantial food. In wheat the grain has several coats, but in barley, more particularly, it is naked and exposed. The same, too, with arenaea, but most of all the oat. The stem is taller in wheat than it is in barley, but the ear is more bearded in the last. Wheat, barley, and winter wheat are threshed out. They are cleaned, too, for sowing, just as they are prepared for the mill, there being no necessity for parching them. Spelt, on the other hand, millet, and panic, cannot be cleaned without parching them. Hence it is that they are always sown raw and with the chaff on. Spelt is preserved in the husk, too, for sowing, and of course is not in such case parched by the action of fire. Chapter 11. Spelt. Of all these grains, barley is the lightest, its weight rarely exceeding 15 pounds to the modius, while that of the bean is 22. Spelt is much heavier than the barley, and wheat heavier than spelt. In Egypt they make a meal of olera, a third variety of corn that grows there. The Gauls have also a kind of spelt peculiar to that country. They give it the name of brace, while to us it is known as sandala. It has a grain of remarkable whiteness. Another difference, again, is the fact that it yields nearly 4 pounds more of bread to the modius than any other kind of spelt. Varius states that for 300 years the Romans made use of no other meal than that of corn. Chapter 12. Wheat. There are numerous kinds of wheat, which have received their names from the countries where they were first produced. For my part, however, I can compare no kind of wheat to that of Italy, either for whiteness or weight, qualities for which it is more particularly distinguished. Indeed, it is only with the produce of the more mountainous parts of Italy that the foreign wheats can be put in comparison. Among these, the wheat of Boeotia occupies the first rank, that of Sicily the second, and that of Africa the third. The wheats of Thrace, Syria, and more recently of Egypt, used to hold the third rank for weight, these facts having been ascertained through the medium of the athletes, whose powers of consumption, equal to those of beasts of burden, have established their gradations in weight, as already stated. Greece, too, held the Pontic wheat in high esteem, but this has not reached Italy as yet. Of all the varieties of grain, however, the Greeks gave the preference to the kinds called Dracontian, Strangia, and Selinusium, the chief characteristic of which is a stem of remarkable thickness. It was this, in the opinion of the Greeks, that marked them as the peculiar growth of a rich soil. On the other hand, they recommended for sowing in humid soils an extremely light and diminutive species of grain, with a remarkably thin stalk, known to them as speudias, and standing in need of an abundance of nutriment. Such, at all events, were the opinions generally entertained in the reign of Alexander the Great, at a time when Greece was at the height of her glory, and the most powerful country in the world. Still, however, nearly 144 years before the death of that prince, we find the poet Sophocles, in his tragedy of Triptolemus, praising the corn of Italy before all others. The passage, translated word for word, is to the following effect: "And favored Italy grows white with hoary wheat." And it is this whiteness that is still one of the peculiar merits of the Italian wheat, a circumstance which makes me the more surprised to find that none of the Greek writers of a later period have made any reference to it. Of the various kinds of wheat which are imported at the present day into Rome, the lightest in weight are those which come from Gaul and Chersonesus, for, upon weighing them, it will be found that they do not yield more than 20 pounds to the modius. The grain of Sardinia weighs half a pound more, and that of Alexandria 1/3 of a pound more than that of Sardinia. The Sicilian wheat is the same in weight as the Alexandrian. The Boeotian wheat, again, weighs a whole pound more than these last, and that of Africa 1 3/4 pounds. In Italy, beyond the Padus, the spelt, to my knowledge, weighs 25 pounds to the modius, and in the vicinity of Clusium 26. We find it a rule, universally established by nature, that in every kind of commissariat bread that is made, the bread exceeds the weight of the grain by 1/3. And in the same way it is generally considered that that is the best kind of wheat which, in kneading, will absorb 1 congius of water. There are some kinds of wheat which give, when used by themselves, an additional weight equal to this. The Balearic wheat, for instance, which to a modius of grain yields 35 pounds weight of bread. Others, again, will only give this additional weight by being mixed with other kinds, the Cyprian wheat and the Alexandrian, for example, which, if used by themselves, will yield no more than 20 pounds to the modius. The wheat of Cyprus is swarthy and produces a dark bread, for which reason it is generally mixed with the white wheat of Alexandria, the mixture yielding 25 pounds of bread to the modius of grain. The wheat of Thebes in Egypt, when made into bread, yields 26 pounds to the modius. To knead the meal with sea water, as is mostly done in the maritime districts, for the purpose of saving the salt, is extremely pernicious. There is nothing, in fact, that will more readily predispose the human body to disease. In Gaul and Spain, where they make a drink by steeping corn in the way that has been already described, they employ the foam which thickens upon the surface as a leaven. Hence it is that the bread in those countries is lighter than that made elsewhere. There are some differences also in the stem of wheat, for the better the kind, the thicker it is. In Thrace, the stem of the wheat is covered with several coats, which are rendered absolutely necessary by the excessive cold of those regions. It is the cold also that led to the discovery there of the 3 months' wheat, the ground being covered with snow most of the year. At the end mostly of 3 months after it has been sown, this wheat is ready for cutting, both in Thrace and in other parts of the world as well. This variety is well known, too, throughout all the Alpine range, and in the northern provinces there is no kind of wheat that is more prolific. It has a single stem only, is by no means of large size in any part of it, and is never sown but in a thin, light soil. There is a 2-month wheat also, found in the vicinity of Enos in Thrace, which ripens the 40th day after sowing, and yet it is a surprising fact that there is no kind of wheat that weighs heavier than this, while at the same time it produces no bran. Both Sicily and Achaia grow it in the mountainous districts of those countries, as also Euboea in the vicinity of Carystus. So greatly, then, is Columella in error in supposing that there is no distinct variety of 3-month wheat even, the fact being that these varieties have been known from the very earliest times. The Greeks give to these wheats the name of setanion. It is said that in Bactria the grains of wheat are of such an enormous size that a single one is as large as our ears of corn. Chapter 13. Barley, Rice. Of all the cereals, the first that is sown is barley. We shall state the appropriate time for sowing each kind when we come to treat of the nature of each individually. In India there is both a cultivated and a wild barley, from which they make excellent bread, as well as alica. But the most favorite food of all there is rice, from which they prepare a tisane similar to that made from barley in other parts of the world. The leaves of rice are fleshy, very like those of the leek, but broader. The stem is a cubit in height, the blossom purple, and the root globular, like a pearl in shape. Chapter 14. Polenta. Barley is one of the most ancient aliments of men, a fact that is proven by a custom of the Athenians, mentioned by Menander, as also by the name of hordearii, that used to be given to gladiators. The Greeks, too, prefer barley to anything else for making polenta. This food is made in various ways. In Greece, the barley is first steeped in water, and then left a night to dry. The next day they parch it, and then grind it in the mill. Some persons parch it more highly, and then sprinkle it again with a little water, after which they dry it for grinding. Others shake the grain from out of the ear while green, and after cleaning and soaking it in water, pound it in a mortar. They then wash the paste in baskets, and leave it to dry in the sun, after which they pound it again, clean it, and grind it in the mill. But whatever the mode of preparation adopted, the proportions are always 20 pounds of barley to 3 pounds of linseed, half a pound of coriander, and 15 drachmae of salt. The ingredients are first parched and then ground in the mill. Those who want it for keeping store it in new earthen vessels, with fine flour and bran. In Italy, the barley is parched without being steeped in water, and then ground to a fine meal, with the addition of the ingredients already mentioned, and some millet as well. Barley bread, which was extensively used by the ancients, has now fallen into universal disrepute, and is mostly used as a food for cattle only. Chapter 15. Tisane. With barley, too, the food called tisane is made, a most substantial and salutary aliment, and one that is held in very high esteem. Hippocrates, one of the most famous writers on medical science, has devoted a whole volume to the praises of this aliment. The tisane of the highest quality is that which is made at Utica. That of Egypt is prepared from a kind of barley, the grain of which grows with 2 points. In Baetica and Africa, the kind of barley from which this food is made is that which Turannius calls the smooth barley. The same author expresses an opinion, too, that olera and rice are the same. The method of preparing tisane is universally known. Chapter 16. Trogam. In a similar manner, too, trogam is prepared from seed wheat, but only in Campania and Egypt. Chapter 17. A millim. A millim is prepared from every kind of wheat, and from winter wheat as well, but the best of all is that made from 3-month wheat. The invention of it we owe to the island of Chios, and still, at the present day, the most esteemed kind comes from there. It derives its name from its being made without the help of the mill. Next to the amillum, made with 3-month wheat, is that which is prepared from the lighter kinds of wheat. In making it, the grain is soaked in fresh water, placed in wooden vessels, care being taken to keep it covered with the liquid, which is changed no less than 5 times in the course of the day. If it can be changed at night as well, it is all the better for it, the object being to let it imbibe the water gradually and equally. When it is quite soft, but before it turns sour, it is passed through linen cloth, or else wicker work, after which it is poured out upon a tile covered with leaven, and left to harden in the sun. Next to the amillum of Chios, That of Crete is the most esteemed, and next to that the Egyptian. The tests of its goodness are its being light and smooth. It should be used too while it is fresh. Cato, among our writers, has made mention of it. End of section 19.
Section 20 of The Natural History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle. The Natural History, Volume 4, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 20. Chapter 18. The Nature of Barley. Barley meal, too, is employed for medicinal purposes, and it is a curious fact that for beasts of burden they make a paste of it, which is first hardened by the action of fire, and then ground. It is made up into balls which are introduced with the hand into the paunch, the result of which is that the vigor and the muscular strength of the animal is considerably increased. In some kinds of barley the ears have 2 rows of grains, and in others more, in some cases as many as 6. The grain itself too presents certain differences, being long and thin, or else short or round, white, black, or in some instances of a purple color. This last kind is employed for making polenta. The white is ill adapted for standing the severity of the weather. Barley is the softest of all grains. It can only be sown in a dry, loose soil, but fertile withal. The chaff of barley ranks among the very best. Indeed, for litter there is none that can be compared with it. Of all grain, barley is the least exposed to accidents, as it is gathered before the time that mildew begins to attack wheat, for which reason it is that the provident agriculturist sows only as much wheat as may be required for food. The saying is that barley is sown in a money bag, because it so soon returns a profit. The most prolific kind of all is that which is got in Carthage, in Spain, in the month of April. It is in the same month that it is sown in Celtibaria, and yet it yields 2 harvests in the same year. All kinds of barley are cut sooner than other grain, and immediately after they are ripe, for the straw is extremely brittle, and the grain is enclosed in a husk of remarkable thinness. It is said, too, that a better polenta is made from it if it is gathered before it is perfectly ripe. Chapter 19. Areca and other kinds of grain that are grown in the East. The several kinds of corn are not everywhere the same, and even where they are the same, they do not always bear a similar name. The kinds most universally grown are spelt, by the ancients known as adoria, winter wheat, and wheat, all these being common to many countries. Areca was originally peculiar to Gaul, though now it is widely diffused over Italy as well. Egypt, too, Syria, Cilicia, Asia, and Greece have their own peculiar kinds, known by the names of Zea, Olyra, and Typhe. In Egypt they make a fine flour from wheat of their own growth, but it is by no means equal to that of Italy. These countries which employ Zea have no spelt. Zea, however, is to be found in Italy and in Campania, more particularly where it is known by the name of seed. The grain that bears this name enjoys a very considerable celebrity, as we shall have occasion to state on another occasion. And it is in honor of this that Homer uses the expression zidaros a rua, and not, as some suppose, from the fact of the earth giving life. A mealum is made too from this grain, but of a coarser quality than of the kind already mentioned. This, however, is the only difference that is perceptible. The most hardy kind, however, of all the grains is spelt, and the best to stand the severity of the weather. It will grow in the very coldest places, as also in localities that are but half tilled, or soils that are extremely hot and destitute of water. This was the earliest food of the ancient inhabitants of Latium, a strong proof of which is the distributions of adoria that were made in those days, as already stated. It is evident, too, that the Romans subsisted for a long time upon pottage, and not bread, for we find that from its name of pulse certain kinds of food are known even at the present day. as pulmontaria. Ennius, too, the most ancient of our poets, in describing the famine in a siege, relates how the parents snatched away the messes of pottage from their weeping children. At the present day even the sacrifices in conformity with the ancient rites, as well as those offered upon birthdays, are made with parched pottage. This food appears to have been as much unknown in those days in Greece as polenta was in Italy. Chapter 20. Winter wheat, Sumalago, or fine flour. There is no grain that displays a greater avidity than wheat, and none that absorbs a greater quantity of nutriment. With all propriety I must justly call winter wheat the very choicest of all the varieties of wheat. It is white, destitute of all flavor, and not oppressive to the stomach. It suits moist localities particularly well, such as we find in Italy and Gallia Comata, but beyond the Alps it is found to maintain its character only in the territory of the Allobroges and that of the Memini, for in the other parts of those countries it degenerates at the end of 2 years into common wheat. The only method of preventing this is to take care and sow the heaviest grains only. Winter wheat furnishes bread of the very finest quality, and the most esteemed delicacies of the bakers. The best bread that is known in Italy is made from a mixture of Campanian winter wheat with that of Pisa. The Campanian wheat is of a redder color, while the latter is white. When mixed with chalk it is increased in weight. The proper proportion for the yield of Campanian wheat to the modius of grain is 4 sextari of what is known as bolted flour, but when it is used in the rough and has not been bolted, then the yield should be 5 centari of flour. In addition to this, in either case there should be half a modius of white meal, with 4 sextari of coarse meal known as seconds, and the same quantity of bran. The Pisan wheat produces 5 sextari of fine flour to the modius. In other respects it yields the same as that of Campania. The wheat of Clusium and Arretium gives another sextarius of fine flour, but the yield is similar to those of the kinds already mentioned in all other respects. If, however, as much of it as possible is converted into fine wheatmeal, the modius will yield 16 pounds weight of white bread, and 3 of seconds, with half a modius of bran. These differences, however, depend very materially upon the grinding, for when the grain is ground quite dry it produces more meal, but when sprinkled with salt water a whiter flour, though at the same time a greater quantity of bran. It is very evident that farina, the name we give to meal, is derived from far. A modius of meal made from Gallic winter wheat yields 22 pounds of bread, while that of Italy, if made into bread baked in tins, will yield 2 or 3 pounds more. When the bread is baked in the oven, 2 pounds must be added in weight in either case. Wheat yields a fine flour of the very highest quality. In African wheat the modius ought to yield half a modius of fine flour and 5 sextari of pollen, that being the name given to fine wheatmeal, in the same way that that of winter wheat is generally known as floss, or the flour. This fine meal is extensively used in copper works and paper manufactories. In addition to the above, the modius should yield 4 sextari of coarse meal and the same quantity of bran. The finest wheaten flour will yield 122 pounds of bread, and the fine meal of winter wheat 117 to the modius of grain. When the prices of grain are moderate, meal sells at 40 asses the modius, bolted wheaten flour at 8 asses more, and bolted flour of winter wheat at 16 asses more. There is another distinction again in fine wheaten flour, which originated formerly in the days of L. Paulus. There were 3 classes of wheat, the first of which would appear to have yielded 17 pounds of bread, the second 18, and the third 19 pounds and a third. To these were added 2 pounds and a half of seconds, and the same quantity of brown bread, with 6 sextari of bran. Winter wheat never ripens all at once, and yet there is none of the cereals that can so ill brook any delay, it being of so delicate a nature that the ears directly they are ripe will begin to shed their grain. So long, however, as it is in the stalk, it is exposed to fewer risks than other kinds of wheat, from the fact of its always having the ear upright and not retaining the dew, which is a prolific cause of mildew. From archina a bread of remarkable sweetness is made. The grains in this variety lie closer than those do in spelt. The ear, too, is larger and more weighty. It is rarely the case that a modius of this grain does not weigh full 16 pounds. In Greece they find great difficulty in threshing it, and hence it is that we find Homer saying that it is given to beasts of burden, this being the same as the grain that he calls a lyra. In Egypt it is threshed without any difficulty, and is remarkably prolific. Spelt has no beard, and the same is the case with winter wheat, except that known as the Laconian variety. To the kinds already mentioned we have to add bromos, the winter wheat just as expected, and tragos, all of them exotics introduced from the East and very similar to rice. Tiphae also belongs to the same class, from which in our part of the world a cleansed grain resembling rice is prepared. Among the Greeks, too, there is a grain known as zea, and it is said that this, as well as tiphae, when cleansed from the husk and sown, will degenerate and assume the form of wheat, not immediately, but in the course of 3 years. Chapter 21. The fruitfulness of Africa in wheat. There is no grain more prolific than wheat, nature having bestowed upon it this quality, as being the substance which she destined for the principal nutriment of man. A modius of wheat, if the soil is favorable, as at Byzacium, a campaign district of Africa, will yield as much as 150 modi of grain. The procurator of the late Emperor Augustus sent him from that place, a fact almost beyond belief, a little short of 400 shoots, all springing from a single grain; and we have still in existence his letters on the subject. In a similar manner, too, the procurator of Nero sent him 360 stalks, all issuing from a single grain. The plains of Leontium, in Sicily, and other places in that island, as well as the whole of Baetica, and Egypt more particularly, yield produce 100-fold. The most prolific kinds of wheat are the Ramos wheat, and that known as the 100-grain wheat. Before now as many as 100 beans, too, have been found on a single stalk. Chapter 22. Sesame Erysimum or Ero Horminum. We have spoken of sesame, millet, and panic as belonging to the summer grains. Sesame comes from India, where they extract an oil from it. The color of its grain is white. Similar in appearance to this is the erysimum of Asia and Greece, and indeed it would be identical with it were it not that the grain is better filled. It is the same grain that is known among us as Ereo, and strictly speaking ought rather to be classed among the medicaments than the cereals. Of the same nature too is a plant called horminum by the Greeks, though resembling cumin in appearance. It is sown at the same time as sesame. No animal will eat either this or Ereo while green. Chapter 23. The mode of grinding corn. All the grains are not easily broken. In Etruria they first parch the spelt in the ear, and then pound it with a pestle shod with iron at the end. In this instrument the iron is notched at the bottom, sharp ridges running out like the edge of a knife, and concentrating in the form of a star, so that, if care is not taken to hold the pestle perpendicularly by pounding, the grains will only be splintered and the iron teeth broken. Throughout the greater part of Italy, however, they employ a pestle that is only rough at the end, and wheels turned by water, by means of which the corn is gradually ground. I shall here set forth the opinions given by Mago as to the best method of pounding corn. He says that the wheat should be steeped first of all in water, and then cleaned from the husk, after which it should be dried in the sun and then pounded with a pestle. The same plan, he says, should be adopted in the preparation of barley. In the latter case, however, 20 sextari of grain require only 2 sextari of water. When lentils are used, they should be first parched, and then lightly pounded with a bran; or else, adopting another method, a piece of unbaked brick and half a modius of sand should be added every 20 sextari of lentils. Ervelia should be treated the same way as lentils. Sesame should be first steeped in warm water, and then laid out to dry, after which it should be rubbed out briskly, and then thrown into cold water, so that the chaff may be disengaged by floating to the surface. After this is done, the grain should again be spread out in the sun upon linen cloths to dry. Care, however, should be taken to lose no time in doing this, as it is apt to turn musty, and assume a dull, livid color. The grains, too, which are just cleaned from the husk, require various methods of pounding. When the beard is grown by itself without the grain, the result is known as acus, but it is only used by goldsmiths. If, on the other hand, it is beaten out on the threshing floor together with the straw, the chaff has the name of palea, and in most parts of the world is employed as fodder for beasts of burden. The residue of millet, panic, and sesame is known to us as apluda, but in other countries it is called by various other names. Chapter 24. Millet. Campania is particularly prolific in millet, and a fine white porridge is made from it. It makes a bread, too, of remarkable sweetness. The nations of Sarmatia live principally on this porridge, and even the raw meal, with the sole addition of mare's milk, or else blood extracted from the thigh of the horse. The Ethiopians know of no other grain but millet and barley. Chapter 25. Panic. The people of Gaul and of Aquitania, more particularly, make use of panic. The same is the case, too, in Italy, beyond the Pontus, with the addition, however, of the bean, without which they prepare none of their food. There is no aliment held in higher esteem than panic by the nations of Pontus. The other summer grains thrive better in well watered soils than in rainy localities, but water is by no means beneficial to millet or panic when they are coming into blade. It is recommended not to sow them among vines or fruit trees, as it is generally thought that these crops impoverish the soil. Chapter 26. The various kinds of leaven. Millet is more particularly employed for making leaven, and if kneaded with must, it will keep a whole year. The same is done, too, with the fine wheat bran of the best quality. It is kneaded with white must 3 days old, and then dried in the sun, after which it is made into small cakes. When required for making bread, these cakes are first soaked in water and then boiled in the finest spelt flour, after which the whole is mixed up with the meal, and it is generally thought that this is the best method of baking bread. The Greeks have established a rule that for a modius of meal 8 ounces of leaven is enough. These kinds of leaven, however, can only be made at the time of vintage. But there is another leaven which may be prepared with barley and water, at any time it may happen to be required. It is first made into cakes of 2 pounds in weight, and these are then baked upon a hot hearth, or else in an earthen dish upon hot ashes and charcoal, being left till they turn of a reddish brown. When this is done, the cakes are shut close in vessels until they turn quite sour. When wanted for leaven, they are steeped in water first. When barley bread used to be made, it was leavened with the meal of the fitch, or else the chichaling vetch, the proportion being 2 pounds of leaven to 2 modi and a half of barley meal. At the present day, however, the leaven is prepared from the meal that is used for making the bread. For this purpose some of the meal is kneaded before adding the salt, and is then boiled to the consistency of porridge, and is left till it turns to sour. In most cases, however, they do not warm it at all, but only make use of a little of the dough that has been kept from the day before. It is very evident that the principle which causes the dough to rise is of an acid nature, and it is equally evident that those persons who are dieted upon fermented bread are stronger in body. Among the ancients, too, it was generally thought that the heavier the wheat is, the more wholesome it is. Chapter 27. The method of making bread. Origin of the art. It seems to me quite unnecessary to enter into an account of the various kinds of bread that are made. Some breads, we find, receive their names from the dishes with which they are eaten, the oyster bread, for instance. Others, again, from their peculiar delicacy, the artilaganous, or cake bread, for example, and others from the expedition with which they are prepared, such as the spusticus or hurry bread. Other varieties receive their names from the peculiar method of baking them, such as oven bread, tin bread, and rolled bread. It is not so very long since that we had a breed introduced from Parthia, known as water bread, from a method in kneading it of drawing out the dough by the aid of water, a process which renders it remarkably light and full of holes, like a sponge. Some call this Parthian bread. The excellence of the finest kinds of bread depend principally upon the goodness of the wheat, and the fineness of the bolter. Some persons knead the dough with eggs or milk, and butter even has been employed for the purpose by nations that have had leisure to cultivate the arts of peace, and to give their attention to the art of making pastry. Picenum still maintains its ancient reputation of making the bread which it was the first to invent, alica being the grain employed. The flour is kept in salt for 9 days, and is kneaded on the 10th with raisin juice, in the shape of long rolls, after which it is baked in an oven in earthen pots till they break. This bread, however, is never eaten till it has been well soaked, which is mostly done in milk mixed with honey. Chapter 28. When bakers were first introduced in Rome. There were no bakers in Rome until the war with King Perseus, more than 585 years after the building of the city. The ancient Romans used to make their own bread, it being an occupation which belonged to the women, as we see the case in many nations even in the present day. Plautus speaks of the artopta or bread tin in his comedy of the Auluaria. Though there has been considerable discussion for that very reason among the learned, whether or not that line really belongs to him, we have the fact too well ascertained in the opinion of Vatisis Capito, that the cooks in those days were in the habit of making bread for persons of affluence, while the name of pistor was only given to the person who pounded or pisbat the spelt. In those times they had no cooks in the number of their slaves, but used to hire them for occasion from the market. The Gauls were the first to employ the bolter that is made of horsehair, while the people of Spain make their sieves and meal dressers of flax, the Egyptians of papyrus and rushes. Chapter 29. Alica. But among the very first things of all, we ought to speak of the method employed in preparing alica, the most delightful and most wholesome food, and which incontestably confers upon Italy the highest rank among the countries that produce cereals. This delicacy is prepared, no doubt, in Egypt as well, but of a very inferior quality, and not worth our notice. In Italy, however, it is prepared in numerous places, the territories of Verona and Pisa, for example, but that of Campania is the most highly esteemed. There, at the foot of the mountains, capped with clouds, runs a plain, not less in all than 40 miles in extent. The land here, to give a description of the first nature of the soil, is dusty on the surface, but spongy below, and as porous as pumice. The inconveniences that generally arise from the close vicinity of the mountains are here converted into so many advantages. For the soil, acting as a sort of filter, absorbs the water of the abundant rains that fall, the consequence of which is that the water not being left to soak or form mud on the surface, the cultivation is greatly facilitated thereby. This land does not return by the aid of any springs the moisture it has thus absorbed, but thoroughly digests it by warming it in its bosom, in a heated oven as it were. The ground is kept cropped the whole year through, once in panic and twice in spelt, and yet in the spring, when the soil is allowed to have a moment's repose, it will produce roses more odoriferous by far than the cultivated rose, for the earth here is never tired of producing, a circumstance in which originated the common saying that Campania produces more unguents than other countries do oil. In the same degree, however, that Campanian soil excels that of all other countries, so does that part which is known to us as Labouriae, and to the Greeks as Phlegraeum, surpasses all the rest. This district is bounded on two sides by the consular high road which leads from the Puteoli to Capua on the one side, and from Cumae on the other. Alica is prepared from the grain called zea, which we have already mentioned as being known to us as seed wheat. The grain is cleansed in a wooden mortar, for fear lest stone from its hardness should have the effect of grating it. The motive power for raising the pestle, as is generally known, is supplied by slaves working in chains, the end of it being enclosed in a case of iron. After the husks have been removed by this process, the pure grain is broken into pieces, the same implements being employed. In this way there are three different kinds of alica made: the finest, the seconds, and the coarse, which last is known as a farima. Still, however, these various kinds have none of them that whiteness as yet for which they were so distinguished, though even now they are preferable to the Alexandrian alica. With this view, a most singular fact, chalk is mixed in with the meal, which, upon becoming well incorporated with it, adds very materially both to the whiteness and the shortness of the mixture. This chalk is found between the Puteoli and Neapolis, upon a hill called Leucogaeum, and there is still in existence a decree of the late Emperor Augustus, who established a colony at Capua, which orders a sum of 20,000 sesterces to be paid annually from his exchequer to the people of Neapolis for the lease of this hill. His motive for paying this rent, he stated, is the fact that the people of Campania had alleged that it was impossible to make their alica without the help of this mineral. In the same hill sulphur is found as well, and the springs of Araxes issue from its declivities, the waters of which are particularly efficacious for strengthening the sight, healing wounds, and preventing the teeth from becoming loose. A spurious kind of alica is made, more particularly of a degenerate kind of zea grown in Africa. The ears of it are larger and blacker than those of genuine kind, and the straw is short. The grain is pounded with sand, and even then it is with the greatest difficulty that the outer coats are removed when stripped. The grain fills 1/2 only of the original measure. Gypsum, in proportion with 1/4, is then sprinkled over it, and after the mixture has been well incorporated, it is bolted through a mill sieve. The portion that remains behind after this is done is known as asepsia, and consists of coarser parts, while that which is passed through is submitted to a second process with a finer sieve, and that which then refuses to pass has the name of secundaria. That again, which in a similar manner is submitted to a third sifting with a sieve of the greatest fineness, which will only admit of sand passing through it, known as cribaria, when it remains on the top of the sieve. There is another method again that is employed everywhere for adulterating it. They pick out the whitest and largest grains of wheat, and parboil them in earthen pots. These are then dried in the sun till they have regained their original size, after which they are lightly sprinkled with water and then ground in a mill. A better granam is made from zea than from wheat, although it is nothing else in fact than a spurious olica. It is whitened by the addition of boiled milk in place of chalk. End of Section 20.
Section 21 of The Natural History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Natural History, Volume 4, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 21, Book 18, Chapters 30 to 45. Chapter 30. The Leguminous Plants, the Bean. We now come to the history of the leguminous plants, among which the place of honor must be awarded to the bean. Indeed, some attempts have even been made to use it for bread. Bean meal is known as lomentum, and, as is the case with the meal of all leguminous plants, adds considerably, when mixed with flour, to the weight of the bread. Beans are on sale at the present day for numerous purposes, and are employed for feeding cattle, and man more particularly. They are mixed also among most nations, with wheat and panic more particularly, either whole or lightly broken. In our ancient ceremonials, too, bean pottage occupies its place in the religious services of the gods. Beans are mostly eaten together with other food, but it is generally thought that they dull the senses, and cause sleepless nights attended with dreams. Hence it is that the bean has been condemned by Pythagoras, though, according to some, the reason for this denunciation was the belief which he entertained that the souls of the dead are enclosed in the bean. It is for this reason, too, that beans are used in the funereal banquets of the parentalia. According to Varro, it is for a similar cause that Flamen abstains from eating beans, in addition to which, on the blossom of the bean, there are certain letters of ill omen to be found. There are some peculiar religious usages connected with the bean. It is the custom to bring home from the harvest a bean by way of auspice, which, from that circumstance, has the name of referiva. In sales by public auction, too, it is thought lucky to include a bean in the lot for sale. It is a fact, too, that the bean is the only among all the grains that fills out at the increase of the moon, however much it may have been eaten away. It can never be thoroughly boiled in sea-water, or indeed any other water that is salt. The bean is the first leguminous plant that is sown, that being done before the setting of the Virgilia, in order that it may pass winter in the ground. Virgil recommends that it should be sown in spring, according to the usage of the parts of Italy near the Padus. But most people prefer the bean that has been sown early to that of only 3 months' growth, for, in the former case, the pods as well as the stalk afford a most agreeable fodder for cattle. When in blossom, more particularly, the bean requires water. But after the blossom is passed off, it stands in need of but very little. It fertilizes the ground in which it has been sown as well as any manure. Hence it is that in the neighborhood of Thessaly and Macedonia, as soon as it begins to blossom, they turn up the ground. The bean, too, grows wild in most countries, as in those islands of the Northern Ocean, for instance, which for that reason have been called by us the Fabarie. In Mauritania, also, it is found in a wild state in various parts, but so remarkably hard that it will never become soft by boiling. In Egypt there is a kind of bean which grows upon a thorny stalk, for which reason the crocodiles avoid it, being apprehensive of danger to their eyes. This stalk is 4 cubits in length, and its thickness, at the very most, that of the finger. Were it not for the absence of articulations in it, it would resemble a soft reed in appearance. The head is similar to that of a poppy, being of a rose color. The beans enclosed in this head are not above 30 in number. The leaves are large, and the fruit is bitter and odoriferous. The root, however, is highly esteemed by the natives as a food, whether eaten raw or well boiled. It bears a strong resemblance to that of the reed. This plant grows also in Syria and Cilicia, and upon the banks of Lake Torone in Chalcidice. Chapter 31. Lentils, Peas. Among the leguminous plants, the lentil is sown in the month of November, and the pea among the Greeks. The lentil thrives best in a soil that is rather thin than rich, and mostly stands in need of dry weather. There are two kinds of lentil grown in Egypt, one of which is rounder and blacker than the other, which has a peculiar shape of its own. The name of this plant has been applied to various uses, and among others has given origin to our word lenticula. I find it stated in some authors that a lentil diet is productive of evenness of temper. The pea requires to be sown in a warm sunny spot, and is ill able to endure cold. Hence in Italy, and the more rigorous climates, it is sown in the spring only, a light, loose soil being chosen for the purpose. Chapter 32. The several kinds of chickpeas. The chickpea is naturally salt, for which reason it is apt to scorch the ground, and should only be sown after it has been steeped a day in water. This plant presents considerable differences in reference to size, color, form, and taste. One variety resembles in shape a ram's head, from which circumstance it has received the name of arietinum. There are both the white and the black arietinum. There is also the columbine chickpea, by some known as the pea of Venus. It is white, round, and smooth, being smaller than the arietinum, and is employed in the observances of the night festivals or vigils. The chicheling vetch, too, is a diminutive kind of chickpea, unequal and angular, like the pea. The chickpea that is the sweetest in flavor is the one that bears the closest resemblance to the fitch. The pod in the black and the red kinds is more firmly closed than in the white ones. Chapter 33. The kidney bean. The pod of the chickpea is rounded, while in other leguminous plants it is long and broad, like the seed which it contains. In the pea again it is of a cylindrical form. In the case of the kidney bean, it is usual to eat the pod together with the seed. This last may be sown in all kinds of soils indifferently between the Ides of October and the calends of November. As soon as ever the leguminous plants begin to ripen, they ought to be plucked, for the pods will very soon open and the seed fall out, in which case it is very difficult to find. The same is the case, too, with the lupine. But before we pass on to the lupine, it will be well to make some mention of the rape. Chapter 34. The rape. The Latin writers have only treated of this plant in a cursory manner, while those of Greece have considered it a little more attentively, even though they have ranked it among the garden plants. If, however, a methodical arrangement is to be strictly observed, it should be spoken of immediately after corn or the bean, at all events. For next to these two productions, there is no plant that is of more extensive use. For, in the first place, all animals will feed upon it as it grows, and it is far from being the least nutritious plant in the fields for various kinds of birds, when boiled in water more particularly. Cattle, too, are remarkably fond of the leaves of rape, and the stalks and leaves, when in season, are no less esteemed as a food for man than the sprouts of the cabbage. These, too, when turned yellow and left to die in the barn, are even more highly esteemed than when green. As to the rape itself, it will keep all the better if left in its mold, after which it should be dried in the open air till the next crop is nearly ripe, as a resource in case of scarcity. Next to those of the grape and corn, this is the most profitable harvest of all for the countries that lie beyond the Padus. The rape is by no means difficult to please in soil, for it will grow almost anywhere, indeed where nothing else can be sown. It readily derives nutriment from fogs and hoarfrosts, and grows to a marvelous size. I have seen them weighing upwards of 40 pounds. It is prepared for table among us in several ways, and is made to keep till the next crop, its fermentation being prevented by preserving it in mustard. It is also tinted with no less than 6 colors in addition to its own, and with purple even. Indeed, that which is used by us as food ought to be of no other color. The Greeks have distinguished 2 principal species of rape, the male and the female, and have discovered a method of obtaining them both from the same seed. For when it is sown thick, or in hard cloggy soil, the produce will be male. The smaller the seed, the better it is in quality. There are 3 kinds of rape in all. The first is broad and flat, the second of a spherical shape, and the third, to which the name of wild rape has been given, throws out a long root, similar in appearance to a radish, with an angular, rough leaf, and an acrid juice, which, if extracted about the harvest, and mixed with a woman's milk, is good for cleansing the eyes and improving defective sight. The colder the weather, the sweeter they are, and the larger, it is generally thought. Heat makes them run to leaf. The finest rape of all is that grown in the district of Nursia. It is valued at as much as 1 sesterce per pound, and in times of scarcity 2 even. That of the next best quality is produced on Mount Algidus. Chapter 35. The Turnip. The turnip of amaternum, which is pretty nearly of the same nature as the rape, thrives equally well in a cold soil. It is sown just before the calends of March, 4 sextarii of seed to the eugerum. The more careful growers recommend that the ground should be turned 5 times before putting in the turnip, and 4 for rape, care being taken in both cases to manure it well. Rape, they say, will thrive all the better if it is sown together with some chaff. They will have it, too, that the sower ought to be stripped, and that he should offer up a prayer while sowing, and say, "I sow this for myself and for my neighbors." The proper time for sowing both kinds is the period that intervenes between the festivals of the 2 divinities, Neptune and Vulcan. It is said, too, and it is the result of very careful observation, that these plants will thrive wonderfully well if they are sown as many days after the festival of Neptune as the moon was old when the first snow fell the previous winter. They are sown in spring as well, in warm and humid localities. Chapter 36. The Lupine. The lupine is the next among the leguminous plants that is in extensive use, as it serves for food for man in common with the hoofed quadrupeds. To prevent it from springing out of the pod while being gathered, and so lost, the best plan is to gather it immediately after a shower. Of all the seeds that are sown, there is not one of a more marvelous nature than this, or more favored by the earth. First of all, it turns every day with the sun, and shows the hour to the husbandman, even though the weather should happen to be cloudy and overcast. It blossoms, too, no less than 3 times, and so attached it is to the earth that it does not require to be covered with soil. Indeed, this is the only seed that does not require the earth to be turned up for sowing it. It thrives more particularly on a sandy, dry, and even gravelly soil, and requires no further care to be taken in its cultivation. To such a degree is it attached to the earth, that even though left upon a soil thickly covered with brambles, it will throw out a root amid the leaves and brakes, and so contrive to reach the ground. We have already stated that the soil of a field or vineyard is enriched by the growth of a crop of lupines. Indeed, so far it is from standing in need of manure, that the lupines will act upon it as well as the very best. It is the only seed that requires no outlay at all, so much so, in fact, that there is no necessity to carry it even to the spot where it is sown, for it may be sown the moment it is brought from the threshing floor, and from the fact that it falls from the pod of its own accord, it stands in need of no one to scatter it. This is the very first grain sown and the last that is gathered, both operations generally taking place in the month of September. Indeed, if this is not done before winter sets in, it is liable to receive injury from the cold, and then, besides, it may even be left with impunity to lie upon the ground, in case showers should not immediately ensue and cover it in, it being quite safe from the attacks of all animals, on account of its bitter taste. Still, however, it is mostly covered up in a slight furrow. Among the thicker soils, it is attached to a red earth more particularly. In order to enrich this earth, it should be turned up just after the 3rd blossom, but where the soil is sandy, after the 2nd. Chalky and slimy soils are the only ones that it has an aversion to. Indeed, it will never come to anything when sown in them. Soaked in warm water, it is used as a food, too, for man. 1 modius is a sufficient meal for an ox, and it is found to impart considerable vigor to cattle. Placed, too, upon the abdomen of children, it acts as a remedy in certain cases. It is an excellent plan to season the lupine by smoking it, for when it is kept in a moist state, maggots are apt to attack the germ, and render it useless for reproduction. If cattle have eaten it off while in leaf, as a matter of necessity it should be plowed in as soon as possible. Chapter 37. The Vetch. The vetch, too, enriches the soil, and its cultivation entails no labor on the agriculturalist. It is sown after the ground has been but once turned up, and requires neither hoeing nor manuring, nothing at all, indeed, except harrowing. There are 3 periods for sowing it. The first is about the setting of Arcturus, when it is intended for feeding cattle in the month of December, while in the blade. This crop, too, is the best of all for seed, for, although grazed upon, it will bear just as well. The second crop is sown in the month of January, and the last in March, this last being the best crop for fodder. Of all the seeds, this is the one that thrives best in a dry soil. Still, however, it manifests no repugnance to a shaded locality. This grain, if gathered when quite ripe, produces a chaff superior to that of any other. If sown near vines supported by trees, the vetch will draw away the juices from the vines, and make them languid. Chapter 38. The Fitch. The cultivation of the fitch, too, is attended with no difficulty. It requires weeding, however, more than the vetch. Like it, the fitch has certain medicinal properties, for we find the fact still kept in remembrance by some letters of his, that the late Emperor Augustus was cured by its agency. 5 modi will sow as much ground as a yoke of oxen can plow in a day. If sown in the month of March, it is injurious, they say, to oxen, and when sown in autumn, it is apt to produce headache. If, however, it is put in the ground at the beginning of spring, it will be productive of no bad results. Chapter 39. Cilicia. Cilicia, or in other words, fenugreek, is sown after a light ploughing merely, the furrows being no more than some 4 fingers in depth. And the less the pains that are bestowed upon it, the better it will thrive. A singular fact that there should be anything that profits from neglect. The kinds, however, that are known as Cicale and Farrago require harrowing only. Chapter 40. Cicale or Asia. The people of Tarentum, at the foot of the Alps, give to Cicale the name of Asia. It is a very inferior grain, and is only employed to avert positive famine. It is prolific, but has a straw of remarkable thinness. It is also black and sombre looking, but weighs extremely heavy. Spelt is mixed with this grain to modify its bitterness, and even then it is very disagreeable to the stomach. It will grow upon any soil, and yields 100-fold. It is employed also as a manure for enriching the land. Chapter 41. Farrago, the craca. Farrago, a mixture made of the refuse of far, or spelt, is sown very thick, the vetch being sometimes mingled with it. In Africa this mixture is sometimes made with barley. All these mixtures, however, are only intended for cattle, and the same is the case with the craca, a degenerate kind of leguminous plant. Pigeons, it is said, are so remarkably fond of this grain that they will never leave the place where it has been given to them. Chapter 42. Ocinum, or Vilia. Among the ancients there was a sort of fodder to which Cato gives the name of ocinum. It was employed by them to stop scouring an oxen. This was a mixture of various kinds of fodder, cut green before the frost came on. Aemilius Sura, however, explains the term differently, and says that 10 modi of beans, 2 of vetches, and the same quantity of ervilia were mixed and sown in autumn on a eugerum of land. He states also that it is a still better plan to mix some Greek oats with it, the grain of which never falls to the ground. This mixture, according to him, was ocinum, and was usually sown as a food for oxen. Varro informs us that it received its name on account of the celerity with which it springs up, from the Greek okeos, quickly. Chapter 43. Lucerne. Lucerne is by nature an exotic to Greece even, it having been first introduced into that country from Media, at the time of the Persian Wars with King Darius. Still it deserves to be mentioned among the very first of these productions. So superior are its qualities that a single sowing will last more than 30 years. It resembles trefoil in appearance, but the stalk and leaves are articulated. The longer it grows in the stalk, the narrower is the leaf. Amphilochus has devoted a whole book to this subject, and the Cittisus. The ground in which it is sown, being first cleaned and cleared of stones, is turned up in the autumn, after which it is ploughed and harrowed. It is then harrowed a second and third time, at intervals of 5 days, after which manure is laid upon it. This seed requires either a soil that is dry but full of nutriment, or else a well-watered one. After the ground has been thus prepared, the seed is put in the month of May, for if sown earlier, it is in danger from the frosts. It is necessary to sow the seed very thick, so that all the ground may be occupied, and no room left for weeds to shoot up in the intervals, a result which may be secured by sowing 20 modi to the eugerum. The seed must be stirred at once with the rake to prevent the sun from scorching it, and it should be covered over with earth as speedily as possible. If the soil is naturally damp or weedy, the lucerne will be overpowered, and the spot degenerate into an ordinary pasture. It is necessary, therefore, directly the crop is an inch in height, to disengage it from all weeds by hand, in preference to the weeding hook. It is cut when it is just beginning to flower, and this is repeated as often as it throws out new blossoms, which happens mostly 6 times in the year, and 4 at the very least. Care should be taken to prevent it from running to seed, as it is much more valuable as fodder up to the 3rd year. It should be hoed in the spring, and cleared of all other plants, and in the 3rd year the surface should be well worked with the weeding hook. By adopting this method the weeds will be effectually destroyed, though without detriment to the lucerne, in consequence of the depth of its roots. If the weed should happen to get ahead of it, the only remedy is to turn it up repeatedly with the plough, until the roots of the weeds are thoroughly destroyed. This fodder should never be given to cattle to satiety, otherwise it may be necessary to let blood. It is best, too, when used while green. When dry it becomes tough and ligneous, and falls away at last into a thin, useless dust. As to the Itisus, which also occupies the very foremost rank among the fodders, we have already spoken of it at sufficient length when describing the shrubs. It remains for us now to complete our account of all the cereals, and we shall here devote a portion of it to the diseases to which they are subject. Chapter 44. The diseases of grain. The oat. The foremost feature of disease in wheat is the oat. Barley, too, will degenerate into the oat. So much so, in fact, that the oat has become an equivalent for corn. for the people of Germany are in the habit of sowing it, and make their porridge of nothing else. This degeneracy is owing more particularly to the humidity of soil and climate, and a second cause is a weakness in the seed, the result of its being retained too long in the ground before it makes its appearance above it. The same too will be the consequence if the seed is decayed when put in the ground. This may be known, however, the moment it makes its appearance, from which it is quite evident that the defect lies in the root. There is another form of disease too, which closely resembles the oat, and which supervenes when the grain, already developed to its full size but not ripe, is struck by a noxious blast, before it has acquired its proper body and strength. In this case, the seed pines away in the ear, by a kind of abortion, as it were, and totally disappears. The wind is injurious to wheat and barley, at 3 periods of the year in particular: when they are in blossom, directly the blossom has passed off, and just as the seed is beginning to ripen. In this last case, the grain wastes away, while in the 2 former ones it is prevented from being developed. Gleams of sunshine, every now and then, from the midst of clouds, are injurious to corn. Maggots, too, breed in the roots, when the rains that follow the seed time are succeeded by a sudden heat, which encloses the humidity in the ground. Maggots make their appearance also in the grain, when the ear ferments through heat succeeding a fall of rain. There is a small beetle, too, known by the name of Cantharus, which eats away the blade. All these insects die, however, as soon as their nutriment fails them. Oil, pitch, and grease are prejudicial to grain, and care should be taken not to let them come in contact with the seed that is sown. Rain is only beneficial to grain while in the blade. It is injurious to wheat and barley while they are in blossom, but it is not detrimental to the leguminous plants, with the exception of the chickpea. When grain is beginning to ripen, rain is injurious, and to barley in particular. There is a white grass that grows in the fields, very similar to panic in appearance, but fatal to cattle. As to darnel, the tribulus, the thistle, and the burdock, I can consider them no more than the bramble among the maladies that attack the cereals, but rather as so many pests inflicted on the earth. Mildew, a malady resulting from the inclemency of the weather, and equally attacking the vine and corn, is in no degree less injurious. It attacks corn most frequently in the localities which are exposed to dews, and in valleys which have not a thorough draught for the wind. Windy and elevated spots, on the other hand, are totally exempt from it. Another evil again in corn is over-luxuriance, when it falls to the ground beneath the weight of the grain. One evil, however, to which all crops in common, the chickpea even, are exposed, is the attacks of the caterpillar, when the rain, by washing away the natural saltness of the vegetation, makes it all the more tempting for its sweetness. There is a certain plant, too, which kills the chickpea and the fitch by twining around them. The name of it is orabanche. In a similar manner also, wheat is attacked by darnel, barley by a long-stalked plant, called agilops, and the lentil by an axe-leafed grass, to which, from the resemblance of the leaf, the Greeks have given the name of pelesinon. All these plants, too, kill the others by entwining around them. In the neighborhood of Philippi, there is a plant known as ateramon, which grows in a rich soil, and kills the bean after it has been exposed, while wet, to the blast of a certain wind. When it grows in a thin, light soil, this plant is called pteramon. The seed of darnel is extremely minute, and is enclosed in a prickly husk. If introduced into bread, it will speedily produce vertigo, and it is said that in Asia and Greece the bath-keepers, when they want to disperse a crowd of people, throw this seed upon burning coals. The phalangium, a diminutive insect of the spider genus, breeds in the fitch, if the winter happens to be wet. Slugs, too, breed in the vetch, and sometimes a tiny snail makes its way out of the ground and eats it away in a most singular manner. These are pretty nearly all the maladies to which grain is subject. Chapter 45. The best remedies for the diseases of grain. The best remedies for these maladies, so long as the grain is in the blade, is the weeding hook, and, at the moment of sowing, ashes. As to those diseases which develop themselves in the seed and about the root, with due care precautions may be effectually employed against them. It is generally supposed that if seed has been first steeped in wine, it will be less exposed to disease. Virgil recommends that beans should be drenched with niter and a merca of olives, and he says that if this is done, they will be all the larger. Some persons again are of opinion that they will grow of increased size if the seed is steeped for 3 days before it is sown in a solution of urine and water. If the ground, too, is hoed 3 times, a modius of beans in the pod, they say, will yield not less than a modius of shelled beans. Other seeds, again, it is said, will be exempt from the attacks of maggots if bruised cypress leaves are mixed with them, or if they are sown just at the moon's conjunction. Many persons, for the more effectual protection of millet, recommend that a bramble frog should be carried at night round the field before the hoeing is done, and then buried in an earthen vessel in the middle of it. If this is done, they say, neither sparrows nor worms will attack the crop. The frog, however, must be disinterred before the millet is cut, for if this is neglected, the produce will be bitter. It is pretended, too, that all seeds which have been touched by the shoulders of a mole are remarkably productive. Democritus recommends that all seeds before they are sown should be steeped in the juice of the herb known as izoum, which grows on tiles or shingles, and is known to us by the Latin name of sedum or digitellum. If blight prevails, or if worms are found adhering to the roots, it is a very common remedy to sprinkle the plants with pura mirca of olives without salt, and then to hoe the ground. If, however, the crop should be beginning to joint, it should be stubbed at once, for fear lest the weeds should gain the upper hand. I know for certain that flights of starlings and sparrows, those pests to millet and panic, are effectually driven away by means of a certain herb, the name of which is unknown to me, being buried at the four corners of the field. It is a wonderful thing to relate, but in such case not a single bird will enter it. Mice are kept away by the ashes of a weasel or a cat being steeped in water and then thrown upon the seed, or else by using the water in which the body of a weasel or a cat has been boiled. The odor, however, of these animals makes itself perceived in the bread even, for which reason it is generally thought a better plan to steep the seed in ox gall. As for mildew, that greatest curse of all to corn, if branches of laurel are fixed in the ground, it will pass away from the field into the leaves of the laurel. Over-luxuriance in corn is repressed by the teeth of cattle, but only while it is in the blade, in which case, if departed upon ever so often, no injury to it when in the ear will be the result. If the ear, too, is once cut off, the grain, it is well known, will assume a larger form, but will be hollow within and worthless, and if sown will come to nothing. At Babylon, however, they cut the blade twice, and then let the cattle pasture on it a third time, for otherwise it would run to nothing but leaf. Even then, however, so fertile is the soil that it yields 50, and indeed with care, as much as 100-fold. Nor is the cultivation of it attended with any difficulty, the only object being to let the ground be under water as long as possible, in order that the extreme richness and exuberance of the soil may be modified. The Euphrates, however, and the Tigris do not deposit a slime in the same way that the Nilus does in Egypt. Nor does the soil produce vegetation spontaneously, but still so great is the fertility that, although the seed is only trodden in with the foot, a crop springs up spontaneously the following year. So great a difference in soils as this reminds me that I ought to take this opportunity of specifying those which are the best adapted for the various kinds of grain. End of section 21. Section 22 of The Natural History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Natural History, Volume 4 by Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 22. Book 18, Chapters 46 to 53. Chapter 46. The Crops that should be sown in the different soils. This, then, is the opinion expressed by Cato on the subject. In a dense and fertile soil wheat should be sown, but if the locality is subject to fogs, rape, radishes, millet, and panic, where the land is cold and moist, sowing should be commenced earlier, but where it is hot at a later period. In a red, black, or gravelly soil, provided it is not watery, lupins should be sown. But in chalk, red earth, or a watery soil, spelt. Where a locality is dry, free from weeds, and not overshadowed, wheat should be put in. And where the soil is strong and powerful, beans. Vetches should be grown in a soil as free from water and weeds as possible, while wheat and winter wheat are best adapted to an open, elevated locality, fully exposed to the warmth of the sun. The lentil thrives best in a meager, red earth, free from weeds. Barley is equally suited for fallow land and for a soil that is not intended to be fallow. And 3-month wheat for a soil upon which a crop of ordinary wheat would never ripen, but strong enough to bear. The following, too, is sound advice. Those plants should be sown in a thin soil which do not stand in need of much nutriment. The psittacis, for example, and such of the leguminous plants, with the exception of the chickpeas, as are taken up by the roots and not cut. From this mode of gathering them, legere, the legumina derive their name. Where it is a rich earth, those plants should be grown which require a greater proportion of nutriment, coleworts, for instance, wheat, winter wheat, and flax. The result, then, will be that a light soil will be given to barley, the root of that grain standing in need of less nutriment, where a more dense, though easily worked soil will be assigned to wheat. In humid localities, spelt should be sown in preference to wheat, but where the soil is of a moderate temperature, either wheat or barley may be grown. Declivities produce a stronger growth of wheat, but in smaller quantities. Spelt and winter wheat adopt a moist Cretaceous soil in preference to any other. The only occasion on which there ever was a prodigy connected with grain, at least that I am aware of, was in the consulship of P. Aelius and Gnaeus Cornelius, the year in which Hannibal was vanquished. On that occasion, we find it stated, corn was seen growing upon trees. Chapter 47. The different systems of cultivation employed by various nations. As we have now spoken at sufficient length of the several varieties of grain and soil, we shall proceed to treat of the methods adopted in tilling the ground, taking care, in the very first place, to make mention of the peculiar facilities enjoyed by Egypt in this respect. In that country, performing the duties of the husbandman, the Nile begins to overflow, as already stated, immediately after the summer solstice or the new moon, gradually at first, but afterwards with increased impetuosity, as long as the sun remains in the sign of Leo. When the sun is passed into Virgo, the impetuosity of the overflow begins to slacken, and when he has entered Libra, the river subsides. Should it not have exceeded 12 cubits in its overflow, famine is the sure result, and this is equally the case if it should chance to exceed 16. For the higher it has risen, the more slowly it subsides, and of course the seed time is impeded in proportion. It was formerly a very general belief that immediately upon the subsiding of the waters the Egyptians were in the habit of driving herds of swine over the ground, for the purpose of treading the seed into the moist soil. And it is my own impression that this was done in ancient times. At the present day even, the operation is not attended with much greater labor. It is well known, however, that the seed is first laid upon the slime that has been left by the river on its subsidence, and then ploughed in. This being done at the beginning of November. After this is done, a few persons are employed in stubbing, an operation known there as botanismos. The rest of the laborers, however, have no occasion to visit the land again till a little before the calends of April, and then it is with the reaping hook. The harvest is completed in the month of May. The stem is never so much as a cubit in length, and there is a stratum of sand beneath the slime, from which last alone the grain receives its support. The best wheat of all is that of the region of Thebais, Egypt, being of a marshy character. The method adopted at Seleucia in Babylonia is very similar to this, but the fertility there is still greater owing to the overflow of the Euphrates and Tigris, the degree of irrigation being artificially modified in those parts. In Syria, too, the furrows are made extremely light, while in Italy again it takes as many as 8 oxen to pant and blow at a single plough. All the operations of agriculture, but this in particular, should be regulated by the oracular precept. Remember that every locality has its own tendencies. Chapter 48. The various kinds of ploughs. Ploughs are of various kinds. The coulter is the iron part that cuts up the dense earth before it is broken into pieces, and traces beforehand by its incisions the future furrows, which the share, reversed, is to open out with its teeth. Another kind, the common ploughshare, is nothing more than a lever, furnished with a pointed beak, while another variety, which is only used in light, easy soils, does not present an edge projecting from the share beam throughout, but only a small point at the extremity. In a fourth kind again, this point is larger and formed with a cutting edge, by the agency of which implement it both cleaves the ground and, with the sharp edge at the sides, cuts up the weeds by the roots. There has been invented, at a comparatively recent period, in that part of Gaul known as Rhaetia, a plough with the addition of 2 small wheels, and known by the name of ploumorati. The extremity of the share in this has the form of a spade. It is only used, however, for sowing in cultivated lands, and upon soils which are nearly fallow. The broader the ploughshare, the better it is for turning up the clods of earth. Immediately after ploughing, the seed is put into the ground, and then harrows with long teeth are drawn over it. Lands which have been sown in this way require no hoeing, but 2 or 3 pairs of oxen employed in ploughing. It is a fair estimate to consider that a single yoke of oxen can work 40 ujara of land in the year, where the soil is light, and 30 where it is stubborn. Chapter 49. The mode of ploughing. In ploughing, the most rigid attention should be paid to the oracular precepts given by Cato on the subject. What is the essence of good tillage? Good ploughing. What is the second point? Ploughing again. What is the third point? Manuring. Take care not to make crooked furrows. Be careful to plough at the proper time. In warm localities it is necessary to open the ground immediately after the winter solstice, but where it is cold, directly after the vernal equinox. This, too, should be done sooner in dry districts than in wet ones, in a dense soil than a loose one, in a rich land than a meager one. In countries where the summers are hot and oppressive, the soil cretaceous or thin, it is the best plan to plow between the summer solstice and the autumnal equinox. Where, on the other hand, the heat is moderate, with frequent falls of rain, and the soil rich and full of vegetation, the plowing should be done during the prevalence of the heat. A deep, heavy soil, again, should be plowed in winter, but one that is very thin and dry, only just before putting in the seed. Tillage, too, has its own particular rules. Never touch the ground while it is wet and cloggy. Plow with all your might. Loosen the ground before you begin to plow. This method has its advantages, for by turning up the clods, the roots of the weeds are killed. Some persons recommend that in every case the ground should be turned up immediately after the vernal equinox. Land that has been plowed once in spring, from that circumstance, has the name of vervactum. This, too, is equally necessary in the case of fallow land, by which term is meant land that is sown only in alternate years. The oxen employed in plowing should be harnessed as tightly as possible to make them plow with their heads up. Attention paid to this point will prevent them from galling the neck. If it is among trees and vines that you are plowing, the oxen should be muzzled to prevent them from eating off the tender buds. There should be a small bill hook, too, projecting from the plow tail, for the purpose of cutting up the roots, this plan being preferable to that of turning them up with the share, and so straining the oxen. When plowing, finish the furrow at one spell, and never stop to take breath in the middle. It is a fair day's work to plow 1 udrum for the first time, 9 inches in depth, and the second time 1 udrum and a half. That is to say, if it is an easy soil. If this, however, is not the case, it will take a day to turn up half a udrum for the first time, and a whole udrum the second. For nature has set limits to the powers of animals even. The furrows should be made in every case, first in a straight line, and then others should be drawn, crossing them obliquely, the point of the share inclining upwards at one moment and downwards at another. Man, too, is so well fitted for labor that he is able to supply the place of the ox even. At all events, it is without the aid of that animal that the mountain tribes plow, having only the hoe to help them. The plowman, unless he stoops to his work, is sure to prevaricate, a word which has been transferred to the forum, as a censure upon those who transgress. At any rate, let those be on their guard against it, where it was first employed. The share should be cleaned every now and then with a stick pointed with a scraper. The ridges that are left between every 2 furrows should not be left in a rough state, nor should large clods be left protruding from the ground. A field is badly plowed that stands in need of harrowing after the seed is in. But the work has been properly done when it is impossible to say in which direction the share has gone. It is a good plan, too, to leave a channel every now and then, if the nature of the spot requires it, by making furrows of a larger size, to draw off the water into the drains. After the furrows have been gone over again, transversely, the clods are broken, where there is a necessity for it, with either the harrow or the rake, and this operation is repeated after the seed has been put in. The last harrowing is done where the usage of the locality will allow it, with either a toothed harrow or else a plank attached to the plow. This operation of covering in the seed is called birare, from which is derived the word dilaratio. Virgil, it is generally thought, intends to recommend sowing after 4 plowings, in the passage where he says that land will bear the best crop which has twice felt the sun and twice the cold. Where the soil is dense, as in most parts of Italy, it is a still better plan to go over the ground 5 times before sowing. In Etruria, they give the land as many as 9 plowings first. The bean, however, and the vetch may be sown with no risk, without turning up the land at all, which, of course, is so much labor saved. We must not here omit to mention still one other method of plowing, which the devastations of warfare have suggested in Italy, that lies beyond the Padus. The Colossi, when ravaging the territories which lay at the foot of the Alps, made an attempt to lay waste the crops of panic and millet that were just appearing above the ground. Finding, however, that nature resisted all their endeavors, they passed the plow over the ground, the result of which was that the crops were more abundant than ever. And this it was that first taught us the method of plowing in, expressed by the word artrare, otherwise aratrare, in my opinion the original form. This is done either just as the stem begins to develop itself, or else when it has put forth as many as 2 or 3 leaves. Nor must we withhold from the reader a more recent method which was discovered the year but 1 before this, in the territory of the Taviri. The crops having been nipped by the extreme severity of the winter, the people sowed the land over again in the month of March, and had a most abundant harvest. We shall now proceed to a description of the peculiar methods employed in cultivating each description of grain. Chapter 50. The methods of harrowing, stubbing, and hoeing employed for each description of grain. The use of the harrow. For winter wheat, spelt, wheat, and barley, harrow, hoe, and stub upon the days which will be mentioned in the sequel. A single hand per ugerum will be quite enough for any one of these kinds of grain. The operation of hoeing loosens the ground in spring when it has been hardened and saddened by the rigors of the winter, and admits the early sun to the interior. In hoeing, every care must be taken not to go beneath the roots of the corn. In the case of wheat, and barley, it is best to give a couple of hoeings. Stubbing, when the crop is just beginning to joint, cleanses it of all noxious weeds, disengages the roots of the corn, and liberates the growing blade from the clods. Among the leguminous plants, the chickpea requires the same treatment that spelt does. The bean requires no stubbing, being quite able of itself to overpower all weeds. The lupin, too, is harrowed only. Millet and panic are both harrowed and hoed, but this operation is never repeated, and they do not require stubbing. Fenugreek and kidney bean require harrowing only. There are some kinds of ground, the extreme fertility of which obliges the grower to comb down the crops while in the blade. This is done with a sort of harrow armed with pointed iron teeth, and even then he is obliged to depasture cattle upon them. When, however, the blade has been thus eaten down, it stands in need of hoeing to restore it to its former vigor. But in Bactria, and at Cyrene in Africa, all this trouble has been rendered quite unnecessary by the indulgent benignity of the climate, and after the seed is in, the owner has no occasion to return to the field till the time has come for getting in the harvest. In those parts, the natural dryness of the soil prevents noxious weeds from springing up, and, aided by the night dews alone, the soil supplies its nutriment to the grain. Virgil recommends that the ground should be left to enjoy repose every other year, and this, no doubt, if the extent of the farm will admit of it, is the most advantageous plan. If, however, circumstances will not allow it, spelt should be sown upon the ground that has been first cropped with lupins, vetches, or beans, for all these have a tendency to make the soil more fertile. We ought to remark here more particularly that here and there certain plants are sown for the benefit of others, although, as already stated in the preceding book, not to repeat the same thing over again, they are of little value themselves, but it is the nature of each soil that is of the greatest importance. Chapter 51. Extreme fertility of soil. There is a city of Africa, situate in the midst of the sands as you journey towards Syrtes, in great Leptis, Tacape by name. The soil there, which is always well watered, enjoys a degree of fertility quite marvelous. Through this spot, which extends about 3 miles each way, a spring of water flows, in great abundance it is true, but still it is only at certain hours that its waters are distributed among the inhabitants. Here, beneath a palm of enormous size, grows the olive, beneath the olive the fig, beneath the fig, again, the pomegranate, beneath the pomegranate the vine, and beneath the vine we find sown first wheat, then the leguminous plants, and after them garden herbs, all in the same year, and all growing beneath another's shade. 4 cubits square of this same ground, the cubit being measured with the fingers contracted and not extended, sell at the rate of 4 denarii. But what is more surprising than all is the fact that here the vine bears twice, and that there are 2 vintages in the year. Indeed, if the fertility of the soil were not distributed in this way among a multitude of productions, each crop would perish from its own exuberance. As it is, there is no part of the year that there is not some crop or other being gathered in. And yet it is a well-known fact that the people do nothing at all to promote this fruitfulness. There are very considerable differences, too, in the nature of water, as employed for the purposes of irrigation. In the province of Gallia Narbonensis there is a famous fountain, Orge by name. Within it there grow plants which are sought for with such eagerness by the cattle that they will plunge over head into the water to get at them. It is a well ascertained fact, however, that these plants, though growing in the water, receive their nutriment only from the rains that fall. It is as well, then, that everyone should be fully acquainted with the nature not only of the soil but of the water too. Chapter 52. The method of sowing more than once in the year. If the soil is of that nature which we have already spoken of, as tender, after a crop of barley has been grown upon it, millet may be sown, and after the millet has been got in, rape. In succession to these, again, barley may be put in, or else wheat, as in Campania, and it will be quite enough in such case to plough the ground when the seed is sown. There is another rotation again, when the ground has been cropped with spelt. It should lie fallow the 4 winter months, after which spring beans should be put in, to keep it occupied till the time comes for cropping it with winter beans. Where the soil is too rich, it may lie fallow 1 year, care being taken after sowing it with corn to crop it with the leguminous plants the 3rd year. Where, on the other hand, it is too thin, the land should lie fallow up to the 3rd year even. Some persons recommend that corn should never be sown except in land which has lain fallow the year before. Chapter 53. The Manuring of Land. The proper method of manuring is here a very important subject for consideration. We have already treated of it at some length in the preceding book. The only point that is universally agreed upon is that we must never sow without first manuring the ground, although in this respect even there are certain rules to be observed. Millet, panic, rape, and turnips should never be sown in any but a manured soil. If, on the other hand, the land is not manured, sow wheat there in preference to barley. The same, too, with fallow lands, though in these it is generally recommended that beans should be sown. It should be remembered, however, that wherever beans are sown, the land should have been manured at as recent a period as possible. If it is intended to crop ground in autumn, care must be taken to plow and manure in the month of September, just after the rain has fallen. In the same way, too, if it is intended to sow in spring, the manure should be spread in the winter. It is the rule to give 18 cartloads of manure to each eudrum, and to spread it well before plowing in it, or sowing the seed. If this manure, however, is omitted, it will be requisite to spread the land with aviary dust just before hoeing is commenced. To clear up any doubts with reference to this point, I would here observe that the fair price for a cartload of manure is 1 denarius. Where 2 sheep furnish 1 cartload, the larger cattle should furnish 10. Unless this result is obtained, it is a clear proof that the husbandman has littered his cattle badly. There are some persons who are of opinion that the best method of manuring land is to pen sheep there, with nets erected to prevent them from straying. If land is not manured, it will get chilled, but if, on the other hand, it is over-manured, it becomes burnt up. It is a much better plan, too, to manure little and often than in excess. The warmer the soil is by nature, the less manure it requires. End of section 22. Section 23 of The Natural History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary J. The Natural History, Volume 4, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 23. Book 18, Chapters 54 to 66. Chapter 54. How to ascertain the quality of seed. The best seed of all is that which is of the last year's growth. That which is 2 years old is inferior, and 3 the worst of all. Beyond that, it is unproductive. The same definite rule which applies to one kind of seed is applicable to them all. The seed which falls to the bottom on the threshing floor should be reserved for sowing, for being the most weighty, it is the best in quality. There is no better method, in fact, of ascertaining its quality. The grains of those ears which have intervals between the seed should be rejected. The best grain is that which has a reddish hue, and which, when broken between the teeth, presents the same color. That which has more white within is of inferior quality. It is a well-known fact that some lands require more seed than others, from which circumstance first arose a superstition that exists among the peasantry. It is their belief that when the ground demands the seed with greater avidity than usual, it is famished, and devours the grain. It is consistent with reason to put in the seed where the soil is humid sooner than elsewhere, to prevent the grain from rotting in the rain. On dry spots it should be sown later, and just before the fall of a shower, so that it may not have to lie long without germinating, and so come to nothing. When the seed is put in early, it should be sown thick, as it is a considerable time before it germinates. But when it is put in later, it should be sown thinly, to prevent it from being suffocated. There is a certain degree of skill, too, required in scattering the seed evenly. To ensure this, the hand must keep time with the step, moving always with the right foot. There are certain persons also who have a secret method of their own, having been born with a happy hand which imparts fruitfulness to the grain. Care should be taken not to sow seed in a warm locality which has been grown in a cold one, nor should the produce of an early soil be sown in a late one. Those who give advice to the contrary have quite misapplied their pains. Chapter 55. What quantity of each kind of grain is requisite for sowing a eudrum. In a soil of middling quality, the proper proportion of seed is 5 modi of wheat or winter wheat to the eudrum, 10 of spelt or of seed wheat, that being the name which we have mentioned as being given to one kind of wheat, 6 of barley, 1/5 more of beans than of wheat, 12 of vetches, 3 of chickpeas, chichling vetches, and peas, 10 of lupins, 3 of lentils. These last, however, it is said, must be sown with dry manure. 6 of fitches, 6 of fenugreek, 4 of kidney beans, 20 of hay grass, and 4 sextari of millet and panic. Where the soil is rich, the proportion must be greater; where it is thin, less. There is another distinction too to be made. Where the soil is dense, cretaceous, or moist, there should be 6 modi of wheat or winter wheat to the ugerum, but where the land is loose, dry, and prolific, 4 will be enough. A meagre soil, too, if the crop is not very thinly sown, will produce a diminutive, empty ear. Rich lands give a number of stalks to each grain, and yield a thick crop from only a light sowing. The result, then, is that from 4 to 6 modi must be sown according to the nature of the soil. Though there are some who make it a rule that 5 modi is the proper proportion for sowing, neither more nor less, whether it is a densely planted locality, a declivity, or a thin, meagre soil. To this subject bears reference an oracular precept which never can be too carefully observed: don't rob the harvest. Attius, in his Praxidicus, has added that the proper time for sowing is when the moon is in Aries, Gemini, Leo, Libra, and Aquarius. Zoroaster says it should be done when the sun has passed 12 degrees of Scorpio, and the moon is in Taurus. Chapter 56. The proper times for sowing. We now come to a subject which has been hitherto deferred by us, and which requires our most careful attention: the proper times for sowing. This is a question that depends in very great degree upon the stars, and I shall therefore make it my first care to set forth all the opinions that have been written in reference to the subject. Hesiod, the first writer who has given any precepts upon agriculture, speaks of one period only for sowing, the setting of the Vergiliae. But then he wrote in Boeotia, a country of Hellas, where, as we have already stated, they are still in the habit of sowing at that period. It is generally agreed by the most correct writers that with the earth, as with the birds and the quadrupeds, there are certain impulses for reproduction. And the epoch for this is fixed by the Greeks at the time when the earth is warm and moist. Virgil says that wheat and spelt should be sown at the setting of the Vergiliae, barley between the autumnal equinox and the winter solstice, and vetches, kidney beans, and lentils at the setting of Boötes. It is of great importance, therefore, to ascertain the exact days of the rising and setting of these constellations, as well as of the others. There are some, again, who recommend the sowing to be done before the setting of the Vergiliae, but only in a dry soil, and in those provinces where the weather is hot. For the seed, they say, if put in the ground, will keep, there being no moisture to spoil it, and within a single day after the next fall of rain will make its appearance above ground. Others, again, are of opinion that sowing should begin about 7 days after the setting of the Vergiliae, a period which is mostly followed by rain. Some think that cold soils should be sown immediately after the autumnal equinox, and a warm soil later, so that the blade may not put forth too luxuriantly before winter. It is universally agreed, however, that the sowing should not be done about the period of the winter solstice, for this very good reason: the winter seeds, if put in before the winter solstice, will make their appearance above ground on the 7th day, whereas, if they are sown just after it, they will hardly appear by the 40th. There are some, however, who begin very early, and have a saying to justify their doing so, to the effect that if seed sown too early often disappoints, seed put in too late always does so. On the other hand, again, there are some who maintain that it is better to sow in spring than in a bad autumn. And they say that if they find themselves obliged to sow in spring, they would choose the period that intervenes between the prevalence of the west winds and the vernal equinox. Some persons, however, take no notice of the celestial phenomena, and only regulate their movements by the months. In spring they put in flax, the oat, and the poppy, up to the feast of the Quinquatria, as we find done at the present day by the people of Italy beyond the Padus. There too they sow beans and winter wheat in the month of November, and spelt at the end of September, up to the Ides of October. Others, however, sow this last after the Ides of October, as late as the calends of November. The persons who do this take no notice, consequently, of the phenomena of nature, while others, again, lay too much stress upon them, and hence, by these refined subtleties and distinctions, only add to their blindness. For here are ignorant rustics, not only dealing with a branch of learning, but that branch astronomy. It must still, however, be admitted that the observations of the heavens plays a very important part in the operations of agriculture, and Virgil, we find, gives it as his advice that before anything else we should learn the theory of the winds and the revolutions of the stars. For, as he says, the agriculturist, no less than the mariner, should regulate his movements thereby. It is an arduous attempt, and almost beyond all hope of success, to make an endeavor to introduce the divine science of the heavens to the uninformed mind of the rustic, Still, however, with a view to such vast practical results as must be derived from this kind of knowledge, I shall make the attempt. There are some astronomical difficulties, however, which have been experienced by the learned even, that ought to be first submitted for consideration, in order that the mind may feel some encouragement on abandoning the study of the heavens, and may be acquainted with facts at least, even though it is still unable to see into futurity. Chapter 57. Arrangement of the stars according to the terrestrial days and nights. In the first place, it is almost an utter impossibility to calculate with a fair degree of accuracy the days of the year and movements of the sun. To the 365 days there are still to be added the intercalary days, the result of the additional quarters of a day and night. Hence it is that it is found impossible to ascertain with exactness the proper periods for the appearance of the stars. To this we must add, too, a certain degree of uncertainty connected with these matters that is universally admitted. Thus, for instance, bad and wintry weather will often precede by several days the proper period for the advent of that season, a state of things known to the Greeks as prokeimadzein, while at another time it will last longer than usual, a state of circumstance known as epikeimadzein. The effects, too, of the changes that take place in the seasons will sometimes be felt later, and at other times earlier, upon their reaching the face of the earth, and we not unfrequently hear the remark made upon the return of fine weather that the action of such and such a constellation is now completed. And then again, as all these phenomena depend upon certain stars, arranged and regulated in the vault of heaven, we find intervening in accordance with the movements of certain stars, hailstorms and showers, themselves productive of no slight results, as we have already observed, and apt to interfere with the anticipated regular recurrence of the seasons. Nor are we to suppose that these disappointments fall upon the human race only, for other animated beings, as well as ourselves, are deceived in regard to them, although endowed with even a greater degree of sagacity upon these points than we are, from the fact of their very existence depending so materially upon them. Hence it is that we sometimes see the summer birds killed by too late or too early cold, and the winter birds by heat coming out of the usual season. It is for this reason that Virgil has recommended us to study the courses of the planets, and has particularly warned us to watch the passage of the cold star Saturn. There are some who look upon the appearance of the butterfly as the surest sign of spring, because of the extreme delicacy of that insect. In this present year, however, in which I am penning these lines, it has been remarked that the flights of butterflies have been killed 3 several times by as many returns of the cold, while the foreign birds, which brought us by the 6th of the calends of February every indication of an early spring, after that had to struggle against a winter of the greatest severity. In treating of these matters, we have to meet a twofold difficulty. First of all, we have to ascertain whether or not the celestial phenomena are regulated by certain laws, and then we have to seek how to reconcile those laws with apparent facts. We must, however, be more particularly careful to take into account the convexity of the earth, and the difference of situation in the localities upon the face of the globe, for hence it is that the same constellation shows itself to different nations at different times, the result being that its influence is by no means perceptible everywhere at the same moment. This difficulty has been considerably enhanced, too, by various authors, who, after making their observations in different localities, and, indeed, in some instances, in the same locality, have yet given us varying or contradictory results. There have been 3 great schools of astronomy, the Chaldean, the Egyptian, and the Grecian. To these has been added a 4th school, which was established by the dictator Caesar among ourselves, and to which was entrusted the duty of regulating the year in conformity with the sun's revolution, under the auspices of Sysigenes, an astronomer of considerable learning and skill. His theory, too, upon the discovery of certain errors, has since been corrected, no intercalations having been made for 12 successive years, upon its being found that the year which before had anticipated the constellations was now beginning to fall behind them. Even Sysigenes himself, too, though more correct than his predecessors, has not hesitated to show, by his continual corrections in the 3 several treatises which he composed, that he still entertained great doubts on the subject. The writers, too, whose names are inserted at the beginning of this work, have sufficiently revealed the fact of these discrepancies, the opinions of one being rarely found to agree with those of another. This, however, is less surprising in the case of those whose plea is the difference of the localities in which they wrote. But with reference to those who, though living in the same country, have still arrived at different results, we shall here mention one remarkable instance of discrepancy. Hesiod, for under his name also we have a treatise extant on the science of the stars, has stated that the morning setting of the Vergiliae takes place at the moment of the autumnal equinox, whereas Thales, we find, makes it the 25th day after the equinox, Anaximander the 29th, and Euctemon the 48th. As for ourselves, we shall follow the calculations made by Julius Caesar, which bear reference more particularly to Italy, though at the same time we shall set forth the dicta of various other writers, bearing in mind that we are treating not of an individual country, but of nature considered in her totality. In doing this, however, we shall name, not the writers themselves, for that would be too lengthy a task, but the countries in reference to which they speak. The reader must bear in mind, then, that for the sake of saving space, under the head of Attica, we include the islands of the Cyclades as well, under that of Macedonia, Magnesia, and Thracia, under that of Egypt, Phoenice, Cyprus, and Cilicia, under that of Boeotia, Locris, Chios, and the adjoining countries, under that of Hellespont, Chersonesus, in the contiguous parts as far as Mount Athos, under that of Ionia, Asia, and the islands of Asia, under that of Peloponnesus, Achaia, and the regions lying to the west of it. Chaldea, when mentioned, will signify Assyria and Babylonia as well. My silence as to Africa, Spain, and the provinces of Gaul will occasion no surprise, from the fact that no one has published any observations made upon the stars in those countries. Still, however, there will be no difficulty in calculating them, even for those regions as well, on reference being made to the parallels which have been set forth in the 6th book. By adopting this course, an accurate acquaintance may be made with the astronomical relations, not only of individual nations, but of cities even as well. By taking the circular parallels, which we have there appended to the several portions of the earth respectively, and applying them to the countries in question that are similarly situate, it will be found that the rising of the heavenly bodies will be the same for all parts within those parallels, where the shadows projected are of equal length. It is also deserving of remark that the seasons have their periodical recurrences, without any marked difference, every 4 years, in consequence of the influence of the sun, and that the characteristics of the seasons are developed in excess every 8th year, at the revolution of every 100th moon. Chapter 58. The Rising and Setting of the Stars. The whole of this system is based upon the observation of 3 branches of the heavenly phenomena: the rising of the constellations, their setting, and the regular recurrence of the seasons. These risings and settings may be observed in 2 different ways. The stars are either concealed and cease to be seen at the rising of the sun, or else present themselves to our view at his setting, this last being more generally known by the name of immersion than of rising, while their disappearance is rather an occultation than a setting. Considered again, in another point of view, when upon certain days they begin to appear or disappear, at the setting or rising of the sun, as the case may be, these are called their morning or their evening settings or risings, according as each of these phenomena take place at daybreak or twilight. It requires an interval of 3/4 of an hour, at least, before the rising of the sun or after his setting, for the stars to be visible to us. In addition to this, there are certain stars which rise and set twice. All that we here state bears reference, it must be remembered, to the fixed stars only. Chapter 59. The Epochs of the Seasons. The year is divided into 4 periods or seasons, the recurrence of which is indicated by the increase or diminution of the daylight. Immediately after the winter solstice the days begin to increase, and by the time of the vernal equinox, or in other words, in 90 days and 3 hours, the day is equal in length to the night. After this, for 94 days and 12 hours, the days continue to increase, and the nights to diminish in proportion, up to the summer solstice, and from that point the days, though gradually decreasing, are still in excess of the nights for 92 days, 12 hours, until the autumnal equinox. At this period the days are of equal length with the nights, and after it they continue to decrease, inversely to the nights, until the winter solstice, a period of 88 days and 3 hours. In all these calculations, it must be remembered, equinoctial hours are spoken of, and not those measured arbitrarily in reference to the length of any one day in particular. All these seasons, too, commence at the 8th degree of the signs of the zodiac. The winter solstice begins at the 8th degree of Capricorn, the 8th day before the calends of January in general. The vernal equinox at the 8th degree of Aries, the summer solstice at the 8th degree of Cancer, and the autumnal equinox at the 8th degree of Libra. And it is rarely that these days do not respectively give some indication of a change in the weather. These 4 seasons, again, are subdivided, each of them, into 2 equal parts. Thus, for instance, between the summer solstice and the autumnal equinox, the setting of the Lyre on the 46th day indicates the beginning of autumn. Between the autumnal equinox and the winter solstice, the morning setting of the Vergiliae on the 44th day denotes the beginning of winter. Between the winter solstice and the vernal equinox, the prevalence of the west winds on the 45th day denotes the commencement of spring. And between the vernal equinox and the summer solstice, the morning rising of the Vergiliae on the 48th day announces the commencement of summer. We shall here make seed time, or in other words, the morning setting of the Vergiliae, our starting point, and shall not interrupt the thread of our explanation by making any mention of the minor constellations, as such a course would only augment the difficulties that already exist. It is much about this period that the stormy constellation of Orion departs, after traversing a large portion of the heavens. Chapter 60. The proper time for winter sowing. Most persons anticipate the proper time for sowing, and begin to put in the corn immediately after the 11th day of the autumnal equinox, at the rising of the crown, when we may reckon, almost to a certainty, upon several days of rainy weather in succession. Xenophon is of opinion that sowing should not be commenced until the deity has given us the signal for it, a term by which Cicero understands the rains that prevail in November. The true method to be adopted, however, is not to sow until the leaves begin to fall. Some persons are of opinion that this takes place at the setting of the Vergiliae, or the 3rd day before the Ides of November, as already stated, and they carefully observe it, for it is a constellation very easily remarked in the heavens, and warns us to resume our winter clothes. Hence it is that immediately on its setting the approach of winter is expected, and care is taken by those who are on their guard against the exorbitant charges of the shopkeepers to provide themselves with an appropriate dress. If the Vergiliae set with cloudy weather, it forebodes a rainy winter, and the prices of cloaks immediately rise. But if, on the other hand, the weather is clear at that period, a sharp winter is to be expected, and then the price of garments of other descriptions is sure to go up. But as to the husbandman, unacquainted as he is with the phenomena of the heavens, his brambles are to him in place of constellations, and if he looks at the ground, he sees it covered with their leaves. This fall of the leaves, earlier in one place and later in another, is a sure criterion of the temperature of the weather, for there is a great affinity between the effects produced by the weather in this respect and the nature of the soil and climate. There is this peculiar advantage, too, in the careful observation of these effects, that they are sure to be perceptible throughout the whole earth, while at the same time they have certain features which are peculiar to each individual locality. A person may perhaps be surprised at this who does not bear in mind that the herb pennyroyal, which is hung up in our larders, always blossoms on the day of the winter solstice. So firmly resolved is nature that nothing shall remain concealed from us, and in that spirit has given us the fall of the leaf as the signal for sowing. Such is the true method of interpreting all these phenomena, granted to us by nature as a manifestation of her will. It is the way that she wants us to prepare the ground, makes us a promise of a manure, as it were, in the fall of the leaves, announces to us that the earth and the productions thereof are thus protected by her against the cold, and warns us to hasten the operations of agriculture. Chapter 61. When to sow the leguminous plants and the poppy. Varro has given no other sign but this for our guidance in sowing the bean. Some persons are of opinion that it should be sown at full moon, the lentil between the 25th and 30th day of the moon, and the vetch on the same days of the moon. And they assure us that if this is done, they will be exempt from the attacks of slugs. Some say, however, that if wanted for fodder, they may be sown at these periods, but if for seed, in the spring. There is another sign, more evident still, supplied us by the marvelous foresight of nature, with reference to which we will give the words employed by Cicero himself. The lentisk, ever green and ever bent, beneath its fruits affords a threefold crop, thrice teeming, thrice it warns us when to plough. One of the periods here alluded to is the same that is now under consideration, being the appropriate time also for sowing flax and the poppy. With reference to this last, Cato gives the following advice. Burn upon land where corn has been grown, the twigs and branches which are of no use to you, and when that is done, sow the poppy there. The wild poppy, which is of a utility that is quite marvelous, is boiled in honey as a remedy for diseases of the throat, while the cultivated kind is a powerful narcotic. This much in reference to winter sowing. Chapter 62. Work to be done in the country in each month, respectively. And now, in order to complete what we may call in some measure an abridgment of the operations of agriculture, it is as well to add that it will be a good plan at the same period to manure the roots of trees, and to mold up the vines, a single hand being sufficient for one eugerum. Where, too, the nature of the locality will allow it, the vines and the trees upon which they are trained should be looped, and the soil turned up with the mattock for seed plots. Trenches, too, should be opened out, and the water drained from off the fields, and the presses should be well washed and put away. Never put eggs beneath the hen between the calends of November and the winter solstice. During all the summer and up to the calends of November you may put 13 under the hen, but the number must be smaller in winter, not less than 9, however. Democritus is of opinion that the winter will turn out of the same character as the weather on the day of the winter solstice in the 3 succeeding days. The same, too, with the summer and the weather at the summer solstice. About the winter solstice, for about twice 7 days mostly, while that halion is sitting, the winds are lulled, and the weather serene. But in this case, as in all others, the influence of the stars must only be judged of by the result, and we must not expect the changes of the weather, as if out upon their recognizances, to make their appearance exactly on certain predetermined days. Chapter 63. Work to be done at the winter solstice. Be careful never to touch the vine at the winter solstice. Hyginus reminds us to strain, and even to rack off wine, at the 7th day, after the winter solstice, provided the moon is 7 days old. About this period also the cherry tree, he says, should be planted. Acorns too should now be put in soak for the oxen, a modius for each pair. If given in larger quantities, this food will prove injurious to their health, and whenever it is given, if they are fed with it for less than 30 days in succession, an attack of scab in the spring, it is said, will be sure to make you repent. This, too, is the period that we have already assigned for cutting timber. Other kinds of work, again, may be found for the hours of the night, which are then so greatly prolonged. There are baskets, hurdles, and panniers to be woven, and the wood to be cut for torches. Squared stays for the vine may be prepared too, 30 in the daytime, and if rounded, as many as 60. In the long hours of the evening, too, some 5 squared stays, or 10 rounded ones, may be got ready, and the same number while the day is breaking. Chapter 64. Work to be done between the winter solstice and the prevalence of the west winds. Between the winter solstice and the period when the west winds begin to prevail, the following, according to Caesar, are the more important signs afforded by the constellations. The dog sets in the morning upon the 3rd day before the calends of January, a day on the evening of which the eagle sets to the people of Attica and the adjoining countries. On the day before the nones of January, according to Caesar's computation, the dolphin rises in the morning, and on the next day the lyre, upon the evening of which the arrow sets to the people of Egypt. Upon the 6th day before the ides of January, the dolphin sets in the evening, and Italy has many days of continuous cold. The same is the case also when the sun enters Aquarius, about the 16th day before the calends of February. On the 8th before the calends of February, the star which Tubero calls the royal star sets in the morning in the breast of Leo, and in the evening of the day before the nones of February the lyre sets. During the latter days of this period, whenever the nature of the weather will allow it, the ground should be turned up with a double mattock, for planting the rose and the vine, 60 men to a eugerum. Ditches, too, should be cleaned out, or new ones made. And the time of daybreak may be usefully employed in sharpening iron tools, fitting on handles, repairing such dolia as may have been broken, and rubbing up and cleaning their staves. Chapter 65. Work to be done between the prevalence of the west winds and the vernal equinox. Between the prevalence of the west winds and the vernal equinox, the 14th day before the calends of March, according to Caesar, announces 3 days of changeable weather. The same is the case, too, with the 8th before the calends of March, at the first appearance of the swallow, Arcturus rising on the evening of the next day. Caesar has observed that the same takes place on the 3rd before the nones of March, at the rising of Cancer. And most authorities say the same with reference to the immersion of the vintager. On the 8th before the ides of March, the northern limb of Pisces rises, and on the next day Orion, at which period also, in Attica, the kite is first seen. Caesar has noticed, too, the setting of Scorpio on the ides of March, a day that was so fatal to him, and on the 15th before the calends of April the kite appears in Italy. On the 12th before the calends of April the horse sets in the morning. This interval of time is a period of extreme activity for the agriculturist, and affords him a great number of occupations, in reference to which, however, he is extremely liable to be deceived. He is summoned to the commencement of these labors, not upon the day on which the west winds ought to begin, but upon the day on which they really do begin to blow. This moment must then be looked for with the most careful attention, as it is a signal which the deity has vouchsafed us in this month, attended with no doubts or equivocations, if only looked for with scrupulous care. We have already stated in the 2nd book the quarter in which this wind blows, and the exact point from which it comes, and before long we shall have occasion to speak of it again, still more in detail. In the meantime, however, setting out from the day, whatever it may happen to be, on which the west winds begin to prevail, for it is not always on the 7th before the ides of February that they do begin, whether, in fact, they begin to blow before the usual time, as is the case with an early spring, or whether after, which generally happens when the winter is prolonged, there are subjects innumerable to engage the attention of the agriculturist, and those, of course, should be the first attended to, which will admit of no delay. 3-month wheat must now be sown, the vine pruned in the way we have already described, the olive carefully attended to, fruit trees put in and grafted, vineyards cleaned and hoed, seedlings laid out, and replaced in the nursery by others, the reed, the willow, and the broom planted and lopped, and the elm, the poplar, and the plane planted in the manner already mentioned. At this period also the crops of corn ought to be weeded, and the winter kinds, spelt more particularly, well hoed. In doing this there is a certain rule to be observed, the proper moment being when 4 blades have made their appearance, and with the bean this should never be done until 3 leaves have appeared above ground. Even then, however, it is a better plan to clean them only with a slight hoeing, in preference to digging up the ground. But in no case should they ever be touched the first 15 days of their blossom. Barley must never be hoed except when it is quite dry. Take care, too, to have all pruning done by the vernal equinox. 4 men will be sufficient for pruning a eutrum of vineyard, and each hand will be able to train 15 vines to their trees. At this period, too, attention should be paid to the gardens and rose-beds, subjects which will be separately treated of in succeeding books. Due care should be given to ornamental gardening as well. It is now, too, the very best time for making ditches. The ground should now be opened for future purposes, as we find recommended by Virgil in particular, in order that the sun may thoroughly warm the clods. It is a piece of even more sound advice which recommends us to plough no lands in the middle of the spring, but those of middling quality. For if this is done with a rich soil, weeds will be sure to spring up in the furrows immediately. And if, on the other hand, it is a thin, meagre land, as soon as the heat comes on it will be dried up, and so lose all the moisture which should be reserved to nourish the seed when sown. It is a much better plan, beyond a doubt, to plough such soils as these in autumn. Cato lays down the following rules for the operations of spring. Ditches, he says, should be dug in the seed plots, vines should be grafted, and the elm, the fig, the olive, and other fruit trees planted in dense and humid soils. Such meadows as are not irrigated must be manured in a dry moon, protected from the western blasts, and carefully cleaned. Noxious weeds must be rooted up, fig trees cleared, and seed plots made, and the old ones dressed. All this should be done before you begin to hoe the vineyard. When the pear is in blossom, too, you should begin to plough, where it is a meagre, gravelly soil. When you have done all this, you may plough the more heavy, watery soils, doing this the last of all. The proper time for ploughing, then, is denoted by these 2 signs: the earliest fruit of the lentisk making its appearance, and the blossoming of the pear. There is a 3rd sign, however, as well, the flowering of the squill among the bulbous, and of the narcissus among the garland plants. For both the squill and the narcissus, as well as the lentisk, flower 3 times, denoting by their first flowering the first period for ploughing, by the second flowering the second, and by the third flowering the last. In this way it is that one thing affords hints for another. There is one precaution, too, that is by no means the least important among them: not to let ivy touch the bean while in blossom, for at this period the ivy is noxious to it, and most baneful in its effects. Some plants, again, afford certain signs which bear reference more particularly to themselves, the fig, for instance. When a few leaves only are found shooting from the summit, like a cup in shape, then it is more particularly that the fig tree should be planted. Chapter 66. Work to be done after the vernal equinox. The vernal equinox appears to end on the 8th day before the calends of April. Between the equinox and the morning rising of the Virgiliae, the calends of April announce, according to Caesar, stormy weather. Upon the 3rd before the nones of April, the Virgiliae set in the evening in Attica, in the day after in Boeotia, but according to Caesar, in the Chaldeans, upon the nones. In Egypt at this time Orion and his sword begin to set. According to Caesar, the setting of Libra on the 6th day before the Ides of April announces rain. On the 14th before the calends of May, the Succulae set to the people of Egypt in the evening. A stormy constellation, and significant of tempests, both by land and sea. This constellation sets on the 16th in Attica, and on the 15th, according to Caesar, announcing 4 days of bad weather in succession. In Assyria it sets upon the 12th before the calends of May. This constellation ordinarily has the name of Paralisium, from the circumstance that the 11th before the calends of May is observed as the natal day of the city of Rome. Upon this day, too, fine weather generally returns, and gives us a clear sky for our observations. The Greeks call the Succulae by the name of Hyades, in consequence of the rain and clouds which they bring with them, while our people, misled by the resemblance of the Greek name to another word of theirs, meaning a pig, have imagined that the constellation receives its name from that word, and have consequently given it, in their ignorance, the name of Succulae, or the little pigs. In the calculations made by Caesar, the 8th before the calends of May is a day remarked, and on the 7th before the calends the constellation of the kids rises in Egypt. On the 6th before the calends the dog sets in the evening in Boeotia and Attica, and the lyre rises in the morning. On the 5th before the calends of May, Orion has wholly set to the people of Assyria, and on the 4th before the calends the dog. On the 6th before the nones of May, the Succulae rise in the morning, according to the calculation of Caesar, and on the 8th before the Ides the she-goat, which announces rain. In Egypt the dog sets in the evening of the same day. Such are pretty nearly the movements of the constellations up to the 6th before the Ides of May. a period of the rising of the Vergiliae. In this interval of time, during the first 15 days, the agriculturist must make haste, and do all the work for which he has not been able to find time before the vernal equinox, and he should bear in mind that those who are late in pruning their vines are exposed to jibes and taunts, in imitation of the note of the bird passage known to us as the cuckoo. For it is looked upon as a disgrace, and one that subjects him to well-merited censure, for that bird upon its arrival, to find him only then pruning his vines. Hence it is, too, that we find those cutting jokes of which our peasantry are the object at the beginning of spring. Still, however, all such jokes are to be looked upon as most abominable, from the ill omens they convey. In this way, then, we see that, in agricultural operations, the most trifling things are construed as so many hints supplied us by nature. The latter part of this period is the proper time for sowing panic and millet. The precise moment, however, is just after the barley has ripened. In the case of the very same land, too, there is one sign that points in common both to the ripening of the barley and the sowing of panic and millet, the appearance of the glowworm, shining in the fields at night. Cicindelae is the name given by the country people to these flying stars, while the Greeks call them Lampyrides, another manifestation of the incredible bounteousness of nature. End of section 23.
Section 24 of The Natural History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne. The Natural History, Volume 4, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 24. Book 18. Chapter 67. Work to be done after the rising of the Vergiliae. Haymaking. Nature had already formed the Vergiliae, a noble group of stars, in the heavens. But not content with these, she has made others as well for the face of the earth, crying aloud, as it were, Why contemplate the heavens, husbandman? Why, rustic, look up at the stars? Do not the nights already afford you a sleep too brief for your fatigues? Behold now, I scatter stars amid the grass for your service, and I reveal them to you in the evening, as you return from your work, and that you may not disregard them, I call your attention to this marvel. Do you not see how the wings of this insect cover a body bright and shining like fire, and how that body gives out light in the hours of the night even? I have given you plants to point out to you the hours, and, that you may not have to turn your eyes from the earth, even to view the sun, the heliotropium and the lupine have been made by me to move with his movements. Why then still look upwards, and scan the face of heaven? Behold, here before your very feet are your Vergiliae. Upon a certain day do they make their appearance, and for a certain time do they stay. Equally certain, too, it is, that of that constellation they are the offspring. Whoever then shall put in his summer seeds before they have made their appearance will infallibly find himself in the wrong. It is in this interval, too, that the little bee comes forth and announces that the bean is about to blossom, for it is the bean in flower that summons it forth. We will here give another sign, which tells us when the cold is gone. As soon as ever you see the mulberry in bud, you have no occasion to fear any injury from the rigor of the weather. It is the time now to put in cuttings of the olive, to clear a way between the olive trees, and, in the earlier days of the equinox, to irrigate the meadows. As soon, however, as the grass puts forth a stem, you must shut off the water from the fields. You must now lop the early leafy branches of the vine, it being the rule that this should be done as soon as the branches have attained 4 fingers in length. 1 laborer will be sufficient for a jugerum. The crops of corn, too, should be hoed over again, an operation which lasts 20 days. It is generally thought, however, that it is injurious to both vine and corn to begin hoeing directly after the equinox. This is the proper time, too, for washing sheep. After the rising of the Vergiliae, the more remarkable signs are, according to Caesar, the morning rising of Arcturus, which takes place on the following day, and the rising of the Lyre on the 3rd before the Ides of March. The she-goat sets in the evening of the 12th before the kalends of June, and in Attica the dog. On the 11th before the kalends of June, according to Caesar, Orion's sword begins to appear, and, according to the same writer, on the 4th before the nonus of June the eagle rises in the evening, and in Assyria as well. On the 7th before the ides of June, Arcturus sets in the morning to the people of Italy, and on the 4th before the ides the dolphin rises in the evening. On the 17th before the kalends of July Orion's sword rises in Italy, and, 4 days later, in Egypt. On the 11th before the kalends of July, according to Caesar's reckoning, Orion's sword begins to set. And the 8th before the kalends of July, the longest day of the year, with the shortest night, brings us the summer solstice. In this interval of time the vine should be cleared of its superfluous branches, and care taken to give an old vine one turning up at the roots, a young tree too. Sheep, too, are sheared at this period, lupines turned up for manuring the land, the ground dug, vetches cut for fodder, and beans gathered in and threshed. About the kalends of June the meadows are mown, the cultivation of which, the one which is the easiest of all, and requires the smallest outlay, leads me to enter into some further details relative to it. Meadow land should be selected in a rich or else a moist or well-watered soil, and care should be taken to drain the rain-water upon them from the high-road. The best method of ensuring a good crop of grass is first to plough the land and then to harrow it. But, before passing the harrow over it, the ground should be sprinkled with such seed as may have fallen from the hay in the hay-lofts and mangers. The land should not be watered, however, the first year, nor should cattle be put to graze upon it before the second hay-harvest, for fear lest the blade should be torn up by the roots, or be trodden down and stunted in its growth. Meadow land will grow old in time, and it requires to be renovated every now and then by sowing upon it a crop of beans, or else rape or millet, after which it should be sown the next year with corn, and then left for hay the third. Care, too, should be taken every time the grass is cut, to pass the sickle over the ground, and so cut the aftermath which the mowers have left behind, for it is a very bad plan to leave any of the grass and let it shed its seed there. The best crop for meadow land is trefoil, and the next best is grass. Numulus is the very worst of all, as it bears a pod which is particularly injurious. Equestatis, too, which derives its name from its resemblance to horsehair, is of a noxious character. The proper time for mowing grass is when the ear begins to shed its blossom and to grow strong. Care must be taken to cut it before it becomes dry and parched. Don't mow your hay too late, says Cato, but cut it before the seed is ripe. Some persons turn the water upon it the day before mowing, where it is practicable to do so. It is the best plan to cut hay in the night while the dews are falling. In some parts of Italy the mowing is not done till after harvest. This operation, too, was a very expensive one in ancient times. In those days the only whetstones known were those of Crete and other places beyond sea, and they only used oil to sharpen the scythe with. For this purpose the mower moved along, with a horn to hold the oil, fastened to his thigh. Italy has since furnished us with whetstones which are used with water, and give an edge to the iron quite equal to that imparted by the file. These water whetstones, however, turn green very quickly. Of the scythe there are two varieties: the Italian, which is considerably shorter than the other, and can be handled among underwood even, and the Gallic, which makes quicker work of it when employed on extensive domains, for there they cut the grass in the middle only, and pass over the shorter blades. The Italian mowers cut with one hand only. It is a fair day's work for one man to cut a juggerum of grass, and for another to bind 1,200 sheaves of 4 pounds each. When the grass is cut it should be turned towards the sun, and must never be stacked until it is quite dry. If this last precaution is not carefully taken, a kind of vapor will be seen arising from the rick in the morning, and as soon as the sun is up it will ignite to a certainty, and so be consumed. When the grass has been cut, the meadow must be irrigated again, for the purpose of ensuring a crop in the autumn, known as the cordum or aftermath. At Interamna, in Umbria, the grass is cut 4 times a year, and this although the meadows there are not irrigated, in most places 3. After all this has been done, too, the pasturage of the land is found no less lucrative than the hay it has produced. This, however, is a matter of consideration for those more particularly who rear large herds of cattle, and every one whose occupation is to breed beasts of burden will have his own opinions upon the subject. It is found, however, the most lucrative of all by those whose business it is to train chariot horses. Chapter 68. The Summer Solstice. We have already stated that the summer solstice arrives at the 8th degree of Cancer, and upon the 8th day before the calends of July. This is an important crisis in the year, and of great interest to the whole earth. Up to this period, from the time of the winter solstice, the days have gone on increasing, and the sun has continued for 6 months making his ascension toward the north. Having now surmounted the heights of the heavens, at this point he reaches the goal, and after doing so, commences his return towards the south, the consequence of which is, that for the next 6 months he increases the nights and subtracts from the length of the days. From this period, then, it is the proper time to gather in and store away the various crops in succession, and to make all due preparations for the rigor and severity of the winter. It was only to be expected that nature should point out to us the moment of this change by certain signs of an indubitable character, and she has accordingly placed them beneath the very hands of the agriculturist, bidding the leaves turn round upon that day, and so denote that the luminary has now run its course. And it is not the leaves of the trees only that are wild and far remote that do this, nor have those persons who are on the lookout for these signs to go into devious forests and mountain tracts to seek them, nor yet, on the other hand, are they to be seen in the leaves of the trees only that are grown in the vicinity of cities or reared by the hand of the ornamental gardener, although in them they are to be seen as well. Nature upon this occasion turns the leaf of the olive, which meets us at every step. She turns the leaf of the linden, sought by us, as it is, for 1,000 purposes. She turns the leaf of the white poplar, too, wedded to the vine that grows upon its trunk. And still, for her, all this is not enough. You have the elm, she says, reared for the support of the vine, and the leaf of that I will make turn as well. The leaves of this tree you have to gather for fodder. The leaves of the vine you prune away. Only look upon them, and there you behold the solstice. They are now pointing towards a quarter of the heavens, the reverse of that towards which they looked the day before. The twigs of the withy, that most lowly of trees, you employ for tying things without number. You are a head taller than it. I will make its leaves turn round as well. Why complain, then, that you are but a rustic peasant? It shall be no fault of mine if you do not understand the heavens and become acquainted with the movements of the celestial bodies. I will give another sign, too, that shall address itself to your ear. Only listen for the cooing of the ring-doves, and beware of supposing that the summer solstice is past until you see the wood-pigeon sitting on her eggs. Between the summer solstice and the setting of the lyre, on the 6th day before the calends of July, according to Caesar's reckoning, Orion rises, and upon the 4th before the nonus of July, his belt rises to the people of Assyria. Upon the morning of the same day also, the scorching constellation of Procyon rises. This last constellation has no name with the Romans, unless, indeed, we would consider it as identical with Canicula, or the lesser dog, which we find depicted among the stars. This last is productive of excessive heat, as we shall shortly have further occasion to state. On the 4th before the nonus of July, the crown sets in the morning to the people of Chaldea, and in Attica the whole of Orion has risen by that day. On the day before, the Ides of July, the rising of Orion ends to the Egyptians also. On the 16th before the calends of August, Procyon rises to the people of Assyria, and, the day but one after, of nearly all other countries as well, indicating a crisis that is universally known among all nations, and which by us is called the rising of the Dog-star. The sun at this period entering the 1st degree of Leo. The Dog star rises on the 23rd day after the summer solstice. The influence of it is felt by both ocean and earth, and even by many of the animals as well, as stated by us elsewhere on the appropriate occasions. No less veneration, in fact, is paid to this star than to those that are consecrated for certain gods. It kindles the flame of the sun, and is one great source of the heats of summer. On the 13th day before the calends of August, the eagle sets in the morning to the people of Egypt, and the breezes that are the precursors of the Estian winds begin to blow. These, according to Caesar, are first perceived in Italy on the 10th before the calends of August. The eagle sets in the morning of that day to the people of Attica, and on the 3rd before the calends of August the royal star in the breast of Leo rises in the morning, according to Caesar. On the 8th before the Ides of August, one half of Arcturus has ceased to be visible, and on the 3rd before the Ides the Lyre, by its setting, opens the autumn, according to Caesar at least, though a more exact calculation has since shown that this takes place on the 6th day before the Ides of that month. The time that intervenes between these periods is one that is of primary importance in the cultivation of the vine, as the constellation of which we have spoken, under the name of Canicula, has now to decide upon the fate of the grape. It is at this period that the grapes are said to be charred, a blight falling upon them which burns them away, as though red-hot coals had been applied to them. There is no hail that can be compared with this destructive malady, nor yet any of those tempests which have been productive of such scarcity and dearth. For the evil effects of these, at the very utmost, are only felt in isolated districts, while the coal blight, on the other hand, extends over whole countries far and wide. Still, however, the remedy would not be very difficult, were it not that men would much rather calumniate nature than help themselves. It is said that Democritus, who was the first to comprehend and demonstrate that close affinity which exists between the heavens and the earth, finding his laborious researches upon that subject slighted by the more opulent of his fellow citizens, and presaging the high price of oil which was about to result upon the rising of Vergiliae, as we have already mentioned and shall have to explain more fully hereafter, bought up all the oil in the country, which was then at a very low figure, from the universal expectation of a fine crop of olives, a proceeding which greatly surprised all who knew that a life of poverty and learned repose was so earnestly the object of his aspirations. When, however, his motives had been fully justified by the result, and vast riches had flowed in upon him apace, he returned all his profits to the disappointed proprietors, whose avarice had now taught them to repent, thinking it quite sufficient to have thus proved how easy it was for him to acquire riches whenever he pleased. At a more recent period, again, Sextius, a Roman philosopher residing at Athens, made a similar application of his knowledge. Such, then, is the utility of science, the instructions provided by which it shall be my aim, as clearly and as perspicuously as possible, to apply to the various occupations of a country life. Most writers have said that it is the dew, scorched by a burning sun, that is the cause of mildew in corn, and of coal blight in the vine. This, however, seems to me in a great measure incorrect, and it is my opinion that all blights result entirely from cold, and that the sun is productive of no injurious effect whatever. This, in fact, will be quite evident, if only a little attention is paid to the subject, for we find that the blight makes its appearance at the first in the night time only, and before the sun has shone with any vigor. The natural inference is, that it depends entirely upon the moon, and more particularly as such a calamity as this is never known to happen except at the moon's conjunction, or else at the full moon, periods at which the influence of the heavenly body is at its greatest height. For at both of these periods, as already stated by us more than once, the moon is in reality at the full, though, during her conjunction she throws back to the heavens all the light, which she has received from the sun. The difference in the effects produced by the moon at these two periods is very great, though at some time equally apparent. For at the conjunction that body is extremely hot in summer, but cold in winter, while, on the other hand, at the full moon, the nights are cold in summer but warm in winter. The reason of this, although Frobenius and the Greek writers adopt another method of explaining it, is quite evident. During the moon's conjunction in the summer, she must of necessity move along with the sun in an orbit nearer to the earth, and so become warmed by the heat which she receives by reason of her closer vicinity to the sun. In winter, again, at the time of the conjunction, she is farther off from us, the sun being also removed to a greater distance. On the other hand, again, when the moon is at the full in summer, she is more remote from the earth, and in opposition with the sun, while in winter she approaches nearer to us at that point, by adopting the same orbit as at her conjunction in summer. Naturally humid herself, as often as from her position she is cold, she congeals to an unlimited extent the dews which fall at that period of the year. Chapter 69. Causes of Sterility. But we ought always to bear in mind, more particularly, that there are two varieties of evils that are inflicted upon the earth by the heavens. The first of these, known by us under the name of tempests, comprehends hailstorms, hurricanes, and other calamities of a similar nature. When these take place at the full moon, they come upon us with additional intensity. These tempests take their rise in certain noxious constellations, as already stated by us on several occasions. Arcturus, for instance, Orion, and the Kids. The other evils that are thus inflicted upon us supervene with a bright, clear sky, and amidst the silence of the night, no one being sensible of them until we have perceived their effects. These dispensations are universal and of a totally different character from those previously mentioned, and have various names given to them, sometimes mildew, sometimes blast, and sometimes coal blight. But in all cases sterility is the infallible result. It is of these last that we have now to speak, entering into details which have not hitherto been treated of by any writer, and first of all we will explain the causes of them. Independently of the moon, there are two principal causes of these calamities, which emanate more particularly from two quarters of the heavens of but limited extent. On the one hand, the Vergiliae exercise an especial influence on our harvests, as it is with their rising that the summer begins, and with their setting the winter; thus embracing, in the space of 6 months, the harvest, the vintage, and the ripening of all the vegetable productions. In addition to this, there is a circular tract in the heavens, quite visible to the human eye even, known as the Milky Way. It is the emanations from this, flowing as it were from the breast, that supply their milky nutriment to all branches of the vegetable world. Two constellations more particularly mark this circular tract, the Eagle in the north, and Canicula in the south. Of this last we have already made mention in the appropriate place. This circle traverses also Sagittarius and Gemini, and passing through the centre of the sun, cuts the equinox line below, the constellation of the Eagle making its appearance at the point of intersection on the one side, and Canicula on the other. Hence it is that the influences of both these constellations develop themselves upon all cultivated lands, it being at these points only that the centre of the sun is brought to correspond with that of the earth. If, then, at the moments of the rising and setting of these constellations, the air, soft and pure, transmits these genial and milky emanations to the earth, the crops will thrive and ripen apace. But if, on the other hand, the moon, as already mentioned, sheds her chilling dews, the bitterness therefore infuses itself into these milky secretions, and so kills the vegetation in its birth. The measure of the injury so inflicted on the earth depends, in each climate, upon the combination of the one or the other of these causes, and hence it is that it is not felt in equal intensity throughout the whole earth, not even precisely at the same moment of time. We have already said that the Eagle rises in Italy on the 13th day before the calends of January, and the ordinary course of nature does not permit us before that period to reckon with any degree of certainty upon the fruits of the earth, for if the moon should happen to be in conjunction at that time, it will be a necessary consequence that all the winter fruits, as well as the early ones, will receive injury more or less. The life led by the ancients was rude and illiterate. Still, as will be readily seen, the observations they made were not less remarkable for ingenuity than are the theories of the present day. With them there were 3 set periods for gathering in the produce of the earth, and it was in honor of these 3 periods that they instituted the festive days, known as the Ribogalia, the Floralia, and the Venalia. The Ribogalia were established by Numa in the 40th year of his reign, and are still celebrated on the 7th day before the calends of May, as it is at this period that mildew most makes its first attacks upon the growing corn. Varro fixes this crisis at the moment at which the sun enters the 10th degree of Taurus, in accordance with the notions that prevailed in his day. But the real cause is the fact that 31 days after the vernal equinox, according to the observations of various nations, the Dog star sets between the 7th and the 4th before the calends of May, a constellation baneful in itself, and to appease which a young dog should first be sacrificed. The same people also, in the year of the city 513, instituted the Floralia, a festival held upon the 4th before the calends of May, in accordance with the oracular injunctions of the Sibyl to secure a favorable season for the blossom and flowers. Varro fixes this day as the time at which the sun enters the 14th degree of Taurus. If there should happen to be a full moon during the 4 days at this period, injury to the corn and all the plants that are in blossom will be the necessary result. The first Venalia, which in ancient times were established on the 9th before the calends of May for the purpose of tasting the wines, have no signification whatever in reference to the fruits of the earth, any more than the festivals already mentioned have in reference to the vine and the olive. The germination of these last not commencing, in fact, till the rising of the Virgilia, on the 6th day before the Ides of May, as already mentioned on previous occasions. This again is another period of 4 days, which should never be blemished by dews, as the chilling constellation of Arcturus, which sets on the following day, will be sure to nip the vegetation, still less ought there to be a full moon at this period. On the 4th before the nones of June, the eagle rises again in the evening, a critical day for the olives and vines in blossom, if there should happen to be a full moon. For my part, I am of the opinion that the 8th before the calends of July, the day of the summer solstice, must be a critical day for a similar reason, and that the rising of the Dog star, 23 days after the summer solstice, must be so too, in case the moon is then in conjunction, for the excessive heat is productive of injurious effects, and the grape becomes prematurely ripened, shriveled, and tough. Again, if there is a full moon on the 4th before the nones of July, when Canicula rises to the people of Egypt, or at least on the 16th before the calends of August, when it rises in Italy, it is productive of injurious results. The same is the case, too, from the 13th day before the calends of August, when the eagle sets, to the 10th before the calends of that month. The second Venalia, which are celebrated on the 14th before the calends of September, bear no reference to these influences. Varro fixes them at the period at which the lyre begins its morning setting, and says that this indicates the beginning of autumn, the day having been set apart for the purpose of propitiating the weather. At the present day, however, it is observed that the lyre sets on the 6th before the Ides of August. Within these periods there are exerted the sterilizing influences of the heavens, although I am far from denying that they may be considerably modified by the nature of the locality, according as it is hot or cold. Still, however, it is sufficient for me to have demonstrated the theory, the modifications of its results depending, in a great degree, upon attentive observation. It is beyond all question, too, that either of these 2 causes will always be productive of its own peculiar effects, the full moon, I mean, or else the moon's conjunction. And here it suggests itself how great we ought to admire the bounteous provisions made for us by nature. For, in the first place, these calamitous results cannot by any possibility befall us every year, in consequence of the fixed revolutions of the stars, nor indeed, when they do happen, beyond a few nights in the year, and it may be easily known beforehand which nights these are likely to be. In order, too, that we might not have to apprehend these injuries to vegetation in all the months, nature has so ordained that the times of the moon's conjunction in summer and of the full moon in winter, with the exception of 2 days only at these respective periods, are well ascertained, and that there is no danger to be apprehended on any but the nights of summer, and those nights the shortest of all. In the daytime, on the other hand, there is nothing to fear. And then, besides, these phenomena may be so easily understood, that the ant even, that most diminutive of insects, takes its rest during the moon's conjunction, but toils on, and that during the night as well when the moon is full. The bird, too, called the para, disappears on the day on which Sirius rises, and never reappears until that star has set, while the whitwall, on the other hand, makes its appearance on the day of the summer solstice. The moon, however, is productive of no noxious effects at either of these periods, except when the nights are clear, and every movement of the air is lulled, for so long as clouds prevail, or the wind is blowing, the night dews never fall. And then, besides, there are certain remedies to counterset these noxious influences. Chapter 70. Remedies against these noxious influences. When you have reason to fear these influences, make bonfires in the fields and vineyards of cuttings or heaps of chaff, or else of the weeds that have been rooted up. The smoke will act as a good preservative. The smoke, too, of burning chaff will be an effectual protection against the effects of fog, when likely to be injurious. Some persons recommend that 3 crabs should be burnt alive among the trees on which the vines are trained, to prevent these from being attacked by coal blight, while others say that the flesh of the Silurus should be burnt in a slow fire, in such a way that the smoke may be dispersed by the wind throughout the vineyard. Varro informs us that if at the setting of the lyre, which is the beginning of autumn, a painted grape is consecrated in the midst of the vineyard, the bad weather will not be productive of such disastrous results as it otherwise would. Archibius has stated, in a letter to Antiochus, king of Syria, that if a bramble frog is buried in a new earthen vessel in the middle of a cornfield, there will be no storms to cause injury. Chapter 71. Work to be done after the summer solstice. The following are the rural occupations for this interval of time. The ground must have another turning up, and the trees must be cleared about the roots and molded up, where the heat of the locality requires it. Those plants, however, which are in bud must not be spaded at the roots, except where the soil is particularly rich. The seed pods, too, must be well cleared with the hoe, the barley harvest got in, and the threshing floor prepared for the harvest with chalk, as Cato tells us, slackened with emuria of olives. Virgil makes mention of a method still more laborious even. In general, however, it is considered sufficient to make it perfectly level, and then to cover it with a solution of cow dung and water, this being thought sufficient to prevent dust from rising. End of section 24.
Section 25 of the Natural History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Natural History, Volume 4, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 25, Book 18, Chapters 72 to 77. Chapter 72. The Harvest. The mode of getting in the harvest varies considerably. In the vast domains of the provinces of Gaul, a large hollow frame, armed with teeth and supported on 2 wheels, is driven through the standing corn, the beasts being yoked behind it, the result being that the ears are torn off and fall within the frame. In other countries the stalks are cut with a sickle in the middle, and the ears are separated by the aid of paddle forks. In some places again the corn is torn up by the roots, and it is asserted by those who adopt this plan that it is as good as a light turning up for the ground, whereas in reality they deprive it of its juices. There are differences in other respects also. In places where they thatch their houses with straw, they keep the longest halms for that purpose, and where hay is scarce, they employ the straw for litter. The straw of panic is never used for thatching, and that of millet is mostly burned. Barley straw, however, is always preserved, as being the most agreeable of all as a food for oxen. In the Gallic provinces, panic and millet are gathered, ear by ear, with the aid of a comb carried in the hand. In some places the corn is beaten out by machines upon the threshing floor, in others by the feet of mares, and in others with flails. The later wheat is cut, the more prolific it is, but if it is got in early, the grain is finer and stronger. The best rule is, to cut it before the grain hardens, and just as it is changing color; though the oracles on husbandry say that it is better to begin the harvest 2 days too soon than 2 days too late. Winter and other wheat must be treated exactly the same way both on the threshing floor and in the granary. Spelt, as it is difficult to be threshed, should be stored with the chaff on, being only disengaged of the straw and the beard. Many countries make use of chaff for hay. The smoother and thinner it is, and the more nearly resembling dust, the better. Hence it is that the chaff of millet is considered the best, that of barley being the next best, and that of wheat the worst of all, except for beasts that are hard worked. In stony places they break the halms, when dry, with staves, for the cattle to lie upon. If there is a deficiency of chaff, the straw as well is ground for food. The following is the method employed in preparing it. It is cut early and sprinkled with bay salt, after which it is dried and rolled up in trusses, and given to the oxen as wanted, instead of hay. Some persons set fire to the stubble in the fields, a plan that has been greatly extolled by Virgil. The chief merit of it is that the seed of the weeds is effectually destroyed. The diversity of the methods employed in harvesting mainly depends upon the extent of the crops and the price of labor. Chapter 73. The methods of storing corn. Connected with this branch of our subject is the method of storing corn. Some persons recommend that granaries should be built for the purpose at considerable expense, the walls being made of brick, and not less than 3 feet thick. The corn, they say, should be let in from above, the air being carefully excluded, and no windows allowed. Others, again, say that the granary should have an aspect in no direction but the northeast or north, and that the walls should be built without lime, that substance being extremely injurious to corn. As to what we find recommended in reference to a merca of olives, we have already mentioned it on a former occasion. In some places they build their granaries of wood and upon pillars, thinking it the best plan to leave access for the air on every side, and from below even. Some persons think, however, that the grain diminishes in bulk if laid on a floor above the level of the ground, and that it is liable to ferment beneath a roof of tiles. Many persons say, too, that the grain should never be stirred up to air it, as the weevil is never known to penetrate beyond 4 fingers in depth. Consequently, beyond that depth there is no danger. According to Columella, the west wind is beneficial to grain, a thing that surprises me, as that wind is generally a very parching one. Some persons recommend that, before housing the corn, a bramble frog should be hung up by one of the hind legs at the threshold of the granary. To me it appears that the most important precaution of all is to house the grain at the proper time, for if it is unripe when cut, and not sufficiently firm, or if it is got in a heated state, it follows of necessity that noxious insects will breed in it. There are several causes which contribute to the preservation of grain. The outer coats in some kinds are more numerous, as in millet, for instance. The juices are of an oleaginous nature, and so supply ample moisture, as in sesame, for example, while in other kinds again they are naturally bitter, as in the lupine and the chichling vetch. It is in wheat more particularly that insects breed, as it is apt to heat from the density of its juices, and the grain is covered with a thick bran. In barley the chaff is thinner, and the same is the case with all the leguminous seeds. It is for this reason that they do not ordinarily breed insects. The bean, however, is covered with a coat of a thicker substance, and hence it is that it ferments. Some persons sprinkle wheat, in order to make it keep the longer, with a moica of olives, a quadrantal to 1,000 modi; others again with powdered chalcidian or carrion chalk, or with wormwood. There is a certain earth found at Olynthus and at Cerinthus in Euboea, which prevents grain from spoiling. If garnered in the ear, grain is hardly ever found to suffer any injury. The best plan, however, of preserving grain is to lay it up in trenches, called sciri, as they do in Cappadocia, Thracia, Spain, and at in Africa. Particular care is taken to dig these trenches in a dry soil, and a layer of chaff is then placed at the bottom. The grain, too, is always stored in the ear. In this case, if no air is allowed to penetrate to the corn, we may rest assured that no noxious insect will ever breed in it. Varro says that wheat, if thus stored, will keep as long as 50 years, and millet 100, and he assures us that beans and other leguminous grain, if put away in oil jars with a covering of ashes, will keep for a great length of time. He makes a statement also to the effect that some beans were preserved in a cavern in Ambracia from the time of King Pyrrhus until the piratical war of Pompeius Magnus, a period of about 220 years. The chickpea is the only grain in which no insect will breed while in the granary. Some persons place upon the heaps of the leguminous grains pitchers full of vinegar and coated with pitch, a stratum of ashes being laid beneath, and they fancy that if this is done no injury will happen. Some, again, store them in vessels which have held salted provisions, with a coating of plaster on the top, while other persons are in the habit of sprinkling lentils with vinegar scented with laser, and when dry giving them a covering of oil. But the most effectual method of all is to get in everything that you would preserve from injury at the time of the moon's conjunction, and hence it is of the greatest importance to know, when getting in the harvest, whether it is for garnering or whether for immediate sale. If cut during the increase of the moon, grain will increase in size. Chapter 74. The Vintage and the Works of Autumn. In accordance with the ordinary divisions of the year, we now come to autumn, a period which extends from the setting of the lyre to the autumnal equinox, and from that to the setting of the Virgili and the beginning of winter. In these intervals the more important periods are marked by the rising of the horse of the people of Attica, in the evening of the day before the Ides of August, upon which day also the dolphin sets in Egypt, and, according to Caesar, in Italy. On the 11th, before the calends of September, the star called the Vintager begins to rise in the morning, according to Caesar's reckoning, and to the people of Assyria it announces the ripening of the vintage, a sure sign of which is the change of colour in the grape. On the 5th, before the calends of September, the arrow sets in Assyria, and the Etesian winds cease to blow. On the nones of September the vintager rises in Egypt, and in the morning of that day Arcturus rises to the people of Attica. On the same morning too the arrow sets. On the 5th, before the Ides of September, according to Caesar, the she-goat rises in the evening, and one half of Arcturus becomes visible on the day before the Ides of September, being portentous of boisterous weather for 5 days, both by land and sea. The theory relative to the effects produced by Arcturus is stated in the following terms. If showers prevail, it is said, at the setting of the dolphin, they will not cease so long as Arcturus is visible. The departure of the swallows may be looked upon as the sign of the rising of Arcturus, for if overtaken by it they are sure to perish. On the 16th day before the calends of October, the ear of corn which Virgo holds rises to the people of Egypt in the morning, and by this day the Etesian winds have quite ceased to blow. According to Caesar, this constellation rises on the 14th before the calends, and it affords its prognostics to the Assyrians on the 13th. On the 11th before the calends of October, the point of junction in Piscis disappears, and upon the 8th is the autumnal equinox. It is a remarkable fact, and rarely the case, that Philippus, Callippus, Dosithæus, Parmeniscus, Conon, Crichton, Democritus, and Eudoxus all agree that the she-goat rises in the morning of the 4th before the calends of October, and on the 3rd the kids. On the 6th day before the nones of October, the crown rises in the morning to the people of Attica, and upon the morning of the 5th the charioteer sets. On the 4th before the nones of October, the crown, according to Caesar's reckoning, begins to rise, and on the evening of the day after is the setting of the constellation of the kids. On the 8th before the ides of October, according to Caesar, the bright star rises that shines in the crown, and on the evening of the 6th before the ides of the Vergiliae rise. Upon the ides of October the crown has wholly risen. On the 17th before the calends of November the Seculae rise in the evening, and on the day before the calends, according to Caesar's reckoning, Arcturus sets, and the Seculae rise with the sun. In the evening of the 4th day before the nones of November, Arcturus sets. On the 5th before the ides of November, Orion's sword begins to set, and on the 3rd before the ides the Vergiliae set. In this interval of time the rural operations consist in sowing rape and turnips upon the days which have been mentioned on a previous occasion. The people in the country are of opinion that it is not a good plan to sow rape after the departure of the stork; but for my own part I am of opinion that it should be sown after the Vulcanalia, and the early kind at the same time as panic. After the setting of the lyre, vetches should be sown, kidney beans and hay grass. It is generally recommended that this should be done while the moon is in conjunction. This too is the proper time for gathering in the leaves. It is fair work for one woodman to fill 4 baskets in the day. If the leaves are gathered while the moon is on the wane, they will not decay. They ought not to be dry, however, when gathered. The ancients were of opinion that the vintage is never ripe before the equinox, but at the present day I find that it is gathered in before that period. It will be as well, therefore, to give the signs and indications by which the proper moment may be exactly ascertained. The rules for getting in the vintage are to the following effect: never gather the grape in a heated state, or in other words when the weather is dry, and before the rains have fallen; nor ought it to be gathered when covered with dew, or in other words when dews have fallen during the night, nor yet before the dews have been dispelled by the sun. Commence the vintage when the bearing shoots begin to recline upon the stem, or when, after a grape is removed from the bunch, the space left empty is not filled up, this being a sure proof that the berry has ceased to increase in size. It is of the greatest consequence to the grape that it should be gathered while the moon is on the increase. Each pressing should fill 20 culae, that being the fair proportion. To fill 20 culae in vats from 20 jugera of vineyard, a single press will be enough. In pressing the grape, some persons use a single press board, but it is a better plan to employ 2, however large the single ones may be. It is the length of them that is of the greatest consequence, and not the thickness. If wide, however, they press the fruit all the better. The ancients used to screw down the press boards with ropes and leather tongs worked by levers. Within the last 100 years the Greek press has been invented, with thick spiral grooves running down the stem. To this stem there are spokes attached, which project like the rays of a star, and by means of which the stem is made to lift a box filled with stones, a method that is very highly approved of. It is only within the last 22 years that a plan has been discovered of employing smaller press boards and a less unwieldy press. To effect this, the height has been reduced, and the stem of the screw placed in the middle, and the whole pressure being concentrated upon broad planks placed over the grapes, which are covered also with heavy weights above. This is the proper time for gathering fruit. The best moment for doing so is when it has begun to fall through ripeness, and not from the effect of the weather. This is the season, too, for extracting the lees of wine and for boiling the frutum. This last must be done on a night when there is no moon, or if it is a full moon, in the daytime. At other times of the year it must be done either before the moon has risen or after it has set. The grapes employed for this purpose should never be gathered from a young vine, nor yet from a tree that is grown in a marshy spot, nor should any grapes be used but those that are perfectly ripe. The liquor too should never be skimmed with anything but a leaf, for if the vessel should happen to be touched with wood, the liquor, it is generally thought, will have a burnt and smoky flavour. The proper time for the vintage is between the equinox and the setting of the Vergiliae, a period of 44 days. It is a saying among the growers that to pitch wine vessels after that day, in consequence of the coldness of the weather, is only so much time lost. Still, however, I have seen before now persons getting in the vintage on the calends of January, even, in consequence of the want of wine vessels, and putting the must into receivers, or else pouring the old wine out of its vessels, to make room for new liquor of a very doubtful quality. This, however, happens not so often in consequence of an overabundant crop, as through carelessness, or else the avarice which leads people to wait for a rise in prices. The method that is adopted by the most economical managers is to use the produce supplied by each year, and this too is found in the end the most lucrative mode of proceeding. As for the other details relative to wines, they have been discussed at sufficient length already, and it has been stated on a previous occasion that as soon as the vintage is got in, the olives should at once be gathered, with other particulars relative to the olive, after the setting of the Vergiliae. Chapter 75. The revolutions of the moon. I shall now proceed to add some necessary information relative to the moon, the winds, and certain signs and prognostics, in order that I may complete the observations I have to make with reference to the sidereal system. Virgil has even gone so far, in imitation of Democritus, as to assign certain operations to certain days of the moon. But my sole object shall be, as indeed it has been throughout this work, to consult that utility which is based upon a knowledge and appreciation of general principles. All vegetable productions are cut, gathered, and housed to more advantage while the moon is on the wane than while it is on the increase. Manure must never be touched except when the moon is on the wane, and land must be manured more particularly while the moon is in conjunction, or else at the first quarter. Take care to geld your boars, bulls, rams, and kids while the moon is on the wane. Put eggs under the hen at a new moon. Make your ditches in the night time when the moon is at full. Cover up the roots of trees while the moon is at full. Where the soil is humid, put in seed at the moon's conjunction, and during the 4 days about that period. It is generally recommended, too, to give an airing to corn and the leguminous grains, and to garner them towards the end of the moon, to make seed plots when the moon is above the horizon, and to tread out the grape, to fell timber, and to do many other things that have been mentioned in their respective places, when the moon is below it. The observation of the moon in general, as already observed in the second book, is not so very easy, but what I am about here to state even rustics will be able to comprehend. So long as the moon is in the west, and during the earlier hours of the night, she will be on the increase, and 1/2 of her disk will be perceived. But when the moon is seen to rise at sunset and opposite to the sun, so that they are both perceptible at the same moment, she will be at full. Again, as often as the moon rises in the east, and does not give her light in the earlier hours of the night, but shows herself during a portion of the day, she will be on the wane, and 1/2 of her only will again be perceptible. When the moon has ceased to be visible, she is in conjunction, a period known to us as interlunium. During the conjunction the moon will be above the horizon the same time as the sun, for the whole of the first day. On the second she will advance upon the night 10/12 of an hour and 1/4 of a 12th. On the third day the same as on the second, and so on in succession up to the 15th day, the same proportional parts of an hour being added each day. On the 15th day she will be above the horizon all night, and below it all day. On the 16th she will remain below the horizon 10/12 of an hour, and 1/4 of a 12th, at the first hour of the night, and so on in the same proportion day after day up to the period of her conjunction, and thus the same time which by remaining under the horizon she withdraws from the first part of the night, she will add to the end of the night by remaining above the horizon. Her revolutions too will occupy 30 days one month, and 29 the next, and so on alternately. Such is the theory of the revolutions of the moon. Chapter 76. The theory of the winds. The theory of the winds is of a somewhat more intricate nature. After observing the quarter in which the sun rises on any given day, at the 6th hour of the day take your position in such a manner as to have the point of the sun's rising on your left. You will then have the south directly facing you, and the north at your back. A line drawn through a field in this direction is called the cardinal line. The observer must then turn round, so as to look upon his shadow, for it will be behind him. Having thus changed his position so as to bring the point of the sun's rising on that day to the right, and that of his setting to the left, it will be the 6th hour of the day, at the moment when the shadow straight before him is the shortest. Through the middle of this shadow, taken lengthwise, a furrow must be traced in the ground with a hoe, or else a line drawn with ashes, some 20 feet in length, say. In the middle of this line, or in other words at the 10th foot in it, a small circle must then be described. To this circle we may give the name of the umbilicus, or navel. That point in the line which lies on the side of the head of the shadow will be the point from which the north wind blows. You who are engaged in pruning trees, be it your care that the incisions made in the wood do not face this point, nor should the vine trees or the vines have this aspect, except in the climates of Africa, Cyrene, or Egypt. When the wind blows too from this point, you must never plough, nor in fact attempt any other of the operations of which we shall have to make mention. That part of the line which lies between the umbilicus and the feet of the shadow will look towards the south, and indicate the point from which the south wind blows, to which, as already mentioned, the Greeks have given the name of notus. When the wind comes from this quarter, you, husbandmen, must never fell wood or touch the vine. In Italy this wind is either humid or else of a burning heat, and in Africa it is accompanied with intense heat and fine clear weather. In Italy the bearing branches should be trained to face this quarter, but the incisions made in the trees or vines when pruned must never face it. Let those be on their guard against this wind upon the 4 days at the rising of the Virgiliae, who are engaged in planting the olive, as well as those who are employed in the operations of grafting or inoculating. It will be as well too here to give some advice in reference to the climate of Italy, as to certain precautions to be observed at certain hours of the day. You, woodman, must never lop the branches in the middle of the day, and you, shepherd, when you see midday approaching in summer, and the shadow gradually decreasing, drive your flocks from out of the sun into some well-shaded spot. When you lead the flocks to pasture in summer, let them face the west before midday, and after that time the east. If this precaution is not adopted, calamitous results will ensue. The same too if the flocks are led in winter or spring to pastures covered with dew. Nor must you let them feed with their faces to the north, as already mentioned, for the wind will either close their eyes or else make them bleared, and they will die of looseness. If you wish to have females, you should let the dams have their faces towards the north while being covered. Chapter 77. The laying out of lands according to the points of the wind. We have already stated that the umbilicus should be described in the middle of the line. Let another line be drawn transversely through the middle of it, and it will be found to run from due east to due west. A trench cut through the land in accordance with this line is known by the name of decumanus. 2 other lines must then be traced obliquely across them in the form of the letter X, in such a way as to run exactly from right and left of the northern point to left and right of the southern one. All these lines must pass through the center of the umbilicus, and all must be of corresponding length and at equal distances. This method should always be adopted in laying out land, or if it should be found necessary to employ it frequently, a plan of it may be made in wood, sticks of equal length being fixed upon the surface of a small tambour, but perfectly round. In the method which I am here explaining, it is necessary to point out one precaution that must always be observed by those who are unacquainted with the subject. The point that must be verified first of all is the south, as that is always the same. But the sun, it must be remembered, rises every day at a point in the heavens different to that of his rising on the day before, so that the east must never be taken as the basis for tracing the lines. Having now ascertained the various points of the heavens, the extremity of the line that is nearest to the north, but lying to the east of it, will indicate the solstitial rising, or in other words, the rising of the sun on the longest day, as also the point from which the wind Aquilo blows, known to the Greeks by the name of Boreas. You should plant all trees and vines facing this point, but take care never to plough or sow corn or plant in seed plots while this wind is blowing, for it has the effect of drying up and blasting the roots of the trees while being transplanted. Be taught in time, one thing is good for grown trees, another for them while they are but young. Nor have I forgotten the fact that it is at this point of the heavens that the Greeks place the winds to which they give the name of Kekias. Aristotle, a man of most extensive learning, who has assigned Kekias to this position, explains that it is in consequence of the convexity of the earth that Aquilo blows in an opposite direction to the wind called Africus. The agriculturist, however, has nothing to fear from Aquilo, in respect to the operations before mentioned, all the year through. For this wind is softened by the sun in the middle of the summer, and, changing its name, is known by that of Etesias. When you feel the cold, then, be on your guard, for whatever the noxious effects that are attributed to Aquilo, the more sensibly will they be felt when the wind blows from due north. In Asia, Greece, Spain, the coasts of Italy, Campania, and Apulia, the trees that support the vines, as well as the vines themselves, should have an aspect towards the northeast. If you wish to have male produce, let the flock feed in such a way that this wind may have the opportunity of fecundating the male, whose office it is to fecundate the females. The wind Africus, known to the Greeks by the name of Lips, blows from the southwest, the opposite point to Aquilo. When animals after coupling turn their heads toward this quarter, you may be sure that female produce has been conceived. The third line from the north, which we have drawn transversely through the shadow, and called by the name of Decumanus, will point due east, and from this quarter the wind Subsolanus blows, by the Greeks called Apeliotis. It is to this point that, in healthy localities, farmhouses and vineyards are made to look. This wind is accompanied with soft, gentle showers. Favonius, however, the wind that blows from due west, the opposite quarter to it, is of a drier nature. By the Greeks it is known as Zephyrus. Cato has recommended that oliveyards should look due west. It is this wind that begins the spring and opens the earth. It is moderately cool, but healthy. As soon as it begins to prevail, it indicates that the time has arrived for pruning the vine, weeding the corn, planting trees, grafting fruit trees, and trimming the olive, for its breezes are productive of the most nutritious effects. The fourth line from the north, and the one that lies nearest the south on the eastern side, will indicate the point of the sun's rising at the winter solstice, and the wind Volturnus, known by the name of Eurus to the Greeks. This wind is warm and dry, and beehives and vineyards in the climates of Italy and the Gallic provinces should face this quarter. Directly opposite to Volturnus, the wind Chorus blows. It indicates the point of the sun's setting at the summer solstice, and lies on the western side next to the north. By the Greeks it is called Argestes, and is one of the very coldest of the winds, which in fact is the case with all the winds that blow from the north. This wind too brings hailstorms with it, for which reason it is necessary to be on our guard against it no less than the north. If Volturnus begins to blow from a clear quarter of the heavens, it will not last till night. but if it is subsolanus, it will prevail for the greater part of the night. Whatever the wind that may happen to be blowing, if it is accompanied by heat, it will be sure to last for several days. The earth announces the approach of Aquilo by drying on a sudden, while in the approach of Auster the surface becomes moist without any apparent cause. End of section 25. Section 26 of The Natural History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Natural History, Volume 4, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 26. Book 18, Chapters 78 to 90. Chapter 78. Prognostics derived from the Sun. Having now explained the theory of the winds, it seems to me the best plan, in order to avoid any repetition, to pass on to the other signs and prognostics that are indicative of a change of weather. I find too that this is a kind of knowledge that greatly interested Virgil, for he mentions the fact that during the harvest even he has often seen the winds engage in a combat that was absolutely ruinous to the improvident agriculturist. There is a tradition too to the effect that Democritus, already mentioned, when his brother Damasus was getting in his harvest in extremely hot weather, entreated him to leave the rest of the crop, and house with all haste that which had been cut, and it was only within a very few hours that his prediction was verified by a most violent storm. On the other hand, it is particularly recommended never to plant reeds except when rain is impending, and only to sow corn just before a shower. We shall therefore briefly touch upon the prognostics of this description, making enquiry more particularly into those among them that have been found the most useful. In the first place, then, we will consider those prognostics of the weather which are derived from the sun. If the sun is bright at its rising and not burning hot, it is indicative of fine weather, but if pale, it announces wintry weather accompanied with hail. If the sun is bright and clear when it sets, and if it rises with a similar appearance, the more assured of fine weather may we feel ourselves. If it is hidden in clouds at its rising, it is indicative of rain and of wind, when the clouds are of a reddish color just before sunrise. If black clouds are intermingled with the red ones, they betoken rain as well. When the sun's rays at its rising or setting appear to unite, rainy weather may be looked for. When the clouds are red at sunset, they give promise of a fine day on the morrow, but if at the sun's rising the clouds are dispersed in various quarters, some to the south and some to the northeast, even though the heavens in the vicinity of the sun may be bright, they are significant of rain and wind. If at the sun's rising or setting its rays appear contracted, they announce the approach of a shower. If it rains at sunset, or if the sun's rays attract the clouds towards them, it is portentous of stormy weather on the following day. When the sun at its rising does not emit vivid rays, although there are no clouds surrounding it, rain may be expected. If before sunrise the clouds collect into dense masses, they are portentous of a violent storm, but if they are repelled from the east and travel westward, they indicate fine weather. When clouds are seen surrounding the face of the sun, the less the light they leave, the more violent the tempest will be, but if they form a double circle round the sun, the storm will be a dreadful one. If this takes place at sunrise or sunset, and the clouds assume a red hue, the approach of a most violent storm is announced, and if the clouds hang over the face of the sun without surrounding it, they presage wind from the quarter from which they are drifting, and rain as well, if they come from the south. If at its rising the sun is surrounded with a circle, wind may be looked for in the quarter in which the circle breaks, but if it disappears equally throughout, it is indicative of fine weather. If the sun at its rising throws out its rays afar through the clouds, and the middle of its disk is clear, there will be rain, and if its rays are seen before it rises, both rain and wind as well. If a white circle is seen round the sun at its setting, there will be a slight storm in the night, but if there is a mist around it, the storm will be more violent. If the sun is pale at sunset, there will be wind, and if there is a dark circle round it, high winds will arise in the quarter in which the circle breaks. Chapter 79. Prognostics derived from the moon. The prognostics derived from the moon assert their right to occupy our notice in the second place. In Egypt, attention is paid more particularly to the 4th day of the moon. If, when the moon rises, she shines with a pure bright light, it is generally supposed that we shall have fine weather, but if she is red, there will be wind, and if of a swarthy hue, rain. If upon the 5th day of the moon her horns are obtuse, they are always indicative of rain, but if sharp and erect, of wind, and this on the 4th day of the moon more particularly. If her northern horn is pointed and erect, it portends wind, and if it is the lower horn that presents this appearance, the wind will be from the south. If both of them are erect, there will be high winds in the night. If upon the 4th day of the moon she is surrounded by a red circle, it is portentous of wind and rain. In Varro we find it stated to the following effect: "If at the 4th day of the moon her horns are erect, there will be great storms at sea, unless, indeed, she has a circlet around her, and that circlet unblemished, for by that sign we are informed that there will be no stormy weather before full moon. If at the full moon one half of her disk is clear, it is indicative of fine weather, but if it is red, of wind, and if black, of rain. If a darkness comes over the face of the moon, covered with clouds, in whatever quarter it breaks, from that quarter wind may be expected. If a twofold circle surrounds the moon, the storm will be more violent, and even more so still if there are 3 circles, or if they are black, broken, and disjointed. If the new moon at her rising has the upper horn obscured, there will be a prevalence of rainy weather, when she is on the wane. But if it is the lower horn that is obscured, there will be rain before full moon, and if again the moon is darkened in the middle of her disk, there will be rain when she is full. If the moon when full has a circle round her, it indicates wind from the quarter in the circle which is the brightest. But if at her rising the horns are obtuse, they are portentous of a frightful tempest. If, when the west wind prevails, the moon does not make her appearance before her 4th day, there will be a prevalence of stormy weather throughout the month. If on the 16th day the moon has a bright flaming appearance, it is a presage of violent tempests." There are 8 different epochs of the moon, or periods at which she makes certain angles of incidence with the sun, and most persons only notice the prognostics derived from the moon according to the places which they occupy between these angles. The periods of these angles are the 3rd day, the 7th, the 11th, the 15th, the 19th, the 23rd, the 27th, and that of the conjunction. Chapter 80. Prognostics derived from the stars. In the 3rd rank must be placed the prognostics derived from the stars. These bodies are sometimes to be seen shooting to and fro. When this happens, winds immediately ensue, in that part of the heavens in which the presage has been afforded. When the heavens are equally bright throughout their whole expanse, at the periods previously mentioned, the ensuing autumn will be fine and cool. If the spring and summer have passed not without some rain, the autumn will be fine and settled, and there will be but little wind. When the autumn is fine, it makes a windy winter. When the brightness of the stars is suddenly obscured, though without clouds or fog, violent tempests may be expected. If numerous stars are seen to shoot, leaving a white track behind them, they presage wind from that quarter. If they follow in quick succession from the same quarter, the wind will blow steadily, but if from various quarters of the heavens, the wind will shift in sudden gusts and squalls. If circles are seen to surround any of the planets, there will be rain. In the constellation of Cancer there are 2 small stars to be seen, known as the Ocelli, the small space that lies between them being occupied by a cloudy appearance, which is known as the manger. When this cloud is not visible in a clear sky, it is a presage of a violent storm. If a fog conceals from our view the one of these stars which lies to the northeast, there will be high winds from the south, but if it is the star which lies to the south that is so obscured, then the wind will be from the northeast. The rainbow, when double, indicates the approach of rain, but if seen after rain, it gives promise, though by no means a certain one, of fine weather. Circular clouds around some of the stars are indicative of rain. Chapter 81. Prognostics derived from thunder. When in summer there is more thunder than lightning, wind may be expected from that quarter, but if, on the other hand, there is not so much thunder as lightning, there will be a fall of rain. When it lightens in a clear sky, there will be rain, and if there is thunder as well, stormy weather, but if it lightens from all four quarters of the heavens, there will be a dreadful tempest. When it lightens from the northeast only, it portends rain on the following day, but when from the north, wind may be expected from that quarter. When it lightens on a clear night from the south, the west, or the northwest, there will be wind and rain from those quarters. Thunder in the morning is indicative of wind, and at midday of rain. Chapter 82. Prognostics derived from clouds. When clouds are seen moving in a clear sky, wind may be expected in the quarter from which they proceed, but if they accumulate in one spot as they approach the sun, they will disperse. If the clouds are dispersed by a northeast wind, it is a presage of high winds, but if by a wind from the south, of rain. If at sunset the clouds cover the heavens on either side of the sun, they are indicative of tempest. If they are black and lowering in the east, they threaten rain in the night, but if in the west, on the following day. If the clouds spread in large numbers from the east, like fleeces of wool in appearance, they indicate a continuance of rain for the next 3 days. When the clouds settle on the summits of the mountains, there will be stormy weather, but if the clouds clear away, it will be fine. When the clouds are white and lowering, a hailstorm, generally known as a white tempest, is close at hand. An isolated cloud, however small, though seen in a clear sky, announces wind and storm. Chapter 83. Prognostics derived from mists. Mists descending from the summits of mountains, or from the heavens, or settling in the valleys, give promise of fine weather. Chapter 84. Prognostics derived from fire kindled by men. Next to these are the prognostics that are derived from fire kindled upon the earth. If the flames are pallid and emit a murmuring noise, they are considered to presage stormy weather, and fungi upon the burning wick of the lamp are a sign of rain. If the flame is spiral and flickering, it is an indication of wind, and the same is the case when the lamp goes out of itself or is lighted with difficulty. So too, if the snuff hangs down and sparks gather upon it, or if the burning coals adhere to vessels taken from off the fire, or if the fire, when covered up, sends out hot embers or emits sparks, or if the cinders gather into a mass upon the hearth, or the coals burn bright and glowing. Chapter 85. Prognostics derived from water. There are certain prognostics, too, that may be derived from water. If, when the sea is calm, the water ripples in the harbor with a hollow murmuring noise, it is a sign of wind, and if in winter, of rain as well. If the coasts and shores re-echo while the sea is calm, a violent tempest may be expected, and the same when the sea, though calm, is heard to roar, or throws up foam and bubbling spray. If sea pulmones are to be seen floating on the surface, they are portentous of stormy weather for many days to come. Very frequently, too, the sea is seen to swell in silence, and more so than when ruffled by an ordinary breeze. This is an indication that the winds are at work within its bosom already. Chapter 86. Prognostics derived from tempests themselves. The reverberations, too, of the mountains and the roaring of the forests are indicative of certain phenomena, and the same is the case when the leaves are seen to quiver. without a breath of wind the downy filaments of the poplar or thorn to float in the air, and feathers to skim along the surface of the water. In champaign countries the storm gives notice of its approach by that peculiar muttering which precedes it, while the murmuring that is heard in the heavens affords us no doubtful presage of what is to come. Chapter 87. Prognostics derived from aquatic animals and birds. The animals too afford us certain presages. Dolphins, for instance, sporting in a calm sea, announce wind in the quarter from which they make their appearance. When they throw up the water in a billowy sea, they announce the approach of a calm. The loligo, springing out of the water, shellfish adhering to various objects, sea urchins fastening by their stickles upon the sand or else burrowing in it, are so many indications of stormy weather. The same too when frogs croak more than usual, or coots make a chattering in the morning. Divers too and ducks, when they clean their feathers with the bill, announce high winds, which is the case also when the aquatic birds unite in flocks. Cranes make for the interior, and divers and sea-mews forsake the sea or the creeks. Cranes, when they fly aloft in silence, announce fine weather, and so does the owlet, when it screeches during a shower, but if it is heard in fine weather, it presages a storm. Ravens too, when they croak with a sort of gurgling noise, and shake their feathers, give warning of the approach of wind, if their note is continuous, but if on the other hand it is smothered, and only heard at broken intervals, we may expect rain, accompanied with high winds. Jackdaws, when they return late from feeding, give notice of stormy weather, and the same with the white birds, when they unite in flocks, and the land birds, when they descend with cries to the water, and besprinkle themselves, the crow more particularly. The swallow too, when it skims along the surface of the water, so near as to ripple it every now and then with its wings, and the birds that dwell in the trees, when they hide themselves in their nests, afford similar indications. Geese too, when they set up a continuous gabbling at an unusual time, and the heron when it stands moping in the middle of the sands. Chapter 88. Prognostics derived from quadrupeds. Nor indeed is it surprising that the aquatic birds, or any birds in fact, should have a perception of the impending changes of the atmosphere. Sheep, however, when they skip and frisk with their clumsy gambols, afford us similar prognostics. Oxen, when they snuff upwards towards the sky, and lick themselves against the hair. Unclean swine, when they tear to pieces the trusses of hay that are put for other animals. Bees, when, contrary to their natural habits of industry, they keep close within the hive. Ants, when they hurry to and fro, or are seen carrying forth their eggs. And earthworms, emerging from their holes, all these indicate approaching changes in the weather. Chapter 89. Prognostics derived from plants. It is a well-known fact that trefoil bristles up, and its leaves stand erect, upon the approach of a tempest. Chapter 90. Prognostics derived from food. At our repasts too, and upon our tables, when we see the vessels sweat in which the viands are served, and leave marks upon the sideboard, it is an indication that dreadful storm is impending. Summary. Remarkable Facts, Narratives and Observations, 2060. Roman authors quoted: Mesurius Sabinus, Cassius Hemina, Varius Flaccus, L. Piso, Cornelius Celsus, Tyrannius Gracilis, D. Silanus, M. Varro, Cato the Censor, Scrofa, the Caesarni, father and son, Domitius Calvinus, Hyginus, Virgil, Trogus, Ovid, Grycinus, Columella, Tubero, L. Tarutius, who wrote in Greek on the stars, Caesar the dictator, who wrote upon the stars, Sergius Paulus, Sabinus Fabianus, M. Cicero, Calpurnius Bassus, Atteus Capito, Mamilius Syrah, Attius, who wrote the Praexidica. Foreign authors quoted: Hesiod, Theophrastus, Aristotle, Democritus, King Hiero, King Attalus Philometor, King Archelaus, Archytas, Xenophon, Amphilochus of Athens, Anaxagoras of Thasus, Aristophanes of Miletus, Apollodorus of Lemnos, Antigonus of Cyme, Agathocles of Chios, Apollonius of Pergamus, Aristander of Athens, Bacchius of Miletus, Bion of Soli, Kyrios of Athens, Chiristus of Athens, Diodorus of Priene, Dion of Colophon, Epigenes of Rhodes, Euagon of Thasus, Euphronius of Athens, Androcion who wrote on agriculture, Iscrion who wrote on agriculture, Lysimachus who wrote on agriculture, Dionysius who translated Mago, Diophanes who made an epitome from Dionysius, Thales, Eudochus, Philippus, Callippus, Dositheus, Parmeniscus, Meton, Crichton, Eunopides, Zenon, Euctemon, Harpalus, Hecataeus, Anaximander, Sosigenes, Hipparchus, Aratus, Zoroaster, Archibius. End of Book 8. End of Section 26.
Section 27 of The Natural History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne Spiegel. The Natural History, Volume 4, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 27. Book 19. The Nature and Cultivation of Flax, and an Account of Various Garden Plants. Chapter 1. The Nature of Flax. Marvellous Facts Relative thereto. We have now imparted a knowledge of the constellations and of the seasons, in a method unattended with difficulty for the most ignorant even, and free from every doubt. Indeed, to those who understand these matters aright, the face of the earth contributes in no less a degree to a due appreciation of the celestial phenomena, than does the science of astronomy to our improvement in the arts of agriculture. Many writers have made it their next care to treat of horticulture, but, for my own part, it does not appear to me altogether advisable to pass on immediately to the subject, and, indeed, I am rather surprised to find that some among the learned, who have either sought the pleasures of knowledge in these pursuits, or have grounded their celebrity upon them, have omitted so many particulars in reference thereto. For no mention do we find in their writings of numerous vegetable productions, both wild as well as cultivated, many of which are found, in ordinary life, to be of higher value and of more extended use to man than the cereals even. To commence, then, with a production which is of a utility that is universally recognized, and is employed not only upon dry land but upon the seas as well, we will turn our attention to flax, a plant which is reproduced from seed, but which can neither be classed among the cereals nor yet among the garden plants. What department is there to be found of active life in which flax is not employed? And, in what production of the earth are there greater marvels revealed to us than in this? To think that here is a plant which brings Egypt in close proximity to Italy, so much so, in fact, that Galerius and Balbillus, both of them prefects of Egypt, made the passage to Alexandria from the Straits of Sicily, the one in 6 days, the other in 5. It was only this very last summer that Valerius Maranius, a senator of praetorian rank, reached Alexandria from Puteoli in 8 days, and that, too, with a very moderate breeze all the time. To think that here is a plant which brings Gades, situate near the Pillars of Hercules, within 6 days of Ostia, near Spain within 3, the province of Gallia Narbonensis within 2, and Africa within 1. This last passage having been made by C. Flavius, when legatus of Vibus Crispus, the proconsul, and that, too, with but little or no wind to favour his passage. What audacity in man! What criminal perverseness! Thus to sow a thing in the ground, for the purpose of catching the winds and the tempests, it being not enough for him, forsooth, to be borne upon the waves alone. Nay, still more than this, Sails that are even bigger than the very ships themselves will not suffice for him, and although it takes a whole tree to make a mast to carry the cross-yards, above those cross-yards sails upon sails must still be added, with others swelling at the prow and at the stern as well, so many devices, in fact, to challenge death. Only to think, in fine, that that which moves to and fro, as it were, the various countries of the earth, should spring from a seed so minute, and make its appearance in a stem so fine, so little elevated above the surface of the earth. And then, besides, it is not in all its native strength that it is employed for the purpose of a tissue. No, it must first be rent asunder, and then tawed and beaten, till it is reduced to the softness of wool. Indeed, it is only by such violence done to its nature, and prompted by the extreme audacity of a man and that it is rendered subservient to his purposes. The inventor of this art has already been mentioned by us on a more appropriate occasion. Not satisfied that his fellow man should perish upon land, but anxious that they should meet their end with no sepulchral rites to await them, there are no execrations to be found that can equal his demerits. It was only in the preceding book that I was warning the agriculturalist, as he values the grain that is to form our daily sustenance, to be on his guard against the storm and the tempest. And yet, here we have man sowing with his own hand, man racking his invention how best to gather, an object the only aspirations of which upon the deep are the winds of heaven. And then, too, as if to let us understand all the better how highly favored is this instrument of our punishment, there is no vegetable production that grows with greater felicity. And, to prove to us that it is in despite of nature herself that it exists, it has the property of scorching the ground where it is grown, and of deteriorating the quality of the very soil itself. Chapter 2. How Flax is sown. 27 principal varieties of it. Flax is mostly sown in sandy soils, and after a single ploughing only. There is no plant that grows more rapidly than this. Sown in spring, it is pulled up in summer, and is for that reason, as well, productive of considerable injury to the soil. There may be some, however, who would forgive Egypt for growing it, as it is by its aid that she imports the merchandise of Arabia and India. But why should the Gallic provinces base any of their reputation upon this product? Is it not enough, forsooth, for them to be separated by mountains from the sea, and to have, upon the side on which they are bounded by the ocean, that void and empty space, as it is called? The Cardurci, the Caliti, the Ruteni, the Bituriges, and the Morini, those remotest of all mankind, as it is supposed, the whole of the Gallic provinces, in fact, are in the habit of weaving sailcloth, and at the present day our enemies even, who dwell beyond the ruins, have learned to do the same. Indeed, there is no tissue that is more beautiful in the eyes of their females than linen. I am here reminded of the fact that we find it stated by M. Varro, that it is a custom peculiar to the family of the Serrani for the women never to wear garments of linen. In Germany it is in caves deep underground that the linen weavers ply their work, and the same is the case, too, in the Alain territory, in Italy, between the rivers Podus and Ticinus, the linen of which holds the third rank among the kinds manufactured in Europe, that of Ctebis claiming the first, and those of Ritovium and of Faventia, in the vicinity of Allia, on the Emilian Way, the second place in general estimation. The linens of Faventia are preferred for whiteness to those of Allia, which are always unbleached. Those of Ritovium are remarkable for their extreme fineness, combined with substance, and are quite equal in whiteness to the linens of Faventia. But they have none of that fine downy nap upon them which is so highly esteemed by some persons, though equally disliked by others. A thread is made, too, from their flax of considerable strength, smoother and more even, almost, than the spider's web. When tested with the teeth, it emits a sharp, clear twang. Hence it is that it sells at double the price of the other kinds. But it is the province of nearer Spain that produces a linen of the greatest lustre, an advantage which it owes to the waters of a stream which washes the city of Tarraco there. The fineness, too, of this linen is quite marvellous, and here it is that the first manufactories of cambric were established. From the same province, too, of Spain, the flax of Zoella has of late years been introduced into Italy, and has been found extremely serviceable for the manufacture of hunting nets. Zoella is a city of Cilicia, in the vicinity of the ocean. The flax, too, of Cumae, in Campania, has its own peculiar merits in the manufacture of nets for fishing and fowling. It is employed also for making hunting nets. For it is from flax, in fact, that we prepare various textures, destined to be no less insidious to the brute creation than they are to ourselves. It is with toils made from the flax of Cumae that wild boars are taken, the meshes being proof against their bristles equally with the edge of the knife. Before now, too, we have seen some of these toils in a fineness so remarkable as to allow of being passed through a man's ring, running ropes and all, a single individual being able to carry an amount of nets sufficient to environ a whole forest, a thing which we know to have been done not long ago by Julius Lupus, who died prefect of Egypt. This, however, is nothing very surprising, but it really is quite wonderful that each of the cords was composed of no less than 150 threads. Those, no doubt, will be astonished at this, who are not aware that there is preserved in the temple of Minerva at Lindus, in the Isle of Rhodes, the cuirasses of a former king of Egypt, Amasis by name, each thread employed in the texture of which is composed of 365 other threads. Mucianus, who was 3 times consul, informs us that he saw this curiosity very recently, though there was but little then remaining of it, in consequence of the injury it had experienced at the hands of various persons who had tried to verify the fact. Italy, too, holds the flax of Pliny in high esteem, though it is only employed by fullers. There is no kind known that is whiter than this, or which bears a closer resemblance to wool. That grown by the Cadurci is held in high estimation for making mattresses, which, as well as flock, are an invention for which we are indebted to the Gauls. The ancient usage of Italy is still kept in remembrance in the word stramentum, the name given by us to beds stuffed with straw. The flax of Egypt, though the least strong of all as a tissue, is that from which the greatest profits are derived. There are 4 varieties of it: the Tanitic, the Pelusiac, the Butic, and the Tentyritic, so called from the various districts in which they are respectively grown. The upper part of Egypt, in the vicinity of Arabia, produces a shrub known by some as Gossypium, but by most persons as Xylon. Hence the name of Xylina given to the tissues that are manufactured from it. The shrub is small, and bears a fruit similar in appearance to a nut with a beard, and containing in the inside a silky substance, the down of which is spun into threads. There is no tissue known that is superior to those made from this thread, either for whiteness, softness, or dressing. The most esteemed vestments worn by the priests of Egypt are made of it. There is a 4th kind of tissue, known by the name of Othaninum, which is made from a kind of marsh reed, the panicule only being employed for the purpose. In Asia, again, there is a thread made from broom, which is employed in the construction of fishing nets, being found to be remarkably durable. For the purpose of preparing it, the shrub is steeped in water for 10 days. The Ethiopians also and the people of India prepare a kind of thread from a fruit which resembles our apple, and the Arabians, as already mentioned, from gourds that grow upon trees. Chapter 3. The mode of preparing flax. In our part of the world the ripeness of flax is usually ascertained by 2 signs: the swelling of the seed and its assuming a yellowish tint. It is then pulled up by the roots, made up into small sheaves that will just fill the hand, and hung to dry in the sun. It is suspended with the roots upwards the first day, and then for 5 following days the heads of the sheaves are placed reclining one against the other, in such a way that the seed which drops out may fall into the middle. Linseed is employed for various medicinal purposes, and it is used by the country people of Italy beyond the Padus in a certain kind of food, which is remarkable for its sweetness. For this long time past, however, it has only been in general use for sacrifices offered to the divinities. After the wheat harvest is over, the stalks of flax are plunged into water that has been warmed in the sun, and are then submitted to pressure with a weight, for there is nothing known that is more light and buoyant than this. When the outer coat is loosened, it is a sign that the stalks have been sufficiently steeped, after which they are again turned with the heads downward, and left to dry as before in the sun. When thoroughly dried, they are beaten with a toe mallet on a stone. The part that lies nearest to the outer coat is known by the name of stuppa. It is a flax of inferior quality, and is mostly employed for making the wicks of lamps. This, however, requires to be combed out with iron hatchels until the whole of the outer skin is removed. The inner part presents numerous varieties of flax, esteemed respectively in proportion to their whiteness and their softness. Spinning flax is held to be an honorable employment for men even. The husks or outer coats are employed for heating furnaces and ovens. There is a certain amount of skill required in hatcheling flax and dressing it. It is a fair proportion for 50 pounds on the sheaf to yield 15 pounds of flax combed out. When spun into thread, it is rendered additionally supple by being soaked in water and then beaten out upon a stone, and after it is woven into a tissue it is again beaten with heavy maces. Indeed, the more roughly it is treated, the better it is. Chapter 4. Linen made of asbestos. There has been invented also a kind of linen which is incombustible by flame. It is generally known as live linen, and I have seen, before now, napkins that were made of it thrown into a blazing fire in the room where the guests were at table, and after the stains were burnt out, come forth from the flames whiter and cleaner than they could possibly have been rendered by the aid of water. It is from this material that the corpse cloths of monarchs are made, to ensure the separation of the ashes from the body of those from the pile. This substance grows in the deserts of India, scorched by the burning rays of the sun. Here, where no rain is ever known to fall, and amid multitudes of deadly serpents, it becomes habituated to resist the action of fire. Rarely to be found, it presents considerable difficulties in weaving it into tissue, in consequence of its shortness. Its color is naturally red, and it only becomes white through the agency of fire. By those who find it, it is sold at prices equal to those given for the finest pearls. By the Greeks it is called asbestion, a name which indicates its peculiar properties. Anisalius makes a statement to the effect that if a tree is surrounded with linen made of this substance, the noise of the blows given by the axe will be deadened thereby, and that the tree may be cut down without their being heard. For these qualities it is that this linen occupies the very highest rank among all kinds that are known. The next rank is accorded to the tissue known as byssus, an article which is held in very high estimation by females, and is produced in the vicinity of Elis in Achaia. I find it stated by some writers that a scruple of this was sold formerly at 4 denarii, the same rate, in fact, as gold. The downy nap of linen, and more particularly that taken from the sails of sea-going ships, is very extensively employed for medicinal purposes, and the ashes of it have the same virtues as spodium. Among the poppies, too, there is a variety which imparts a remarkable degree of whiteness to fabrics made of linen. Chapter 5. At what period linen was first dyed. Attempts, too, have been made to dye linen, and to make it assume the frivolous colors of our cloths. This was first done in the fleet of Alexander the Great, while sailing upon the river Indus, for, upon one occasion during a battle that was being fought, his generals and captains distinguished their vessels by the various tints of their sails, and astonished the people on the shores by giving their many colors to the breeze as it impelled them on. It was with sails of purple, too, that Cleopatra accompanied M. Antonius to the battle of Actium, and it was by their aid that she took to flight, such being the distinguishing mark of the royal ship. Chapter 6. At what period colored awnings were first employed in the theatres. In more recent times linens alone have been employed for the purpose of affording shade in our theatres. Q. Catullus having been the first who applied them to this use, on the occasion of the dedication by him of the Capitol. At a later period, Lentulus Spinther, it is said, was the first to spread awnings of fine linen over the theatre, at the celebration of the games in honor of Apollo. After this, Caesar, when dictator, covered with a linen awning the whole of the Roman Forum, as well as the Sacred Way, from his own house as far as the ascent to the Capitol, a sight, it is said, more wonderful even than the show of gladiators which he then exhibited. At a still later period, and upon the occasion of no public games, Marcellus, son of Octavia, sister of Augustus, during his aedileship, and in the 18th consulship of his uncle, on the day before the calends of August, covered in the Forum with awnings, his object being to consult the health of those assembled there for the purpose of litigation, a vast change, indeed, from the manners prevalent in the days of Cato the Censor, who expressed a wish that the Forum was paved with nothing else but sharp-pointed stones. Awnings have been lately extended, too, by the aid of ropes, over the amphitheatres of the Emperor Nero, dyed azure, like the heavens, and bespangled all over with stars. Those which are employed by us to cover the inner court of our houses are generally red. One reason for them employing them is to protect the moss that grows there from the rays of the sun. In other respects, white fabrics of linen have always held the ascendancy in public estimation. Linen, too, was highly valued as early as the Trojan War, for why else should it not have figured as much in battles as it did in shipwrecks? Thus Homer, we find, bears witness that there were but few among the warriors of those days who fought with cuirasses on made of linen, while, as for the rigging of the ships, on which that writer speaks, it is generally supposed by the more learned among the commentators that it was made of this material, for the word Sparta which he employs means nothing more than the produce of a seed. Chapter 7. The nature of Spartum. For the fact is that Spartum did not begin to be employed till many ages after the time of Homer, indeed, not before the first war that the Carthaginians waged in Spain. This, too, is a plant that grows spontaneously, and is incapable of being reproduced by sowing, it being a species of rush peculiar to a dry, arid soil, a morbid production confined to a single country only, for in reality it is a curse to the soil, as there is nothing whatever that can be sown or grown in its vicinity. There is a kind of Spartum grown in Africa, of a stunted nature, and quite useless for all practical purposes. It is found in one portion of the province of Carthage, in nearer Spain, though not in every part of that, but wherever it is produced, the mountains, even, are covered all over with it. This material is employed by the country people there for making their beds. With it they kindle their fires also, and prepare their torches. Shoes also, and garments for the shepherds, are made of it. As a food for animals it is highly injurious, with the sole exception of the tender tops of the shoots. When wanted for other uses, it is pulled up by the roots, with considerable labor, the legs of the persons so employed being protected by boots, and their hands with gloves, the plant being twisted round levers of bone or holm oak to get it up with a greater facility. At the present day it is gathered in the winter even, but this work is done with the least difficulty between the Ides of May and those of June, that being the period at which it is perfectly ripe. Chapter 8. The mode of preparing Spartum. When taken up it is made into sheaves, and laid in heaps for a couple of days, while it retains its life and freshness. On the third day the sheaves are opened out and spread in the sun to dry, after which it is again made up into sheaves and placed under cover. It is then put to soak in sea water, this being the best of all for the purpose, though fresh water will do in case sea water cannot be procured. This done, it is again dried in the sun, and then moistened afresh. If it is wanted for immediate use, it is put in a tub and steeped in warm water, after which it is placed in an upright position to dry, this being universally admitted to be the most expeditious method of preparing it. To make it ready for use, it requires to be beaten out. Articles made of it are proof, more particularly, against the action of fresh or sea water, but on dry land ropes of hemp are generally preferred. Indeed, we find that Spartum receives nutriment even from being under water, by way of compensation, as it were, for the thirst it has had to endure upon its native soil. By nature it is peculiarly well adapted for repairing, and however old the material may be, it unites very well with new. The person, indeed, who is desirous duly to appreciate this marvellous plant, has only to consider the numerous uses to which, in all parts of the world, it is applied. From it are made the rigging of ships, various appliances of mechanism employed in building, and numerous other articles which supply the wants of daily life. To suffice for all these requirements, we find it growing solely on a tract of ground which lies upon the sea line of the province of New Carthage, somewhat less than 30 miles in breadth by 100 in length. The expense precludes its being transported to any very considerable distance. Chapter 9. At what period spartum was first employed. The Greeks used formerly to employ the rush for making ropes, so at least we are led to believe, from the name given by them to the plant, and at a later period they made them, it is very clear, from the leaves of the palm and the inner bark of the linden tree. It seems to me very probable, too, that it was from them that the Carthaginians borrowed the first hint for applying spartum to a similar purpose. End of section 27. Section 28 of The Natural History, Vol.4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne. The Natural History, Vol.4, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Book 19, Chapter 10. The Bulb Aerophorus. Theophrastus informs us that there is a kind of bulb which grows on the banks of rivers, and which encloses between the outer coat and the portion that is eaten a sort of woolly substance, of which felt socks and other articles of dress are made. But, in the copies, those at least which have fallen in my way, there is no mention made of the country in which it grows, or of any details in connection with it, beyond the fact that the name given to it is Aerophyron. As to spartum, he makes no mention of it whatsoever, although he has given the history, with great exactness, of all the known plants, 390 years before our time, a fact to which I have already alluded on other occasions. From this it would appear that spartum has come into use since his day. Chapter 11. Plants which spring up and grow without a root, plants which grow but cannot be reproduced from seed. As we have here made a beginning of treating of the marvels of nature, we shall proceed to examine them in detail, and among them, the very greatest of all, beyond a doubt, is the fact that any plant should spring up and grow without a root. Such, for instance, is the vegetable production known as the truffle. Surrounded on every side by earth, it is connected with it by no fibres, not so much as a single thread even, while the spot in which it grows presents neither protuberance nor cleft to the view. It is found, in fact, in no way adhering to the earth, but enclosed within an outer coat, so much so, indeed, that though we cannot exactly pronounce it to be composed of earth, we must conclude that it is nothing else but a callous concentration of the earth. Truffles generally grow in dry, sandy soils, and spots that are thickly covered with shrubs. In size they are often larger than a quince, and are found to weigh as much as a pound. There are two kinds of them, the one full of sand, and consequently injurious to the teeth, the other free from sand and all impurities. They are distinguished also by their color, which is red or black, and white within. Those of Africa are the most esteemed. Whether the truffle grows gradually, or whether this blemish of the earth, for it can be looked upon as nothing else, at once assumes the globular form and magnitude which it presents when found, whether too it is possessed of vitality or not, are all of them questions which, in my opinion, are not easy to be solved. It decays and rots in a manner precisely similar to wood. It is known to me as a fact that the following circumstance happened to Lartius Licinius, a person of praetorian rank, while minister of justice, a few years ago, at Carthage in Spain. Upon biting a truffle he found a denarius inside, which all but broke his 4 teeth, an evident proof that the truffle is nothing else but an agglomeration of elementary earth. At all events, it is quite certain that the truffle belongs to those vegetable productions which spring up spontaneously and are incapable of being reproduced from seed. Chapter 12. Mysi, Iton, and Geranian. Of a similar nature, too, is the vegetable production known in the province of Cyrenaica by the name of Mysi, remarkable for the sweetness of its smell and taste, but more fleshy than the truffle, the same too as to the Iton of the Thracians and the Geranian of the Greeks. Chapter 13. Particulars connected with the truffle. The following particularities we find mentioned with reference to the truffle. When there have been showers in autumn and frequent thunderstorms, truffles are produced, thunder contributing more particularly to their development. They do not, however, last beyond a year, and are considered the most delicate eating when gathered in spring. In some places the formation of them is attributed to water, as at Mytilene, for instance, where they are never to be found, it is said, unless the rivers overflow, and bring down the seed from Tiara, that being the name of the place where they are produced in the greatest abundance. The finest truffles of Asia are those found in the neighborhood of Lampsaius and Alobicanesis. The best in Greece are those in the vicinity of Elis. Chapter 14. The Pazica. Belonging to the mushroom genus, also, there is a species known to the Greeks by the name of Pazica, which grows without either root or stalk. Chapter 15. Laserpitium, Laser, and Mespetum. Next to these, Laserpitium claims our notice, a very remarkable plant known to the Greeks by the name of Sylphion, and originally a native of the province of Cyrenaica. The juice of this plant is called laser, and it is greatly in vogue for medicinal as well as other purposes, being sold at the same rate as silver. For these many years past, however, it has not been found in Cyrenaica, as the farmers of the revenue who hold the lands there on lease have a notion that it is more profitable to depasture flocks of sheep upon them. Within the memory of the present generation a single stalk is all that has ever been found there, and that was sent as a curiosity to the Emperor Nero. If it so happens that one of the flock, while grazing, meets with a growth shoot of it, the fact is easily ascertained by the following signs. The sheep, after eating of it, immediately fall asleep, while the goat is seized with a fit of sneezing. For this long time past, there has been no other laser imported into this country but that produced in either Persia, Media, or Armenia, where it grows in considerable abundance, though much inferior to that of Cyrenaica, and even then it is extensively adulterated with gum, saccharinium, or pounded beans. I ought the less then to omit the facts that in the consulship of C. Valerius and M. Herennius there was brought to Rome, from Cyrene, for the public service, 30 pounds weight of Laserpitium, and that the dictator Caesar, at the beginning of the civil war, took out from the public treasury, besides gold and silver, no less than 1,500 pounds of Laserpitium. We find it stated by the most trustworthy among the Greek writers that this plant first made its appearance in the vicinity of the gardens of the Hesperides and the greater Syrtis immediately after the earth had been soaked of a sudden by a shower as black as pitch. This took place 7 years before the foundation of the city Cyrene, and in the year of Rome 143. The virtues of this remarkable fall of rain extended, it is said, over no less than 4,000 stadia of the African territory, and upon this soil Laserpitium began universally to grow, a plant that is in general wild and stubborn, and which, if attempted to be cultivated, will leave the spot where it has been sown quite desolate and barren. The roots of it are numerous and thick, the stalk being like that of a fennel giant, and of similar thickness. The leaves of this plant were known as mespetum, and bore a considerable resemblance to parsley. The seeds of it were foliaceous, and the plant shed its leaves every year. They used to feed the cattle there upon it. At first it purged them, but afterwards they would grow fat, the flesh being improved in flavor in a most surprising degree. After the fall of the leaf, the people themselves were in the habit of eating the stalk, either roasted or boiled. From the drastic effects of this diet the body was purged for the first 40 days, all vicious humors being effectually removed. The juices of this plant were collected 2 different ways, either from the root or from the stalk, in consequence of which these 2 varieties of juice were known by the distinguishing names of rhizeus and coleus, the last being of inferior quality to the other, and very apt to turn putrid. Upon the root there was a black bark, which was extensively employed for the purposes of adulteration. The juice of the plant was received in vessels, and mixed there with a layer of bran, after which, from time to time, it was shaken, till it had reached a proper state of maturity. Indeed, if this precaution was neglected, it was apt to turn putrid. The signs that it had come to maturity were its color, its dryness, and the absorption of all humidity. There are some authors, however, who state that the root of Laserpitium was more than a cubit in length, and that it presented a tuberosity above the surface of the earth. An incision, they say, was made in this tuberosity, from which a juice would flow, like milk in appearance. Above the tuberosity grew a stalk, to which they gave the name of Magydyrus. The leaves that grew upon this stalk were of the color of gold, and falling at the rising of the Dog-star, when the south winds began to prevail, they acted as seed for the purpose of reproduction. It was from these leaves, too, they say, that Laserpitium was produced, the root and the stalk attaining their full growth in the space of 1 year. The same writers also state that it was the practice to turn up the ground around the plant, and that it had no such effect as purging the cattle that were fed upon it. The one result of using it as food was, that such cattle as were ailing were either cured of their distempers, or else died immediately upon eating it, a thing, however, that but rarely happened. The first description, however, is found to agree more nearly with the Silphium that comes from Persia. Chapter 16. Megydyrus. There is another variety of this plant known as Megydyrus, of a more delicate nature, less active in its effects, and destitute of juice. It grows in the countries adjacent to Syria, but has not been found in the region of Cyrenaica. There grows also upon Mount Parnassus, in great abundance, a plant to which some persons give the name of Laserpitium. By means of all these varieties adulterations are effected of a production that is held in the highest esteem for its salutary qualities and its general usefulness. The chief proofs of its genuineness consist in its color, which ought to be slightly red without, and when broken quite white and transparent within. The drops of it, too, should melt very rapidly on the application of spittle. It is extensively employed for medicinal purposes. Chapter 17. Madder. There are 2 other plants also, which are but little known to any but the herd of the sordid and avaricious, and this because of the large profits that are derived from them. The first of these is madder, the employment of which is necessary in dyeing wool and leather. The madder of Italy is the most esteemed, and that more particularly which is grown in the suburbs of the city. Nearly all our provinces, too, produce it in great abundance. It grows spontaneously, but is capable of reproduction by sowing, much after the same manner as the fitch. The stem, however, is prickly and articulated, with 5 leaves arranged round each joint. The seed is red. Its medicinal properties we shall have occasion to mention in the appropriate place. Chapter 18. The Radicula. The plant known to us by the name of Radicula is the second of these productions. It furnishes a juice that is extensively employed in washing wool, and it is quite wonderful how greatly it contributes to the whiteness and softness of wool. It may be produced anywhere by cultivation, but that which grows spontaneously in Asia and Syria upon rugged rocky sites is more highly esteemed. That, however, which is found beyond the Euphrates has the highest repute of all. The stalk of it is ferrulaceous and thin, and is sought by the inhabitants of those countries as an article of food. It is employed also for making unguents, being boiled up with the other ingredients, whatever they may happen to be. In leaf it strongly resembles the olive. The Greeks have given to it the name of struthion. It blossoms in summer, and is agreeable to the sight, but entirely destitute of smell. It is somewhat thorny, and has a stalk covered with down. It has an extremely diminutive seed, and a large root, which is cut up and employed for the purposes already mentioned. Chapter 19. The Pleasures of the Garden. Having made mention of these productions, it now remains for us to return to the cultivation of the garden, a subject recommended by its own intrinsic merits to our notice. For we find that in remote antiquity even, there was nothing looked upon with a greater degree of admiration than the gardens of the Hesperides, those of the kings Adonis and Alcinous, and the hanging gardens, whether they were the work of Semiramis or whether of Cyrus king of Assyria, a subject of which we shall have to speak in another work. The kings of Rome cultivated their gardens with their own hands. Indeed, it was from his garden that Tarquinius Superbus sent his son that cruel and sanguinary message of his. In our laws of the 12 tables we find the word villa or farm nowhere mentioned. It is the word hortus that is always used with signification, while the term heredium we find employed for garden. There are certain religious impressions, too, that have been attached to the species of property, and we find that it is in the garden and the forum only that statues of satyrs are consecrated, as a protection against the evil effects of spells and sorcery, although in Plautus we find the gardens spoken of as being under the tutelage of Venus. At the present day, under the general name of gardens, we have pleasure grounds situate in the very heart of the city, as well as extensive fields and villas. Epicurus, that connoisseur in the enjoyments of a life of ease, was the first to lay out a garden at Athens. Up to his time it had never been thought of, to dwell in the country in the middle of the town. At Rome, on the other hand, the garden constituted of itself the poor man's field, and it was from the garden that the lower classes procured their daily food, an aliment how guiltlessly obtained. But still it is a great deal better, no doubt, to dive into the abysses of the deep, and to seek such kind of oyster at the risk and peril of shipwreck, to go searching for birds beyond the river Phasis even, which, protected as they are by the terrors invented by fable, are only rendered all the more precious thereby, to go searching for others again in Numidia and the very sepulchres of Ethiopia, or else to be battling with wild beasts, and to get eaten one's self while trying to take a prey which another person is to eat. And yet, by Hercules, how little do the productions of the garden cost us in comparison with these! How much more than sufficient for every wish and for every want! Were it not, indeed, that here, as in everything else, turn which way we will, we find the same grounds for our wrath and indignation. We really might be content to allow of fruits being grown of the most exquisite quality, remarkable, some of them for their flavor, some for their size, some, again, for the monstrosities of their growth, morsels all of them forbidden to the poor. We might allow of wines being kept till they are mellowed with age, or enfeebled by being passed through cloth strainers, of men, too, however prolonged their lives, never drinking anything but a wine that is still older than themselves. We might allow of luxury devising how best to extract the very aroma, as it were, and marrow only from the grain, of people, too, living upon nothing but the choicest productions of the confectioner, and upon pastes fashioned in fantastic shapes, of one kind of bread being prepared for the rich and another for the multitude, of the yearly produce of the field being classified in a descending scale till it reaches the humble means of the very lowest classes. But do we not find that these refined distinctions have been extended to the very herbs even, and that riches have contrived to establish points of dissimilarity in articles of food which ordinarily sell for a single copper coin? In this department even, humble as it is, we are still destined to find certain productions that are denied to the community at large, and the very cabbages pampered to such an enormous extent that the poor man's table is not large enough to hold them. Asparagus, by nature, was intended to grow wild, so that each might gather it where he pleased, but, lo and behold, we find it in the highest state of cultivation, and Ravenna produces heads that weigh as much as 3 pounds even. Alas for the monstrous excesses of gluttony! It would be surprising indeed for the beasts of the field to be forbidden the thistles for food, and yet it is a thing forbidden to the lower classes of the community. These refined distinctions, too, are extended to the very water even, and, thanks to the mighty influence of money, there are lines of demarcation drawn in the very elements themselves. Some persons are for drinking ice, others for quaffing snow, and thus is the curse of the mountain steep turned into an appetizing stimulus for the palate. Cold is carefully treasured up for the summer heats, and man's invention is racked how best to keep snow freezing in months that are not its own. Some again there are who first boil the water, and then bring it to temperature of winter. Indeed, there is nothing that pleases man in the fashion in which nature originally made it. And is it the fact, then, that any herb of the garden is reared only for the rich man's table? It is so. But still, let no one of the angered populace think of a fresh succession to Mount Sacer or Mount Aventine. For to a certainty, in the long run, all powerful money will bring them back to just the same position as they were in when it wrought the severance. For, by Hercules, there was not an impost levied at Rome more grievous than the market dues, an impost that aroused the indignation of the populace, who repeatedly appealed with loud clamors to all the chief men of the state to be relieved from it. At last they were relieved from this heavy tax upon their wares, and when it was found that there was no tax more lucrative, more readily collected, or less obnoxious to the caprices of chance than the impost that was levied in exchange for it, in the shape of a property tax, extended to the poorest classes, for now the very soil itself is their surety that paid the tax will be, their means are a patent to the light of day, and the superficial extent of their possessions, whatever the weather may chance to be, always remains the same. Cato, we find, speaks in high praise of garden cabbages. Indeed, it was accorded to their respective methods of garden cultivation that the agriculturists of early times were appreciated, and it was immediately concluded that it was a sign of a woman being a bad and careless manager of her family, when the kitchen garden, for this was looked upon as the woman's department, more particularly, was negligently cultivated, as in such case her only resource was, of course, the shambles or the herb market. But cabbages were not held in such high esteem in those days as now. Indeed, all dishes were held in disrepute which required something else to help them down, the great object being to economize oil as much as possible. And as to the flesh market, so much as a wish even to taste its wares was visited with censure and reproach. The chief thing that made them so fond of the garden was the fact that its produce needs no fire and ensures economy in food, and that it offers resources which are always ready and at hand. These articles of food, which from their peculiar nature we call vinegar diets, were found to be easy of digestion, by no means apt to blunt and overload the senses, and to create but little craving for bread as an accompaniment. A portion of them, which is still used for us by seasonings, attests that our forefathers used only to look at home for their resources, and that no Indian peppers were in request with them, or any of those other condiments which we are in the habit of seeking beyond the seas. In former times the lower classes of Rome, with their mimic gardens in their windows, day after day presented the reflex of the country to the eye, when as yet the multitudes of atrocious burglaries, almost innumerable, had not compelled us to shut out all such sights with bars to the passers-by. Let the garden, then, have its due meed of honor, and let not things, because they are common, enjoy for that the less share of our consideration, and the more so, as we find that from it men of the very highest rank have been content to borrow their surnames even. Thus in the Valerian family, for instance, the Lattuccini have not thought themselves disgraced by taking their name from the lettuce. Perhaps, too, our labors and research may contribute some slight recommendations to this our subject, although, with Virgil, we are ready to admit how difficult it is, by language however elevated, to ennoble a subject that is so humble in itself. Chapter 20. The laying out of garden ground. There is no doubt that the proper plan is, to have the garden adjoining the country house, and they should be watered more particularly by a river running in front of it, if possible, else with water drawn from a well by the aid of a wheel or pumps, or by swipes. The ground should be opened just as the west winds are beginning to prevail, 14 days after which it should be got ready for autumn, and then before winter solstice it should have another turning up. It will require 8 men to dig a juggerum, manure being mixed with the earth to a depth of 3 feet. The ground, too, should be divided into plots or beds with raised and rounded edges, each of which should have a path dug round it, by means of which access may be afforded to the gardener and a channel formed for the water needed for irrigation. Chapter 21. Plants other than grain and shrubs. Among the garden plants there are some that recommend themselves by their bulbs, others by the head, others by the stalk, others by the leaf, others by both. Some again are valued for their seed, others for the outer coat, others for their membranous tissues, others for their cartilaginous substance, others for the firmness of their flesh, and others for the fleshy tunics in which they are enveloped. Section 28.